All right, after those technical difficulties, we are back and we're going to be jumping into a backup feature match for you. On your left, Jackson Cali, Sapphire Steel at 1-1. On your right, Zarek Wiley with Ruby Amethyst, also 1-1. We are pretty deep in a game. We got Lore 14 on Jackson's side, Lore 6 on Zarek's side. Very complicated board as well.
Yeah, a lot to digest and figure out here. Was noting Goofy is in play for Zarek. So that's going to allow us to maybe answer the Captain Hook if we want to, but also get some of our lore going. We have this shield to make it really hard to attack Goofy, and we're so late in the game that it's going to be really easy to do that sort of thing. As we are going to start with an immediate quest of Goof.
All right, Cauldron, gonna get active. There's so much lore on Zarek's side. This game has been going for a while. I really hope this isn't game one. If this is game one, there's no way these players are going to be finishing a 3-game set.
There's no way it's game one.
I mean, look how much ink's in play, man. I don't know. You've played some long Ruby Amethyst mirrors before, haven't you?
Yeah, I've played some, but like, I don't know. I would be shocked if this isn't at least game two. The real question is it game 3 or 2? Because if it's 2, it might become a position where Jackson Kelly just needs to not die, as Be Prepared is played.
All right, we're going to clean up the board. Going to go back Jackson Kelly's way in just a moment. Well, looks like we got more to do. We can draw a card off the Magic Mirror or play friends on the other side. We're going to draw 2.
All right. I've got beef. You ready for this, Todd? If
Yeah.
you're gonna draw your cards and you're going to make your play, just draw your card first. Just double check to make sure something isn't wrong. It happens all the time, and it's a silly little mistake that happens. Then we all make it, and we can just not do it and not have to worry about it.
All right, we got a Cerberus here for Jackson Kelly, and we're going to empty our hands. So Beast Mirror going to draw a card. That alongside Fishbone Quill means that Jackson's going to have a ton of resources for the rest of the game and be able to deploy basically every card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back Zarek Wiley's way. It's a pretty, I don't want to say it's a bad beef. It's a correct beef, but it's a beef that I just let go,
Never. Elsa coming down.
Yeah, A-drop Elsa. This is going to freeze both the opposing characters, and it's going to be pretty tough for Jackson to deal with this Elsa. Here's a friends on the other side. We're going to draw 2 more. Looks like we found a Rafiki that can challenge the Mickey Mouse right now.
Mm-hmm. Looks
like we are in game number 2, so Wiley here up a game. As long as this game doesn't end in Jackson Kelly's favor, gonna just play hyper defensively, then Zarek should be able to win the match. Very low on deck are both players, though.
Yeah, this Cauldron's actually like, if you've been paying attention to it the whole game, you probably know what's coming down as long as it's been in play for at least 4 or 5 turns. Because
it's either all goons or all expensive cards.
Yeah, and if you're a Zarek fan, you hope it's all expensive cards.
Yeah. Cerberus stays exerted thanks to the Elsa freeze ability. We're gonna. Oh, what? What was it?
I thought it was a whole new world, and I thought might deck Zarek.
All right, it is a let it go. We're gonna use that to get rid of that big scary Elsa. And off the top, it's a Bell, Strange but Special, and we're actually threatening lethal next turn. Zarek has to deal with at least one of these characters this turn, or that's 5 lore.
Yeah, I think Zarek has a Be Prepared and a Maleficent in hand. So this late game, holding onto your big cards is going to pay off.
All right, we're going to go ahead and Be Prepared to clear off the Bell, Strange but Special. That thing was terrifying.
Yeah. Now we're going to use the Cauldron to set up our next draw step. Yeah, and a card like Dragonfire on top is going to make it really hard for Jackson Kelly to get out of this position. Because we're going to put it on top, and then we're going to be able to activate Magic Mirror and just get it immediately.
All right, Zarek is tanking on which one to keep on top. Puts one on bottom. Can play the Ursula this turn as well. Gonna go ahead and play Aladdin to drain for a lore. And draw a card with Magic Mirror, yeah. Okay. Back Jackson's way. Come on, big money, no whammies.
Yeah, if you're a Jackson fan, you hope it's whole new world in the whole new world or whatever.
All right, here's another let it go. Aladdin down. We're going to draw a card. It's a Hades. 7-drop Hades can come down and eat the next character Zarek Wiley plays, but that's not really his game plan here. He's just trying to not lose because he's up a game. He's able to take down the match here. This match looks like it's gone on pretty long. Zarek looks like he's going to come out on top.
Yeah. And one thing too to note is that if we even had more time, it is in such a commanding position for Zarek that it feels like the actual lose condition from here is probably something like decking more than anything.
Right. I think that's a great point. It's clear also that Zarek's played his deck a lot. He is actually moving with some speed, and that's difficult to do when you have roughly 40 decisions every single turn. But it looks like we are now in time, and Jackson Kelly is going to be turn 1 of turns. We're going to draw. And now we have that Hades in hand, so we can use that to check the queen. And we will. Queen down.
Yeah, maybe this game didn't go long, Todd, but Jackson just gave Zarek a bunch of ink. Just let it go. And Hades every turn so far has been very funny to see as Fishbone Quill and the Beast Mirror and a Grandma Tali.
All right, Grandma Tala comes down, and now Zarek Wiley. Let's see if he can clear this Hades. I think he's got a Dragonfire land over there in hand. So much ink in play. I wish we could just scoop this into one big pile and put a die on it to tell us how much ink he had, you know?
Yeah, it looks like we got a dragon here.
All right. Maleficent Monstrous Dragon going to eat the Hades. Now, Maui can't quest. It does have Reckless and no lore.
It feels to me like...
All right, we're just going to put Gamma Tala into the graveyard as well.
Yeah.
I think she only goes to the Inkwell when she is banished in a challenge.
I agree.
All right, turn 3 of turns. Jackson Kelly gonna need a big draw here in order to have a chance. Finds Develop Your Brain. That's a nice one. Top 2. Do we find a Bell Strange of Special? We need Bell Strange of Special. We need Beast Mirror to activate, and we need to find another thing to threaten 10 or to threaten 20 lore next turn, or else Zarek Wiley is gonna win this one. And he packs it in. Zarek Wiley takes this one 101. And he is 2-1, moving on to the next round. So let's head on back to the booth. That was a long, grindy match that only played 2 games. And I think that that's somewhat indicative of the Ruby Amethyst deck. The way that it's constructed, the way that the cards play against most other strategies in the format, you have so much in the way of winning an attrition battle. It's not only difficult to kill you, thanks to Be Prepared, but it's also just difficult to physically win the game because there's so many things that take lore from your opponent, from Aladdin Heroic Outlaw to Ursula to the baby Aladdin as well. There's just like not a lot you can do sometimes against them to actually physically win the game.
Yeah, and this is sort of why it is the bar, right? There's some debate on whether like Ruby Amethyst is actually the best deck, or if it's just kind of like causing a lot of problems and like preying on players as they figure things out. But regardless, it is the bar right now, and it's because of those things that you just mentioned. That is why it's such a big problem, and it doesn't deck, right? Like because of Mickey and the brooms, you get to have all these card advantage. You can't even do things like a whole new world to get them, typically. So it is a really strong deck, and that's why we see a lot of players playing it, and we might be seeing, a couple of them in our top 8 at the current pace.
We're also seeing a playmat bandit. I don't know.
Yeah.
The Sapphire player there just straight up stealing the Apex Gaming mat. Let's get the police over there. Take care of that guy. Get him out of here. Anyway, that's going to do it for round number 3. When we come back, we'll try to have some of the undefeated players ready to go for you and see how they're able to shake out as we progress towards our elimination rounds. We're playing 5 rounds of Swift today. We have 3 in the books. We got 2 more to bring you, as well as the entire top 8. We're going to crown a champion, and that player is going to win $500 as well as an invitation to the TCG Player Invitational held on October 20th weekend here at Apex Gaming. Make sure to head on out to Apex Gaming on that October 20th weekend. We're going to have 2 last chance qualifiers on that Friday, so you can win a ticket to the 16-person invite-only invitation, as well as 2 big open events on Saturday and Sunday for everyone else who doesn't qualify. We have a $2,000 open on Saturday and a $2,000 open on Sunday, so make sure to head on out to Apex Gaming on October 20th weekend for the Lorcana Invitational Sponsored by TCG Player and hosted by Apex Gaming. That's going to do it for round number 3. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. We're back for round number 4 of live coverage here at the inaugural TCG Player Invitational Qualifier hosted by Apex Gaming. I'm Tandy, joined by Mason Clark. Say hi, Mason.
Hi, Mason.
All right, these players are just about ready to go for round number 4, so let's head on down to the feature match area, and we'll talk about their decks while they're getting their mulligans situated and all that good stuff. But looks like we're going to be watching Randy Webbing again. He's playing Emerald Amethyst, right?
Yep.
We saw that deck earlier. The one-cost Pascals looked quite strong. We'll see if he's able to leverage them again. He's going to be fighting Matthew Campo on Ruby Amethyst aggro. You don't see too many Ruby Amethyst aggro decks.
Yeah, as I say, I think it might be control. It might have just been a little bit of a typo there from looking at the deck list.
Would you say that that's a whoopsie poopsie?
Oopsie poopsie. I had an oopsie poopsie.
What if we hybridize them?
Whoopsie moopsie.
No. All right, whatever. All right, as these players are mulliganing, why don't you give us a look at what you think is going to happen in... All right, so just so you know, Mr. Director, you changed the name of the person to Ruby Amethyst Control, just foie gras. All right, we fixed it. Look, it's been a day. Things keep crashing. It's rough.
It happens. No worries. These sort of things are to be expected every now and again. But yeah, one of the things that you mentioned, like what I think is going to happen here. Ruby Amethyst needs stuff like Gaston early. Get maybe an early Aladdin, Maui control, and then sort of use a Be Prepared to swing in card advantage. And then that way the Emerald Amethyst aggro deck can't really do much. And Matthew, maybe not knowing what he's playing against, inks a Gaston. So if Randy knows that Matthew knows, that's a good sign of another Gaston. If not, then you're going to be fist bumping over there from Randy. Important to note, too, Randy is 3-0 and Matthew is 2-1. Whoever wins this is probably a lock for our top 8. So sort of a very high tense matchup here.
All right. First play of the game is going to be on Randy Webbing's turn 1, and that's a Duke, the Green Goon. This one costs 2/2, quest for 1, a generic card, but great at playing defense early against opposing 1-drops while also giving you a punish if your opponent doesn't play a 1 or 2-drop themselves. Matthew Campo, though, can challenge it next turn with something like Rafiki if he has it. We'll see if he wants to go questing and open himself up to it, and he does.
Yep. These sort of, like you call them goons, the 1-ink 2/2/1s, they are nice because against decks like Lilo and into the Amethyst decks that have the 1-drop Maleficent, they can control those things and trade, which are good. And then they just are ink the rest of the time, right? And as we do see Archimedes here from Matthew get inked, which is that version of the same card. It just really changed the dynamic of everything as Aladdin comes down and we're back to zeros.
Yep. And now Aladdin doing its best impression of gaining some life by taking the quest lore counter away from Randy. And it's also a 2/2 body, so it lines up nicely against Flynn Rider, as well as trades with the Duke, depending on how Randy wants to quest this turn.
And if you're Randy, we saw Randy play around Aladdin round 1 when it comes to shift Aladdin, so we might see a similar thing happen here where, we might lose this Flynn Rider, make it so Matthew discards a card, but then we're probably going to trade in for this Aladdin, which will make it a 2-for-1 if that does happen.
All right. Back Matthew's way. We'll see what the play is. We can challenge the Flynn Rider and discard one of these high-cost uninkables. We're going to start with Brave Little Tailor as ink. Pocket Watch doesn't do anything this turn. We're going to be looking for something with Rush would be nice.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you're
Pass the
Matthew,
turn.
Yeah, you just do nothing, hold the Pocket Watch, guarantee the ink because your hand is high on uninkables, shift your Aladdin, and just eat one of the things next turn and get that huge switch up on lore there.
All right, here's a Friends on the other side. Randy Webbing going to be drawing 2 cards with that Maleficent Sorceress. We can still quest for 3, putting Randy up to 6, and deploy a few more threats. Campo does have the Aladdin guarantee next turn unless Randy has some way to stifle it, but that would require something like Mother Knows Best and most of Randy's turn to do it.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to quest for 3 here.
All right, there's 4-cost Emerald Tinkerbell. This has evasive. a very cool card because sometimes when it comes down, it actually can grant evasive to your opponent's bodyguard characters, which makes you unable to challenge them, which allows you to challenge some of the other characters that the bodyguards would be protecting. It also can grant evasive to one of your characters in play, so it can challenge an opposing evasive character on the turn you play it. A lot to love about the 4-cost Tinkerbell. But here's 7-cost Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. This is going to shift onto the baby Aladdin, and now it can attack. It's going to eat up one of these opposing characters on Randy's side of things and gain 2 lore while stealing 2 lore in the process.
I think we might be singing because Matthew's whole hand is 7 drops and higher with no ink.
You want to sing what? You want to sing?
Be prepared.
I think attacking is very be prepared-esque. Being able to eat something and gain or like take 2 lore away just creates more incentive for Randy to continue playing more things out.
Sure,
Yeah,
that's
it looks
fair.
all right, we're going to attack and discard an Ursula, and that's going to gain us 2 lore and only put 1 damage on it. Ah, come on, Spotter. We got to get those big dice.
Yeah, get them big dice on there. Yeah,
Little dice are banned. Little dice are banned in the feature match area.
draining lore, is good. I don't know. I think Matthew's going to need the top of the deck to have a lot of ink for the next couple turns.
All right, well, we're going to double trade. That's going to get that Aladdin off the table, but the damage is done. We're going to quest with the Tinkerbell, keeping the pressure up, and deploy Cheshire Cat and another Flynn Rider. So a lot of pressure here from Randy. And now we're a little far away from being able to play Be Prepared, but we're getting kind of close.
Yeah, we found Maleficent for ink, and we have Magic Mirror. So we do have the turn 6 play mirror draw a card, and that should hopefully allow us to find some ink, even if maybe next turn our whole turn is just drawing another card.
Now, if you're Randy, you got to know that the jig's probably up. You're playing against Ruby. There's 6 ink on the table, and you are very far ahead. We're going to quest all the way up to 12, it looks like. And Matthew Campo here going to need some help. Yeah, I believe our spotter missed 2 lore from last turn, so it should be 12. Yeah.
Yeah. I think one thing too to note here is that Matthew shifted Aladdin and then stopped to think, which in like is a pretty big hint that Be Prepared's in hand, right? Like, why would you stop to think your Aladdin's only going to kill something, right? So Randy might even be picking up on that along with just the normal turn 7 stuff. And your plays really do tell a lot about what you do and don't do to your opponents. As we are going to ink a Maui, but unlocking Be Prepared in exchange.
Yeah, and this is playing around Sweepers 101. If you are coming from a Magic background, you know all about trying to play around Supreme Verdict, Wrath of God, Damnation. In Lorcana, there's really only a few sweepers that exist, but when your opponent has nothing and they hit their 6th ink and just play nothing, and you have a board full of characters, it's pretty much guaranteed that they're going to be playing Be Prepared on the following turn.
Agreed, as we are going to see Ursula come down and, knock off a damage there for Randy, give Matthew a little bit of room and replace itself. So it looks like we drew the dragon and we have Elsa in hand. So
yeah, I think we're just taking on whether or not to play the dragon as an ink. I think not as good. You can always play it next turn to guarantee ink 8 for 8-drop Elsa.
Agreed.
All right. Question for 3 up to 14.
And we have some Cuscos in hand, which are going to get you a lot of lore. It might actually be over if we don't try to Be Prepared. It looks like we're going to go with the Hatter instead. And
so this is super smart from Randy. So he's not deploying Cusco because Cusco has Ward. And at the moment, one of the easiest ways to clear for Matthew is going to be a second copy of Be Prepared. If you look at the characters in play, the only ones exerted have Evasive, and the Ursula can't challenge them, as well as things like Maui and other Rush characters can't challenge them either.
Yeah, really heads up play there. We do have Elsa in hand from Matthew. If we want to ink the dragon, we know the inkable is a way to tap down 2 things and make it so they do not untap. But interesting to see sort of how it plays.
All right. Well, Randy is going to be able to quest for 3 next turn with those evasive characters. Sorry, excuse me.
You're all good. Matthew has friends on the other side, so I think that's what we're thinking about now is maybe we're just going to sing using Ursula and try and find some for weaker early cards like Archimedes to become our ink.
Yeah, that's heads up play from Matthew Campo.
Another Aladdin. We can get out of this. That would be a good card to find.
Card is usually quite good, but with Randy having a bunch of evasive characters on the table, it might not be good enough. And looks like we're thinking about inking this 9-drop dragon, even though we're playing as ink number 8. To me, that means that all we have in hand is non-inkables.
Yeah, it looks like there's 2 Elsas and a Dragonfire, and then the Aladdin we just picked up. So looks like Matthew's maybe valuing the Aladdin as a way to reduce Randy's lore potentially.
All right, so we're going to tap the 2 big ones, and then the Pascal can quest next turn. It still has evasive, so it's going to be hard to get rid of as well. But Campo here starting to build a little bit of a board presence, and now we'll go back Randy's way to see if he can deploy something like Cuzco, which threatens some serious lore generation over the next 2 turns.
Yeah. And this is be prepared or bust, basically. It's not quite there, but you need a card like that this turn if you're going to really stabilize.
Yeah, Tinkerbell is safe-ish. Pascal is relatively safe. You can challenge Mad Hatter. It's going to let Randy draw a card, but the Cusco itself, unless you can kill the Cusco somehow, or the Tinkerbell, or the Pascal, if you can't kill any of them, the game ends.
Mm-hmm. And this is how we see these decks attacking the Ruby Amethyst Menace, right? Matthew here playing the deck everyone calls the best, and it is very, very good. But you can, play some of these Emerald decks and have the creatures that are hard to interact with, and they can buy time, but they really need cards like Be Prepared to leverage themselves to the end game. It looks like we're going to tap down 2 of the evasive creatures.
Okay, and now Elsa is going to eat the Mad Hatter and draw a card. And then Ursula very likely going to be questing here. Could be singing, but questing makes more sense.
Yeah, and that's a great thing to note there, Todd, that we need to quest, even if we have something like Friends on the Other Side, because we need to actually get our lore in a position where Randy doesn't have every character as a lethal draw.
Yeah, so Randy does have another Cusco in hand. If I were Randy, I would just play another Cusco. I think that that's like easiest route to victory is brute force at this point. Going up to 18. Going to play a Mad Hatter instead. This is going to maybe leave him vulnerable to Dragonfire. But those 2 evasive characters are still in play, and they're going to be being able to be ready next turn since they're no longer going to be frozen from the Elsa.
Yeah, I think Randy was doing what you talked about before about playing around Be Prepared and making it so Be Prepared has to play this turn. Then Randy plays Cusco next turn and says, all right, well, be really prepared and have it again. As Matthew doesn't have it.
No, he does not. Goes to draw a card with the magic mirror, but that's going to put him too low on resources to be able to play it. Could have found it and then used the Ursula or an Elsa to sing it, but it was not to be. And Randy Webbing takes game number 1. As these players reach to shuffle their deck, I was going to say reach for sideboards. We don't have sideboards in this game just yet. I don't know that we're going to. And one thing that leads me to believe is that maybe we should be playing best of 1 rounds of 30 minutes and just playing more rounds. What do you think about that?
I really like the idea of your sideboard cards, and a lot of the tech cards so far have been inkable cards, so you can put them in your main deck. And for that reason, I like playing 2 out of 3 because you will then maybe ink in game 1, like you saw the Gaston there for Matthew, but now Matthew has game 2 and 3 to adapt. And now suddenly, normally I don't ink my Aladdin, but I know my Gaston's really good, right? We see this with the Steel Beast a lot, where really strong against the Ruby Amethyst type strategies, not so great against everything else, but it's sort of your sideboard card in your main because you just need ink to function. So I really like the adaptive nature. And, I played one of these 1Ks in person and mulligan completely differently in game 2 once I knew my opponent was on Amethyst Amber aggro.
Now, does your best of 1 versus best of 3 thoughts change if every event is open deck list, every real event?
Yeah, I think that moves the needle a little bit because then you know what's going on a little bit. I like the adaptation that happens between games, but that definitely would help solve some of the best of 1 and your tech card issues.
Yeah, we're all just speculating. We're all just thinking about the future here. This is nothing to really, get super up in arms about because best of 3 is what many of us are used to from other games that we like. And Those other games utilize many different reasons to play 3 games instead of just 1 game. But to me, in Lorcana, I think actually finishing the game is much more difficult in Lorcana than it is in Magic, simply because of how the score mechanism scales. Something in Magic can have 4 or 5 power for just like 2 or 3 mana, and that can threaten to win the game in just a couple of attacks. Something in Lorcana oftentimes doesn't gain the 3rd point of lore generation until you hit the 4 mana or the 4 ink zone. And anything above that usually only does 2, and then a few of the best cards in the game quest for 3. And sometimes it just literally takes a while to win. And that's one of the reasons why I think 30-minute 1 rounders with maybe Swiss +2 is what I'm looking forward to trying.
Sure. That's totally reasonable. I also think it has to do a lot with we are in just chapter 1 right now, right? And as the cards get stronger, and Lorcana is basically, and it's like, okay, this is sort of a little bit of what our game engine can do. These are some cards. This is pretty exciting. Wait till we start, really powering things up and showing you like what is stable in the game while still strong. And I think that will change things, as every base set game, when you just have the first one, always leans to be slower than average.
All right, I'm going to blow your mind for a second. I think it's the exact opposite. I think the stronger your cards are, I think that the more interactive they're going to be and the bigger they're going to be. And when your characters are largely sized and not largely, like focus on questing and lore, it's going to mean that like you're able to interact with your opponent's stuff more easily, which actually makes games go longer.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they sort of balance the lore knob, right? It's just a thing they can go with. So it really depends on how Ravensburg, actually I think I said it correctly this time, wants to go about doing it.
Ravensburger.
Robin. Yeah. Robin.
Ravensburger.
I'm Robin at the burger.
That's true. All right, we got a couple 1-drops for each player. Campo plays an Archimedes, decides not to quest. Interesting. Randy Webbing going to play Pascal. Let's see if he's able to deploy something to protect it and start questing with Evasive. Here's a Mad Hatter as Ink. Going to quest for 1. And then we're going to play a Protective Duke. This is going to grant Evasive to the Pascal so it can no longer be challenged until the Duke is dead.
Long live the Duke, as the Queen does come down into the ink. And it looks like we maybe have something like Aladdin in hand.
Yeah, 3-cost Aladdin can undo the lore generation from Randy, but that's not going to be it. We're going to play Maleficent, Sorceress, and draw a card. Maybe the best 3-drop in the game. Not only does it replace itself, but it's a body that quests a body that sings very well. Friends on the Other Side and Mother Knows Best are powerful 3-cost songs, and Maleficent goes great in either of those color combinations because of it.
Maleficent.
Yeah, no kidding. Mirror match. All right, question for 2. Randy up to 3 now. All right, we got to get Matthew to work on the mechanics. Look, it's ready everything, then draw. Ready everything, then draw.
We're going to see Gaston. And Matthew here really appreciating the mid-game power plays and inking a lot of the early cards that you might want to trade off with, because realizes that I need to have these stronger cards for sure happen on curve if I'm going to actually win this game.
All right. So let's see if Randy can start deploying some of these more serious threats. Just some goons trading in the early turns. Pascal still questing. Unfettered. Aladdin effectively gaining a little bit of life here by stealing the lore from Randy. It's just going to keep his lore count low. And here's Friends on the Other Side being sung with Maleficent, Sorceress. We're going to draw 2.
A lot of options open to Randy here. Hasn't done so much, and a lot of the cards have just replaced themselves. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly when he wants to deploy. Now, there's a Mad Hatter in there, which we can set up for next turn, and that's a good way to start, questing and getting a lot of lore.
All right, and here's 4-cost Hans. This is going to quest for 3. So serious damage output from this Hans, a very aggressively slanted character. This Maleficent should be ready on Matthew's side of things. Here we go. And that's what I'm talking about mechanics, because the game is so all over the place in terms of how you sequence things. It's important that you at least start your turn the exact same way, which is ready everything, draw card. If you go draw card, then ready everything, and you forget to ready something, well, things might start to get sticky. Your opponent's like, well, did you quest with it? Did you sing with it? What happened?
Mm-hmm. You're be really awkward for sure.
All right, here's a Dragonfire that's going to blow up the Hans. Now we're going to do
Okay.
some trading and eating of the Pascal, and this is going to be very bad news for Randy, but he's going to get to ink number 5 next turn and potentially start deploying those Cuscos and the Mad Hatters. We'll see if he's got it.
Yeah, and that was a big turn for Matthew. Every time we've watched Randy play so far, the Pascal has represented 4 to 5 lore over the course of the game, which is huge. And it did get 3 lore this game, which was great. But the difference between like 3 and 5 is massive. So we'll have to see exactly what happens as Rafiki comes down. Oh, just a pass. No ink this turn. Oh, wow. Randy's hand must be full of strong, not inkable cards. We're willing to take a turn off because we just have so many Cusco type cards that's okay to have that happen.
All right, so Matthew Campo here, gonna see if he can deploy something to challenge Randy. Right now, lore totals are pretty low, so neither player under a lot of distress. So now it's all about board positioning. No play for Matthew. We're gonna sing Friends on the Other Side, draw 3, or draw 2, excuse me. And then now, hopefully, we hit an inkable. Looks like we found an Olaf, so we can play that into a 5-drop. Here's Mad Hatter. Back Matthew Campo's way.
Love playing Mad Hatter here. Be prepared could be the play next turn. A 2-for-1 isn't the end of the world, but your Cusco can be really annoying for this Ruby Amethyst deck. So not playing it into that turn is going to be really nice. As we do see Aladdin come down, and then looks like Ursula is going to be the play here.
Yeah, it looks pretty good against the 2 damage Rafiki because it can chunk on in. It also draws a card, and Matthew might just want to be looking for things like 8-drop Elsa to, the game is not at a point where Matthew's under a lot of pressure. And something like Ursula coming down is nice because be prepared just like a turn too early.
Agreed. Ursula also putting a lot of pressure on Randy, right? Like Ursula is just going to start questing for 3 a bunch. All right. Looks like we're going to bounce that Ursula to the hand. And that's going to mean another card, another lore. But that's Matthew's whole turn if he wants it. And Randy is stepping on the gas here.
Yeah, and we're just going to cast Be Prepared and clean it up. Get all these characters off the table, and then Matthew Campo can start deploying those Ursulas again next turn. That's why the bounce effects are pretty dangerous against Ruby Amethyst. Obviously, you want to protect yourself from them challenging your stuff, and you want to get some pressure on the table with things like Genie on the Job. But here, after the sweeper effect now, it looks like Randy is going to start deploying these Cuscos and start generating a lot of lore over the next few turns.
Yeah, one thing I feel that doesn't happen enough is some of the bounce effects actually let you return your own cards, and using that as a way to fight against Be Prepared can be a really strong play.
All right, here's Ursula. We're going to put Randy back down to 5, draw a card. Found Pocket Watch. That could be a game changer in a few turns, but the most important thing I see in Matthew Campo's hand, we have 2 more copies of Be Prepared. It's going to be quite difficult for Randy to gain a foothold on this game simply because of those sweeper effects.
Yeah, those are the things that actually answer Cusco. So, this Cusco kind of is going to live against Ursula for a very long time. Be prepared as a way to actually sort of answer here. So if Randy does something like play another Cusco here, thinking like, what are you going to do? It could be disastrous.
All right, Genie on the Job. Ursula back to hand. Campo now. Probably going to play a sweeper effect here again, would be my guess.
Yeah, the Cusco is such a good hit, and then the Genie, you would almost be happy to be preparing just the Cusco proper. So getting the extra card is very reasonable and very appealing to make it your turn.
Yeah, maybe that's a good reason to play something besides Genie that turn because it's such a juicy board for a second copy of Be Prepared. But Ramsey here, maybe playing for the super long game, knows that those Be Prepares are coming and just wants to go ahead and make Matthew fire them off so he can deploy a bunch of smaller characters like these Tinkerbells and Rafikis and things like that.
Speaking of those, here they come. Eyeballing the stopwatch still. That's a really powerful play with Aladdin Heroic Outlaw, which we might see get set up now. So that if Randy goes to questing, their Aladdin can come down and really take over things.
I think I see an Elsa in Campo's hand. I would maybe like to get that down first just to start threatening the characters, but maybe instead you just want to play something else. Ursula here is always fine. Drains for one, draws a card. You know, you're slowly gaining some of those precious life points back, and another be prepared for Campo, and that actually might be two more be prepared in hand. So very difficult for Randy to fight through these. We'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, definitely is prepared. There are two more there, so it's going to be all four. And from Campo's position, I feel like I don't know. I feel like you just want to get the pocket watch down because pocket watching into Elsa and into Aladdin and into your Ursula is just like actually lets you start answering these things. Because yes, getting the lore off of Randy is good, but you're gonna get it probably no matter what. So you just need to maximize your mana for your ink for the most turns possible. So we'll have to see what Campo's approach and plan is because it could be a sing with the Ursula here.
All right, here's a Mother Gothel, but that does let Be Prepared come down off of the Ursula, and then we're going to follow it up with an Aladdin, and this is going to threaten to do some serious damage later on. And if Randy plays something that can be targeted by the Elsa, then Aladdin's going to get to chew it up. We'll see if he has a Cusco or another smaller character. Be prepared. Such a big sweeper in the game and an iconic card for sure, both from the Aladdin King movie as well. Not the Aladdin, the Lion King movie, as well as just a very powerful card in this game engine itself.
Agreed.
Oh, you ever seen that movie, Aladdin King?
Oh, I was right next to I believe it was called Lilo and Mermaid at the box
Yes,
office. Yeah.
the Lilo Mermaid. I saw that one.
Yeah. Ohana means seashell.
All right. Here's Aladdin gonna attack and gain some lore and drain some lore. And Elsa freezing the Rafiki means it's not going to be able to challenge the Aladdin next turn. So potentially the Aladdin going to get to do it all over again on the follow up. Back Randy's way. He knows he's in trouble. Oh, the Rafiki should be frozen. Let's get the director to go over there real quick. We need to stop this right now. Oh, he's got it, I think. Okay, I thought he was using it to sing for a second, and I thought we were going to have a serious problem. No harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Duke is Ink. We got Jasper. We got Cusco. Back Compo's way.
Yeah, and this is what Matthew Campo is trying to set up. Even if we trade this Aladdin for the Rafiki, it's like, all right, we got 2 cards, 4 lore of yours gone, 4 lore of mine gained. And now Elsa is as strong as Cusco, and you're up on the lore. So the race favors you, and you have cards like Maui that can come down and answer in the next turn. And you have Pocket Watch for your Aladdins. So this is why Ruby Amethyst Control is one of the most popular and best decks right now in Lorcana. As
All right, here's Pocket Watch. Not doing anything this turn, but getting it down now is nice.
yeah, Pocket Watch very strong, a little clunky to get going. So taking a time now while you're sort of slightly ahead and you don't have much else you really want to do is a great time to develop it.
All right, looks like a handful of gas for Campa. We got Maleficent 9, Maui Hero to All. Looks like a brave little Taylor. And with that Pocket Watch, I don't think Randy's able to get out of this one. I think this game's basically over. It'll end in the next few turns for sure, and then we'll have a game number 3. Jasper questing means Elsa can't quest. Jasper card not seeing a whole lot of play right now. Its stats are, I wouldn't say weak, but they are not as strong in combat as they could be, and it's more of like a card that likes to race against other things that like to quest.
Yeah, and with being an inkable card, right? It's sort of just a body that gets you some lore. That's pretty good against the control decks. And then in the mirrors, it means, oh, now Hans isn't questing for 3 lore next turn, and that swings the race pretty dramatically.
All right, here comes the dragon. That can't target a Cusco, but it can target the Jasper. And the Elsa still can't quest though, so this is a little awkward.
This is a huge misstep. We talked about how the game might be over. I think Matthew having to do it like this just creates a very awkward position, but maybe he likes his Mauis in other spots.
Yeah, I would have loved just like trading for Jasper or like eating Jasper with an attack and then using Maui to trade for the Cusco. That seemed like a pretty medium use of a Maleficent, if I do say so. But here's a Hans off the top. This is going to quest for 3 if you're not careful.
Yeah, and this is why the dragon was so important to save, right? Imagine if this turn we had played the dragon, killed the Hans, trade with the Cusco, the board's empty, right? But now we're like questing, and Randy's gonna get 3, and what if Randy just draws Cusco? The game will be over.
Right. All right, we're going to play a Pongo. We're going to quest for 3 up to 12. Both players at 12. Randy Webbing is mostly on empty. Does have a Hans in play. Needs to find another Cusco or something similar here to keep the train rolling. We're going to quest up to 15. See what else he's got. Here's a Cheshire Cat. That's pretty good too.
Yeah, that one will make racing a little awkward if Matthew tries to control the board with a non-Maui card. We picked up another Ursula, which honestly swings the math pretty well.
Well, we can actually quest for 5 here up to 17, and then Ursula actually makes it so Randy can't quest for lethal next turn. And so I think that this is what Matthew is seeing, and he's like, oh, we're just gonna okay, we're gonna brave little Taylor and attack. I thought we were losing the game.
No, we're just gonna take down the Hans, I guess, and call it a day.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Cheshire Cats, what you got? Not enough. Packing it in. Randy Webbing loses game number 2, but we got the decider coming up here. Game number 3. The winner of this match is almost guaranteed, if not mortally locked, for our top 8 rounds. The winner of this event will receive $500 and an invite to our $5,000 TCG Player Lorcana Invitational that we'll be holding on October 20th weekend. Make sure to hit the follow button if you're in chat and you haven't already. We plan on bringing you lots of Lorcana content over the next few months as we are getting our tournament series underway, as well as promoting our $5,000 Lorcana Invitational that October 20th weekend. Big shout out to our sponsors for that event. So far, we have Ultimate Guard. Thank you so much for providing us with some awesome swag to give to our players, as well as TCG Player, your best bet for a marketplace for anything TCG related. If you need Magic cards, you need Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, if you need Lorcana cards, check out tcgplayer.com. I run out of stuff to say.
You can find the One Piece on tcgplayer.com.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, I know quite a few people who work over at TCG Player. I had the pleasure of speaking to one, Mr. Reed Duke. I know he works on the Channel Fireball side of things, but it was nice getting to talk to him and connect with them. And we're very excited to have TCG Player on board with us for our invitational. It's going to be quite the spectacle, quite the event. We're hoping y'all can come out and visit us at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio on that October 20th weekend. Make sure to head to apexgaming.gg for more information. We're going to have not only the main event, the $5,000 invitational with 12 invited guests and 4 qualifiers, but we're also going to be running 2 $2,000 open events, one on Saturday and one on Sunday. So a lot of festivities to be had on that weekend. So make sure to head on out to Apex Gaming's home store in Caldwell, Ohio on October 20th weekend.
I'm excited to be there. I'm going to get to play in the event. I'm gonna game some gamers. It's gonna be a good time. I'm showing up on Thursday night so that I can hang out Friday and watch the LCQs happen. Should be fun.
All right, we got a Pascal to lead off here for Randy Webbing. Game number 3 is underway. Matthew Campo going to challenge it with Archimedes, but if Randy Webbing can just put a 1 or a 2 drop character on the table, then Pascal will have evasive and be much harder to interact with. Here we go. Here's Flynn Rider. It's going to quest for 2 and punish a challenge. Matthew Campo's way.
Yeah, and we saw Campo be a little hesitant with Archimedes in game number 1. I'd like to see if he's willing to, quest up here now and sort of, offer the trades there. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think maybe just a minor misstepping in game number 1 or 2, whichever one he didn't quest early. I'm not going to give him too much guff about it, but now he's learned from his mistakes, and he is questing for 1. Going back Randy Webbing's way, we're going to quest for 3 and play Cheshire Cats.
Yeah, and Cheshire Cat, really nice in these early games is the way to sort of keep your board control while luring up, right? And that's such a unique element of like, oh, I'm luring, but also kind of putting pressure on you to answer this.
All right. Ink 3 for Campo. Do we have the dreaded Rafiki? This 3-cost beater is a way to rush down, but no, we just have a draw 2. Friends on the other side. Gaston and Archimedes here can do some stuff. Archimedes is going to be the one to challenge the Flynn Rider, and we're going to be discarding Magic Mirror. Flynn Rider is going to be sent to the discard pile. And Gaston, while it does have to attack if able, the Pascal is unable to be challenged, so the Gaston can wait around and hopefully trade with something like Cusco or that Cheshire Cat later on.
Yeah. We're going to sing a friend from the other side.
Cheshire Cat, a bit stronger than I originally thought, but, doesn't rumble in combat too well.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat really demands that you are on the front foot and sort of leading the game. If you're behind, it's not very good, but if like you're setting the pace of the play, it really forces your opponent's hand.
Yeah, I think Emerald does a great job of having these really cool Punisher mechanics if your opponent's interacting with you at all, and or at least in the challenge realm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's 4. See what Matthew Campo wants to deploy.
Looks like
Pongo. That was mostly for the mirrors. Gaston's going to trade for Cheshire Cat. And looks like we're still unable to get there with the Archimedes, and we're not gonna quest with it. I guess that's fair at this point. You want to maybe use that to guarantee you can knock down Flynn Rider, and you don't want to have yourself vulnerable to an opposing Rafiki in that spot when you're trying to play defensive. So I like not questing on that turn. Here it is, Mad Hatter, the powerful 5-drop from Randy Webbing, a Punisher mechanic on that as well. Whenever you challenge it, draw a card. And if you have to challenge it with multiple things, guess what? Draw 2 cards.
Yep. If you're new to the card game sphere and Lorcana is your first one, Punisher typically means if you're going to do something to my card, something negative will happen to your card as you get punished for touching my cards.
All right, now Pongo does have evasive, so it can challenge the Pascal here. All right, Pongo. Nom 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 nom. He's a good boy.
Yeah, Pongo is a nice tech card. We talked about tech cards at the start of this round. It's a great way to sort of have a little bit of game in the mirror. And also, when you play against these, Emerald decks or these Emerald Ruby decks that have a bunch of evasive creatures, you have a way to actually interact with them that isn't just Dragon Fires and Maleficents and Be Prepared.
All right, well, Pongo does eat that Pascal, and now it looks like Archimedes is probably going to go after Flynn Rider and discard a card.
Yeah, it looks like we're figuring out exactly when to discard. Yeah, discarding else. So like we mentioned before, Flynn Rider in the early game into this developing to start to the mid game is a very sort of challenging card for your opponent because they kind of need to be playing things on curve, but they also need ink, and making them discard a card is really devastating in that department.
All right. 2 cards, but full retail for the cost. No singing involved. Getting the Maui down as a preemptive measure to use your ink efficiently makes sense. We're going to go ahead and quest for 3 up to 11. And now if Campo wants to trade with it, Randy seems happy about it. We're going to ink a Megara and probably play another 3-drop. Is it going to be Friends or Rafiki? It's a Rafiki. Back Campo's way.
I like getting this Rafiki on the board. We need to have a board presence. The Maui's going to eat our Mad Hatter. We just need to get in as much lore as we can before cards like Be Prepared, Maleficent, etc. start coming down. So I like this. It's probably end up just going to be a lore for oneer, but that is fine when we have so many big lore cards coming.
Yeah, but you can trade with the Maui if you really need to, just to protect some of your larger willpower characters. It's not ideal. You never really want to send your character into Maui because it's a forced attack, but they can often attack in such ways that leave it still sitting around.
Yeah. I think Matthew is just going to do that work for you, but it can be close with Tank coming in.
All right, that's going to grant evasive, so that's going to kill the Pongo. Nicely done. 2 damage on the Rafiki. We'll see if he has a follow-up here. We're going to ink another Megara. We're going to draw 2 off Friends of the other side. Okay. Back Campo's way. A lot of action here for both players. A lot of cards being drawn. Here's a Magic Mirror. That one's a little wonky in this spot. Can't really use your resources to do anything with it right now. And here, as you can see, because we didn't trade Rafiki into Maui, the Maui is going to still stick around and potentially threaten something like Cusco or Mad Hatter on a following turn.
Yeah, I really kind of wish we had done with the Maui if we get Tinkerbell to answer the Pongo too, and we were going to be doing trades. You know what I mean? It feels like we're playing into the game Matthew wants to play, and if Matthew doesn't have ink on turn 7 with the Magic Mirror in play, the hand is all uninkables, basically, which are all of the strong removal cards. So you're in like the top end bomb. So you need to be pretty careful here.
Yeah, I mean, Randy's actually playing this one nicely, I think. With these evasive characters, it's going to be hard for Maui to get much of an advantage. And so using the Rafiki to take care of the Pongo means that there aren't going to be any like 2-pronged tricks that allow you to deal with these Tinkerbells on the other side of the table.
Does look like we drew a Gaston, which I think it was the draw, which is mana. It looks like it wasn't actually. Sorry, it was a Be Prepared. So part of the high uninkables in Ruby Amethyst means sometimes this happens to you. And
all right, here it goes. Quest for 4 up to 17.
yeah,
Now, there's only 5 ink, so there's no Be Prepared possible. So Randy Webbing says, hey, shields are down. I'm going to just deploy my big drops.
Yeah, we have to draw an ink this turn so we can Dragonfire and then Be Prepared the next. But if we miss on the ink, it might just be game over here.
I mean, even so, these Tinkerbells have evasive, and the Mother Gothel's not exerted. So even a Dragon's Fire is not enough because you still gain 4 next turn. So I believe Campo is dead. That's what I believe.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, I thought Tinkerbell did 1 for some reason. That was my mistake.
Now that's because a lot of the Tinkerbells only quest for 1, but this one quests for 2. It's quite good. It's basically Pongo with 4 other abilities, which is great.
Yeah. And we're seeing here what happens when you kind of miss and you don't fight over the board. And yeah, you just pick up our cards. Matthew falling to 2, 1, and 1. Still has a chance to make top 8. We might see him in our elimination rounds, but congratulations to our other player making it in.
All right, and we do have a backup matchup to bring you. So let's go on, head over there. Looks like they are in the middle of a game. On your right, it looks like we have Amber Steel. On your left, it looks like we have Ruby Amethyst. We'll get the spotter updating all of the lore totals as well as everything else for you in just a moment. Figure out what game count they're in as well. All right, LeFaux is a card we don't see too often, but it actually works quite well with another card in play. LeFaux, a 2-cost Ruby character that is inkable. It's a 2/2, and when it comes into play, it says you can ready friendly or you can ready any character, and then that character cannot quest for the rest of the turn. But it's really great with the Queen, which can draw a card, and it's also really good at readying your opponent's bodyguard characters and making them no longer be bodyguards for things like Lilo.
Yeah, I agree. LeFou also really nice with Maui, Aladdin, sort of a really strong just tech 2-drop, right? It can be one of your tech cards to answer a lot of those problematic things.
All right, we're gonna go back to the let's see, those are frozen still, but we did quest for 3, so we're gonna get that update for you in just a second.
And it's interesting. We're starting to get to the late game here as we jump in, and both players. There's been a lot of trading off of resources because there isn't a ton of lore going on.
All right, here is another Carefree Surfer that's gonna draw 2 cards. We're gonna go back the other way. All right, everyone's making fun of me for calling it LeFou instead of LeFou. I'm sorry,
Oh,
I haven't seen. What's that? That's from Beauty and the Beast, right? So
yeah,
he's Gaston's little guy.
I've never seen Beauty and the Beast, so
I
I've heard
haven't
people
seen the
say,
movie since I was 6 years old or whatever. So my bad.
Gotcha. Well, as long as you know it's your bad.
As long as I'm not French.
Yeah.
Le
It's
feu.
like, eh,
I mean, look, y'all are probably saying it wrong too. It's not le fou, it's le feu. Probably pronounced more like leffe. Le feu.
looks like Levi Love here got a bunch of ink. Can't exactly tell because we do have a big pile, but it's
And
at
it's
least
black
8.
sleeves, lol.
Yeah. I'm gonna guess at least 9 ink.
Actually, lol, a few. Yeah, that's probably right. All right, here comes Ursula. It's gonna drain a lore and a card. And these characters from John Mann's side are gonna ready next turn. They're no longer frozen. We'll see if Levi has any interest in interacting with them or if he just wants to start questing. I think we're winning the race. I would like to start questing.
Yeah, let's just gain 5 lore this turn with our Elsa, our LeFou, and our Goofy, and just be like, all right, I'm at 13, or sorry, 6 lore. I'm at 14. Go.
All
My
right.
Ursula is 3. My Elsa is 3. You're just dead. And this sort of shifting is part of why Lorcana is so hard. You might be the control deck, but you got to know when you close the game and start winning.
All right, gonna choose to hold the Le Feu back. Gonna quest for 3 more with the Elsa. Saving it for later, perhaps. Nope, gonna go ahead and send it. All right, I like it.
Yep.
Be a distraction. Cause chaos. Run amok.
Yeah, it's such a backbreaking position to be in here. John really needs some way to answer multiple creatures here, but Amber Steel has a lot of damage-based removal, but not a lot of unconditional removal.
Man, chat's really roasting me about LeFou, man. I'm sorry. My bad. You know? My bad.
Twitch chat. Come on.
Classic. All right, here's You Have Forgotten Me. Last 2 cards gone for Levi Love. No more cards in hand. We'll see if he has any way to challenge what's on the other side of the table, but it seems rather difficult, all things considered. Goofy, high willpower, has 4, so can dodge this smash. Elsa and Ursula both have just tons and tons of willpower as well. The Queen, 5 willpower, so just really, really tough for John Mann to get out of this one. I don't think he's going to be able to.
Yeah, even if he does clear the board mostly, we're almost assuredly going to at least have Ursula left over, which is going to put us to 17 and be dangerously close to just winning the game.
All right. Stitch. Gonna go after something. Gonna hit the Elsa for 4.
All right.
And smash, it looks like. Undo.
Maybe the smash is. I mean, Elsa and the Queen. Elsa has more lore, or lore does not matters right now. Obviously, the Queen draws cards, but dying is a pretty big
All right.
problem too.
Smash that thing. We're gonna probably knock off the LeFeu. And we can't knock off the queen as well, so I think we're just dead.
Yeah, unfortunately, Luffy questing last turn really put us in striking distance.
A classic Leffen move.
Yes. Big left, that's what they call.
Me and LaFon, we go way back.
As yeah, I think John writing on the wall here. Unfortunately, though, it looks like this is going to be a draw with 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a game win for Levi Love, which is going to end in a draw overall.
Yeah, that is. Yep.
All right, let's not count out, though. Let's see what the conclusion of the game is. These two characters are going to gang up on the queen. Yep, 4 damage on both. Beast down.
And Levi's like, I will quest for 6. And that is going to be a draw. So these players are not dead just yet. With the size of our event, they might be able to win their next round and still squeak into top 8. We're going to have to see how it plays out, though.
All right, well, let's head on back to the booth because there's not too many more matches playing left. Director, tell me in my ear, like a little birdie, how many matches are left, and I'll relay that to the people. All right, we got 2 matches remaining. So we're going to take just a short break here as we get prepared for what is to be the last round of Swiss. After that, we're going to be picking our best 8 players with the best records, and they are going to be fighting it out for their fair share of $2,000 in cash, as well as an invitation to the TCG Player Invitational in October on the 20th weekend. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back for more live coverage here at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio. Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the TCG Player Invitational Qualifier here at Apex Gaming. I'm Tandy, joined by Mason Clark. So, hi, Mason.
Hi, Mason.
We have 4 rounds in the books. We're in the last round of Swiss. The players we're about to watch all have win-ins for the top 8, and they're going to be trying to win their fair share of the $2,000 prize pool, as well as an invitation to our Invitational in October. Let's head on down to the feature match area and watch this match and see who takes it down. On one side of the table, we're going to be seeing the classic Ruby Amethyst control that we all come to know and loathe. And we're also going to be facing off against Emerald Amethyst Aggro from Joel Drago. We saw Campo last round, couldn't quite get the job done. Ultimately ended in a draw. And now here we got our back against the wall, but the winner is punching their ticket to the top 8.
Yeah, Campo lost last round to a very similar deck. I'm curious to see how they adapt against this one.
All right. Going to start off with a Flynn Rider here. Is Matthew Campo, or sorry, is Joel Drago, and Campo needs to have something to interact here, or else two lore turn could be quite damaging.
Looks like Aladdin is the ink and just a pass of the turn.
All right, maybe need something like Rafiki next turn. Flynn Rider here, going to punish that too, though, making them discard a card.
Flynn Rider very good against the the Ruby Amethyst control deck here.
Yeah, when your primary way of interacting with characters is to challenge them with things like Gaston and Maui, cards like Flynn Rider, Cusco, they really punish your opponent for interacting in that way.
Yeah, and you want to make all of your first 7 ink drops every turn as the Ruby Amethyst. So getting a card discarded, even if your choice, sometimes means, well, I gotta discard the strong card and just hope I draw another one because I have to have 7 mana to work.
All right, Campo here under the gun. Let's see if he has something to deploy on turn 3. Nothing on 1 or 2. If there's nothing on 3, you have to imagine this might be a little too hard for him to come back from. But here's Rafiki, the bad Mama Jamma, going to come down and eat Flynn Rider. We're going to discard a card, but that's not such a big deal. We got a Gripful.
Yeah, and this Rafiki coming down is something we haven't actually seen much from our Ruby Amethyst control players today. They've just not had it on curve, and it's been like a 6 or a 7 turn play where it's been fine, but this is where it really shines, right? We're going to kill the Flynn, we're going to get rid of this Cheshire if the Cheshire Dare goes to combat, and that's going to be a huge difference for Joel here.
I think the only problem I have with Rafiki is that it's not inkable. It's obviously a very strong card. The moment you play with or against it, you realize that it's going to be one of your greatest tools against the aggressive strategies. But the fact that it's not inkable, combined with the fact that many of your late game cards, like Be Prepared, Dragon's Fire, Ursula, and Elsa, all cannot be inked, means that you have to make concessions somewhere. And the majority of players who play the Ruby Amethyst control often trim down to just 2 copies of Rafiki.
Yeah, I personally played 3, but I trim on some of the top end, and
Yeah.
maybe that's wrong if there's a lot of Ruby Amethyst going around, but it's all about concessions on where you're gonna do it, and it's definitely one of those cards where it's just so good on curve and still fine later, right? Which is a sign of a great card, as it does trade into the Cheshire Cat here.
All right. Joel Drago, though, does have a Hans at the ready to start questing for 3. And Campo here looking to deploy something that can challenge it, but I'm not sure that he has anything just yet. He can play Aladdin here to take a lore from Joel, but can't challenge the Hans next turn. Maybe looking for something like a Maui hero to all, but doesn't look like he has it in hand just yet.
Well, we do have the 7 mana or the 7 ink Aladdin in hand, so we can ink shift and attack, and that'd be a really powerful turn for Matthew if he's allowed to do it.
All right, looks like we're thumbing Pocket Watch as the ink for turn. We had that in Maleficent Sorceress. Going to go with the Pocket Watch. Going to value heavily the ability to shift this Aladdin next turn. We'll see if Drago sniffs it out and plays around as best he can. Maybe doesn't quest with a Hans this turn, huh?
Yeah, that definitely be a good way to stop that from happening. From the other side, spending mana for it, sort of into yeah, magic moment there of like, was this good? And he's like,
Any
yeah, of
responses?
course. Yeah.
Does this resolve?
If we have a way to bounce this Aladdin, that'd be a good way to sort of do it. But looks like Joel's decided that I can beat a shifted Aladdin if it comes down.
Well, or I just hope you don't have it. Got a quest for
Mhm.
3 when I can, right?
Yep. Yeah, and that's a big thing too that we haven't talked much about today. But sometimes, and with no ink there for I believe for Joel, sometimes your hand just won't allow you to do something, right? Like you want to be able to play around a card, but you just can't afford to. And if your hand won't let you do something, you just sometimes it's better just to play into the card because you're not going to beat it anyways.
All right, here comes Aladdin the Outlaw. Gonna chew up that Hans. We're gonna steal 2 lore, gain 2 lore. Let's get Aladdin Heroic Outlaw on the screen. That's a 7, cost 5/5, but it does have shift 5, and we just shifted onto the baby Aladdin. Daring Exploit says whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore, and each opponent loses 2 lore. Very, very strong card from Chapter 1.
Mm-hmm. Each opponent as well, highlighting maybe some multiplayer stuff in the future here for Lorcana. Maybe a little two-headed giant, first to 30 lore. Could be kind of cool, the tag team situation. It
Oh
does look
yeah,
like
that's
Cusco's
that's fun to use.
yeah.
Playing in big groups where you all ignore each other.
I mean, in a tag team situation, you know.
All right, well, Cusco's the play for Drago. We're gonna start with friends on the other side from Campo. We're gonna draw two, looking for some inkables so we can hit these ink drops so we can start casting our big cards later on. Gonna ink a broom. That one not so good in this matchup. You want that for the Ruby Amethyst mirror where games get down to decking sometimes and you need those brooms to shuffle your other brooms back into the deck.
Mm-hmm. Kind of a funny spot here where you can quest for 2, but then maybe it exposes it, but also it's just going to probably get you 2 lore anyway. So if your opponent doesn't have an answer, this is just a really powerful play.
Yeah, if it was something like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, oftentimes you want to just like not quest with it because once you expose it to your opponent's challenges, you lose a lot of its value because its value comes from being able to banish in combat from attacking. In this instance, though, the outlaw is just if it trades for the Cusco, it while questing, that is an absolute dubski. All right, here's a friends on the other side, and then a Rafiki comes down. We're gonna bang the drum on the outlaw and then gain 3 from the Cusco. This was maybe worst case scenario for Campo's decision to quest with the outlaw, but I don't think it's a bad play. I think it's just a punish for a play that you are incentivized to make.
Yep. Campo has a lot of the big cards, and 7 is just on the line of being a little scared here. So Matthew luckily gets this turn to sort of develop some threat. We'll see, had a lot of bias towards Ursula last round. Ended up losing that one. Let's see if we adapt our play and maybe develop this Aladdin.
All right, here's an Ursula that's gonna drain some lore and draw a card. Still can't challenge the Cusco down yet, and it has wards, so Cusco looking pretty scary here. Now, this is going to be a friends on the other side sang for Campo. And one little trick you can do next turn if you're Campo is you can send Ursula into Cusco first, dealing 2 damage to it, but not killing it. And when you do that, then the Maleficent can trade for the Cusco, and the ability doesn't trigger except on the Maleficent. So see if Campo sniffs that one out and Drago maybe plays around it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Matthew also drew a Maui, so that's a good answer for the second Cusco. We have this one cleaned up, and the next one, less of a problem. Often, so often it is the second Cusco that is like the real problem, right? You use so do your clean answers on the first one.
All right, gonna start with Maleficent Sorceress, drawing a card. Can't play a 5-drop this turn, but can play a 3 or 4, depending on if something is put into the inkwell. Really in the tank is Drago.
Yeah,
Say it.
I'm trying to the planning their turnout, but it seems like they just don't have that many options. So it makes me wonder if basically the question is whether to Cusco or not because of the play you mentioned. But
Right.
it feels like you just can't let that happen to you. So you kind of just have to play your cards and sit there with Cusco and hope you don't get be prepared.
I
So
think
if you have
hoping you don't get be prepared in the spot. I think it's unlikely you get be prepared in the spot if you don't quest, because your opponent just like has no incentive to blow you up if you're not pushing them. But questing does leave you vulnerable. We're going to return our own Cusco. Now, I haven't read Ward super closely. I'm going to double check that. Ward says, let's see. Let me look at Cusco real quick. Says opponents can't choose this
yeah.
character except a challenge. So you can bounce your own thing. So really cool play there from Joel to protect his Cusco from that 1-2 punch that we talked about from the Maleficent and the Ursula last turn.
Yeah, and this sort of goes back to what we talked to last turn, right? Like players haven't been using their bounce effects defensively against Be Prepared a lot. So I really like this, like, hey, I only need to have so many lore 3s to work. Cusco always gets its value. I have a bunch of pressure on board. my opponent can start loring and catch up, but I'm still going to win the lore race. I'm the Emerald deck. This play makes a lot of sense to me and seems very strong. As Matthew still biasing towards these Ursulas, does not want to play the Aladdin.
Yeah. I think it's kind of funny that one of the first people I actually saw use a bounce spell aggressively was our director, who's talking in my ear right now, Mr. Taryn Huck, co-owner of Apex Gaming with his brother Kyle. Now, him using a befuddle on his own Lilo one drop was very, very tough for me to beat in one spot, and that gave me a newfound respect for the card befuddle. And now we see Joel Drago doing essentially the same thing with the Mother Knows Best.
Mm-hmm.
The board is swinging poorly in Drago's favor. Maybe you wish some things had traded last turn with your Cuzco. Maybe you wish you bounced the Ursula instead of your own thing. But here we're in a spot where you have to face down 2 Ursulas and a Maleficent, and your deck's not very good at doing that.
Yeah. You need to present a lot of lore, which sort of creates this weird problem of like, okay, we're playing back into the Be Prepared that we just played around with Mother's Know Best. I will say that, got really sort of punished because we did have another strong play. Obviously, we had Aladdin as well, which would have been an issue. But, if Matthew just had like the magic mirror or whatever, last turn's play would be setting us up for a really good spot here still to win the race. However, it's not the world we live in.
All right, here's Cuzco. Pascal can quest for 1. Maleficents can trade.
I like trading with the Maleficents because it removes the line we talked about last turn. Otherwise, an Ursula might just eat your Maleficent if you decide to quest with it. So might as well get theirs off the board, right? Because they're incentivized just to do the exact same play again, get that extra lore.
Now, we do have another Mother Knows Best, and instead of trading Maleficents, you can just play that to bounce an Ursula and kind of reset the board. And I still don't think this is a good spot for Be Prepared. So if I'm Campo, I'm looking to redeploy the Ursula, and Joel kind of wants that to keep happening so that he can potentially draw some way to get out from underneath this other Ursula that's questing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I would just quest Be Prepared, play Ursula, and be especially with this Olaf, I'd be very happy.
Yeah. I always forget that you can sing with Be Prepared. It's so powerful with Ursula. You're right. I think this is a significantly better play.
Yeah, especially when you have the back. If maybe, Matthew didn't have anything else in hand, it would be different for me. But just, your Ursula already replaced herself. And Lord knows Matthew loves Ursula. So we go back in and get another card, lose another lore.
Alrighty. Another Ursula comes down. It's the same one that got bounced last turn. We'll see if Drago can come back into this game. But that Ursula, singing to Be Prepared into playing Ursula is devastating. I can't stress how hard it is to come back from that, especially if your opponent still has a ton of resources at their disposal.
Yeah, and we see an aggressive line here from Matthew. We're going to ink the Maui, play the Broom. We're going to pick some card to shuffle back. We're not exactly sure which one yet here, but that's going to put 4 lore in play, so we're 3 turns from winning the game.
You know what I do? I put my opponent's Olaf back in their deck. I want them to draw Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf, definitely sort of a bad one. Not so bad to draw Ursula either. I think I would have biased towards Friends from the Other Side or Be Prepared, since Be Prepared is one of the few ways to beat a Cusco, but
I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure questing to 20 first is a great way to beat a Cusco.
I agree. I think we've got that covered with the elusive Mickey.
Let's see what Drago can do. Oh, we're just going to pack it in. His hand full of 5-cost 2 4s. Mm-hmm. Not going to be able to do anything against Campo's incredible draw there. And these players are done with that game. The Ruby Amethyst deck coming out on top.
Yeah, and I really respect it from Joel there. Sort of knows like, hey, these games go long. My deck has some grind to it. I need to just pick up the cards now. I'm like maybe less than 1% to win. And I'm very live to win 2 games if I just actually play my game. So let's pick them up.
All right, as these players are shuffling up here for game number 2, I just want to take a moment to shout out our sponsors, TCGplayer.com. TCG Player is your one-stop shop for all things in the TCG space. Their advanced marketplace is perfect for stores and players alike. If you want to sell cards, make sure to check out TCGplayer.com. If you're looking for cards for any of your collectible games, make sure to check them out as well. Also, shout out to G Fuel Energy Formula for keeping us energized throughout these long days of coverage. I know that when I play a tournament, I usually need some sort of Red Bull or something along the way, and G Fuel Energy's got you covered. And most of their stuff is sugar free too, which is nice. I
Yeah.
also like to say thanks to Wings Etc. Grill and Pub whenever we're in Caldwell. It's one of our favorite places to eat. It's a great atmosphere. They got TVs for days so you can watch some cool sports and stuff. And I'd also like to say thank you so much to Ultimate Guard for providing our players with some awesome swag that we give away to our Invitational Qualifier top eights for Magic. I'm not sure what we're doing for them just yet for the Lorcana stuff, but we're working on that.
Nice. We are going to see, I think, a mulligan from 4 for both players. Sorry, 3 for Joel, 4 for Matthew.
All right. Matthew is looking for way more than 4. It looked like 6
Yeah.
on that one. So he's just trying to find some very specific low to the ground interaction to protect himself from the early aggressive drops featuring Flynn Rider and company.
All right, and we're going to be underway here with Joel on the play. Got a lot of strong 1-drops. See how it plays out. It is interesting to see how much Lilo sees play in the Amber decks and how little Maleficent sees play out of the Amethyst decks.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the nature of the bodyguard mechanic. If you don't have a way to protect Maleficent or the Lilo, they're significantly worse because people are prepared with those cheap one cost 1/3s as well as goons and even stuff like Gaston. So you really just absolutely need ways in the early turns to protect them, and you just don't have that in Amethyst. And you do have it in Amber with maybe one of the best cards in the game, Simba Bodyguard on 2.
Yes, Simba Bodyguard definitely leaves some of the best curves. As Corella Deville gets played here for Joel. And, Matthew immediately needs to start having some answers where we're going to start taking away at this lore.
All right, so let's get Corella Deville on the screen because this is one we haven't seen yet today. It's an aggressive 2-cost 1/3 that only quests for 1. This is one I would like to see quest for 2, but maybe that would make it a little too strong. But she says if a player, when this character is challenged and banished, you may return chosen character to their player's hand. And the ability is called You'll Be Sorry. So basically, if you want to challenge Corella, even if you eat her whole, you're getting bounced back to the hand. And if you sequence poorly, Corella can sometimes disrupt your whole turn by bouncing something else after it gets challenged by one of your other characters. So one you got to really keep an eye on in how you sequence.
Yeah, and a great way to protect Pascal too, right?
All right, quest for 1. No quest from Cruella. I guess doesn't care about bouncing the Gaston, so I like waiting. Punishing later when the board gets more gummed up. Third ink for Campo. Let's see if he's got Rafiki, friends on the other side, something like that. Looks like he's thumbing in Aladdin. It's going to drain for 1 and then allow for a big shift later on if Campo has access to that 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like playing Aladdin here because it lets you French on the other side next turn. And Joel is not going to do a very good job of punishing your Aladdin. Not like the Amber Steel aggro decks we saw earlier, which could actually kill an Aladdin pretty easily. So I like developing this here. Get on board, and you'll be able to maybe shift later, and you just get to do this in the next turn and have more mana. But looks like we're choosing to really value protecting the Aladdin. It's probably to set up that shift here on turn number 5.
Yeah, I like it. All right, gonna go back Drago's way. Just a draw 2 from Campo, and we're gonna look to deploy some more pressure. No sweepers at the ready, so Cheshire gonna quest. Pascal gonna quest for sure. I'm pretty sure Cruella's gonna quest too. I think at this point you just want everything you can get, and if Gaston's not trading for Cheshire, I think you're more than happy about it.
Yeah, Cheshire represents like 4 lore in that way, right? Where Corella only ever does like 1.
Right.
So this is a
Disagrees.
very good turn.
It disagrees. It's okay. Well, we're going for a different line. Saving the Cruella until the opponent has a big board, I think, is good. So don't sweat on Joel for doing that. I'm pretty sure that was an inked Mother Knows Best. We're going to have to pause the match. Please go stop them.
As we do get an attack here on the Cheshire or the Gaston. We do have 2 Cuscos in hand. No, wrong player.
Yeah.
That's a
It's a Flynn Rider. Excuse me. All right. Just double checking. He did. I don't even think he revealed it.
No, yeah, he flashed it to the opponent, but players do it quickly. Very easy to dexterity error a card like that.
Also, those two cards look similar. That's my apologies. All right, back into the game. Gaston trades for Cheshire Cat. We're going to play Queen as an ink. Let's see what our 4-drop is. Tinkerbell with evasive here looks quite good. Tough to deal with. There's Pongo. Pongo's got evasive too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All right,
and
no, go ahead.
this is a tech card we talked about last round to answer things like Tinkerbell, like Pascal, and hopefully it pays off here for Matthew, who is up a game.
All right, question for 4 up to 9. Gonna allow the Pongo to eat the Pascal, perhaps an oversight, but maybe just doesn't care. Nope, gonna Mother Knows Best. Return Pongo to hand. That's a bad dog. Bad dog. Sorry. You can't say that.
And this play from Joel really puts him in a commanding position. 4 more lore next turn, and we're quickly getting out of hand. And it's before the be prepared is going to happen. So it looks like we might even ink this Aladdin. Feels like the Aladdin is our way out of it. I act like Archimedes, and you just play Mirror and Aladdin this turn. You gain the lore back from them, then you drain lore, and then suddenly you be prepared and you're fine.
All right. Well, we got a lot of decisions for Matthew Campo. If he's able to take this game down, it will give him the match, but he's very far behind on lore and on board. Looks like there's a Rafiki hanging out there. Can get that one down and challenge the Cruella, but it's just going to bounce the Rafiki back to hand. Perhaps Pongo plus Archimedes can be the play for the turn. With Cruella only questing for 1, I'm really not a big fan of the Rafiki here. I think Aladdin into Big Aladdin is the way out. But it's a tough way out.
It is tough, but I think it is the way. So this Archimedes, I think, is bait. I think it needs to be your mana. Your hand is so strong, you need to make all your land drops. There we go.
Getting the Inkwell juiced up. I mean, look, the deck plays a bunch of non-inkables. Your turns are often bottlenecked because of it. And I think playing the Archimedes makes some sense because you can challenge Cruella with it. Oh, no, Cruella's even a 1/3, so you can't. But it's tough. Yeah. It's fine to just ink it for sure.
Yeah, I think that pocket watch is not long for this world either, because I think our hand is the rest is uninkables per usual with these Ruby Amethyst control decks.
All right, there's Cusco. We're gonna go question with the evasives. That's +3. No quest with the Cruella because you don't want to leave it vulnerable to the shifted Aladdin. Heads up play there from Drago.
Yeah. Really smart type play there. We've seen Drago do this a couple times where shown a lot of respect for certain cards and has played really well accordingly. And so it's cool to see it happen here as players get better and better at playing against these cards. The pocket watch is inked.
All right, what can you do? Cusco has Ward. Those other 2 characters have evasive. And Cruella, well, Cruella's just hanging out.
Yeah. It feels like Dragonfire down the Tinkerbell has to be the thing to start this turn. You don't have a Be Prepared yet. You could play Pongo to attack the stuff, but that opens you up to the bounce spells again, and the Dragonfire is so clunky, and there will just be other elusive things as the game goes on.
What if I told you that Dragonfire is not going to save you, and so you should draw a card with the Magic Mirror?
I think that's reasonable.
Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the Drago is able to get up to 18 next turn, but it's like Be Prepared or Bust. There's like no real way out.
Yeah, you gotta quest. You needed to quest the Aladdin so that maybe Joel makes a mistake and attacks the Aladdin down and buys you a little bit of time because you do not have to Be Prepared. And it holding back untapped is not really going to get you anywhere.
That's fair. All right, Drago in the tank here. This is probably the most important turn for him this game. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be quest with everything and then play nothing. Just being afraid of Be Prepared. He doesn't know that Compo doesn't have it. And because of that, Compo might not be able to... or Compo might actually be able to buy some time because Drago has very little incentive to play another character.
Oh, wait, does Draco have the bounce spell? Because if he does, he could maybe bounce the Aladdin.
Ooh, maybe. All right, well, now the Cusco is ready to be shifted. Or ready to be shifted and attacked. Pongo can eat Pascal, and that will stifle a lot of the bleeding.
Yeah, this is a huge moment here. We are going to lose our Aladdin to kill the Cusco, but it's going to be okay. Just getting drilled down to 15 lore is a big part of the turn here for just staying alive.
Yeah, I'm also very not into not questing with Cruella last turn. I think it's just a miss lore.
Yep. Yeah, I think if Corella gets attacked or whatever and the Aladdin gets bounced to our hand, it
Yeah,
is
great.
A-okay.
Yeah, perfect. You
Yeah.
send something at Cruella? Awesome.
Oh, it looks like we have a tiny Elsa in hand.
Just a little baby Elsa.
Yeah.
That's for questing. Looks like Campo found a befuddle, choosing not to ink it and not to play it. Maybe saving that for something else down the line. But the game's coming to a close here. We're going to quest for 3. Going to put us up to 18. Maybe Drago thinking in the back of his mind, maybe that missed lore. Hopefully he doesn't come back to bite me. Here's a Mad Hatter. Going to save Cusco that's in hand for the post. Be prepared. And it looks like Campo doesn't have it anyway. So I think this one's going to go Campo's way.
Well,
Or sorry,
Campo
Dragon's way. Excuse me.
Campo gets to Dragonfire the Hatter, attack the Tinkerbell, and
Well,
then
it's
go
not
to
lethal.
yeah.
Tinkerbell with 2 3s.
Oh, it's a 2-3. Oh, sorry, my mistake. I thought it was a 3-2. That's all me. Well, then
No,
that wouldn't be a
that's
very
because
good play.
the Peter Pan that has evasive cost 3, and you see them often together in Emerald. But the difference is that third point of willpower, right?
Yeah.
Like other evasive characters, pretty regularly only have 2 strength, and I just love all the extra abilities on the Tinkerbell. I love being able to give something evasive either on your own stuff to challenge an opposing evasive character, or on your opponent's stuff to make it so that their bodyguard's no longer bodyguard. Just a very cool card.
I agree. It's a very, very sick and powerful card. This is honestly why I kind of like a lot of people play Pongo, but I think Tigger is just better if you're trying to have an evasive thing. Um, I don't know. Eating the other evasive creatures feels very important to me if you're going to do that, but I have to see how these players go. I do think you were right though. The turn we played Pongo, like we had to either Dragonfire down the Tinkerbell to save lore, or we needed to draw a card and draw Be Prepared.
All
You
right.
cool
Well,
with
these players are getting ready here for game number 3 because they are under the gun vis-a-vis clock. They both know it. Joel Drago has 2 draws already. Matthew Campo has a draw. I think a draw for Campo probably knocks him out of the tournament, but a draw for Drago actually puts him effectively to a 3. Sorry, excuse me. That's essentially just the same as 3 wins, right? 2-0-3. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's actually bad for him too. So I think a draw for either player kills them. So they should both be playing quickly and with the intent to finish the match, which
And
they have been so far.
Yeah, they definitely have been. And a lot of this too, I think really is just players being new to Lorcana. And it's just, especially here, right? Like there's a lot on the line. There's top 8, which is going to get you your money back plus extra. There's $500, right, if you win. And then there's also the Invitational, which is, a $2,000 prize pool, 16 players, and you get the chance to play against some great players that maybe just normally wouldn't get to play or meet. So there's a lot on the line, both prestige and money, and that's going to lead to some nerves and some slowing down of the plays. But we're playing competitive Lorcana is going fast.
Yep. This is a 5-round Swiss event. We had 27 players joining. They're playing for $2,000 cash, as well as an invite to that invitational that we are having. That's October 20th weekend. And Mason, you're going to be in that event, yeah?
Yeah, I'm battling it out. I'm really excited to play. I'm going to show up on the 19th, pretty late at night, but then, hang out on the 20th, see some LCQs and stuff, and game a little. It's going to be fun.
Well, Mason has been replaced by Robot Mason, but hopefully that clears up. Not your fault. Not your fault. We'll just say internet issues. I know you live in Tennessee.
Am I better now?
That's fine. You're still sporkling. It's okay. All right. So, friends on the other side, we're going to draw 2 cards. This is the problem for doing this at home, chat, because sometimes things like this happen. It's okay, though. He'll be back to normal in a moment, I'm sure. I bet there's like a bank near your house that's just like uploading tons of data all at once. These happen to me all the time, and it would just like ruin my internet for like half an hour. It was great.
Well, I did run my speed test and I've got 500 megabytes per second download. So
That's the problem, Mason. It's not download speed that matters for streaming. It's upload speeds.
I've got 50 on the up. This is crazy.
All
All right.
right.
I'll
Oh,
sorry to hear that.
you sound good now. It's okay. It was temporary. I knew
Okay.
it was temporary.
Nice.
Back
Nice.
to the game. We got Cruella DeVille gonna get punched in the face by Rafiki, and it's gonna get bounced. Return to hand. Still have ink to play here because we did play Friends of the Other Side last turn. Looks like we're leaning towards playing the Queen as ink. Valuing that, I believe that's a Gaston in hand pretty highly, so maybe you're going to go for a Rafiki Gaston hyper defensive play next turn. Now back Drago's way, we're going to play Friends on the Other Side. We're going to draw 2 by singing it.
Yeah, and we're seeing, not a whole lot of pressure here from Joel, and we're getting close to the mid game for Matthew, which is where he's going to really start to shine. So Joel needs to do something soon that's going to put some pressure on Matthew.
All right, we're going to play Tinkerbell 4. Can we get this Emerald Tinkerbell on screen? We've been talking about it a lot. Haven't actually taken a good hard look at it, but this is a 4-cost Emerald Tinkerbell. It's a 2/3 that quests for 2, so pretty decent stats on this evasive character. And it says when you play this character, chosen character gains evasive this turn. Now, evasive is usually an aggressive ability, but the pixie dust is more defensive because you can make your stuff gain evasive to challenge an opposing evasive character, or you can give an opposing bodyguard evasive so you can challenge their non-evasive characters. So really cool card is Tinkerbell, most helpful, and something that you're going to see more and more out of Emerald decks if I have anything to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Maleficent. I'm going to draw a card.
Little Cruella into ink into the Cruella in play, maybe? Ah, Pascal.
Just a little guy, and Tink's going to gain some lore, up to 3. Going to go back Campo's way. Out of order on tapping. All right, can't challenge with the Rafiki, so it looks like we're thumbing this Friends on the Other Side to play for free off the song. Here we go. Draw 2.
Love this. We're gonna start playing big things every turn, sort of for the rest of the game. So this is a great turn to sort of Friends on the Other Side, develop your ink a little bit, and then just Dragonfire down the Tinkerbell or whatever, and just put yourself in a commanding position.
Yeah, normally you want to save your Dragonfire for very large things, but this Emerald Amethyst deck is not a deck full of very large things. In fact, the largest thing, or one of the largest things, is Cusco, which has Ward, which means that you can't target it anyway. The other 5-drop is Mad Hatter, which is so small on the body that really you're just killing it so they don't get to quest for 3. Overall, though, like you just got to fire them off when you're behind, right? Like you're having to trade down on ink, but I think that's okay.
Yeah, I think an important thing to remember on these evasive creatures is they are hard for you to answer, and so they are big, right? Like
Right.
Tink is representing 4 lore now, right? That's how much she got, which is so much more than something like Mad Hatter or even Cusco, because Cusco so often gets Mauied. So getting them now, especially when your opponent's on low lore, right? Because so much of their game plan is like, all right, I'll get you to 15 and then I'll figure it out. So getting it taken care of now puts you in a much better position for later.
All right, we're going to do some questing, challenging, maybe both. Quest for 3, up to 6. And now we'll see if Drago wants to commit more to this board. Next turn, Campo could play a Be Prepared. We're at 6 ink already.
Mhm.
I think something like Cusco would almost certainly guarantee a Be Prepared gets played if it's there. It's just threatening so much lore generation without the ability to handle it. All right, Drago, what you got? I see a Maleficent. I see a Rafiki. Our friends on the other side. All looking pretty good. I think any two of these spells is fine as well to play.
Yeah, and this is part of why the early turns are so important, right? Like getting early large amounts of lore means that we can then sort of play around cards a little bit more. It is harder to play around cards because we don't have the pressure on Matthew, and Matthew's going to start slamming the one big thing a turn, the Ursulas, the Aladdins, etc. And so lots of good options here, but you're kind of forced into sort of almost maximizing for lore above all else, even if it means playing into cards, because you just have to do that with your deck. Because we do see Matthew very quickly double lore, probably a sign that you need to be prepared.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty easy sweeper turn, but for Joel Drago, you're pretty happy with that about that because this is maybe their best spell, and it's one of their few ways to get rid of a Cusco. So if you just followed up with Cusco here, you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to get 3 lore and trade for one of their big things that they're going to play next turn.
Agreed. Yeah, if you can play Cusco here and then maybe Mothers Know Best, a creature they develop to threaten the Cusco, like in Aladdin, that is huge. And we've seen Joel set up these kind of plays time and time again. I've been very impressed by how heads up Joel has been about what is going on in the opponent's deck.
All right, here's an Ursula. I'm going to drain a lore, draw a card, stifle the bleeding a little bit, stem the bleeding. I keep saying stifle the bleeding. You get it.
Yeah,
You get it.
I got you.
All right, we're gonna ink Baby Elsa. I say baby, it's the 2-drop or the 4-drop one, which I actually like quite a bit. Its stats are decent. It's just 4/4/1, but
Yeah, 4/4/1 and tapping down some opponent's thing in your deck that plays Aladdin is very good.
nah, wrong one. There's 2 different Baby Elsas.
Oh, that wasn't the Tapper one?
No, the Tapper one's like a 3-cost 2/3 with inkable,
I
and
would have
there's a
sworn that was the Tapper one.
yeah, you know.
Damn. All right. So someone clip it and send it to me. Let me know.
There's one.
Yeah, that was not the one that was just played.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, my bad.
It was the Tapper
I
one.
just said Baby Elsa. Whatever. Give me a break.
I think that one's in the new set. Is that one even legal?
The 4-cost 4/4. Yeah, that one's legal.
Okay. All right.
It's just not very good. All right, here is a big sweeper effect. Here's Be Prepared number 2, followed by another Ursula. The first Ursula was able to sing it, and now things are looking pretty grim for Joel Drago. Does have access to another Cusco in hand, but is not very close to winning, and Matthew Campo is slowly taking over this game.
Yep, and this is part of why Ursula is such a big part of these decks, right? We've talked about how removing lore from your opponent is really big in Lorcana, and compared to other games, gaining life is nice. She replaces herself, but also singing Be Prepared, so that you sort of force your opponent to commit to the board because your Ursula threatens so much lore. You can't really play around it, and then you get to redevelop again. And so Matthew's actually presenting the exact same problem to Joel here now, where it's like, are you going to commit a bunch to the board? Because I'll just be prepared again if I have it. It's fine.
All right, Cusco number 3 is the deploy for Joel Drago, and I think we're in some trouble though. Only at 8 lore. We're going to start with friends on the other side. Does Matthew Campo, and we'll see if he's able to get some more pressure down. Gonna ink a broom. We got space for another 7. Is this Ursula again?
Well, we also have Pocket Watch and Maleficent in hand, and playing those two sets us up really well because then we can Aladdin out of nowhere, where our opponent might have like a way to unsummon the Aladdin. Yeah, I love this play. So heads up for Matthew and puts him in a commanding position with his opponent never knowing it.
Well, you're not going to give him crap for playing the Pocket Watch, then the Maleficent. You were
I listen.
ornery about that earlier.
I am so mad about it so much that anyone just actually thinking ahead makes me so happy that I'm giving them that.
Okay. All right, back Drago's way. Pocket Watch looming. That means that any time you quest, could be facing down the barrel of an Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. As we all know, that Floodborn 7-drop version of Aladdin is quite powerful, especially with Pocket Watch against these aggressive decks.
Yeah, and that is something that is really hard to like fully think about until it kind of happens to you the first time, like how chilling of an effect it has. Because right now, we can have Ursula attack Cusco and then Maleficent attack and play some other big threat, and then you develop something else as Joel, and then Aladdin gets you, if you want to keep your Aladdin around. Trading your Aladdin for a Cusco is also very good, but just a lot of options available to Matthew here. And it's going to get out of hand really quickly. I really don't hate just Aladdin, give Aladdin rush, take down the Cusco, quest for 4, put yourself up to 11, Joel down to 9, and you're just winning the race pretty hard. And Joel can't win races. The deck just does not have the tools to do that without things like Genie. And being
What if
sort of,
instead I told you Maleficent eating the Hatter and then getting haste and eating the Cusco was better?
how does Maleficent eat the Hatter?
He doesn't. I thought he had Monstrous Dragon in hand. He doesn't. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I still just don't think it would be better. I think just getting the shift on it is just so much.
All right, so we're Pocket Watch giving the Elsa rush. That's going to take down the Cusco. And then the Mad Hatter is frozen for a turn, so we're just going to quest for 4. And we're going to go back Drago's way, and it's 11 to 9 with Drago's Mad Hatter staying exerted for the time being, thanks to the Elsa.
And this is sort of, now with Matthew at 9, it is going to be very close before he's taking over the game. And we know that Aladdin's coming down at some point for probably this Hatter.
I see a Mother Knows Best in hand, so we might want to use that to bounce Ursula, but unfortunately the Pocket Watch makes all those bounce effects significantly worse thanks to the rush mechanic. Here's
All right.
Tinkerbell. This is going to be a start. This is evasive.
Yeah, Tinkerbell's a nice one here. It looks like we're also thumbing the Hans to the front. That's another way to get a bunch of lore. And we're in the racing stage now, because if we try to do anything else, Matthew's going to get us. So Mother's Know Best is a good way to keep the race in your favor. But you do just need to keep the pressure up. So I love the Tinkerbell. It's probably going to be 4 to 6 lore this game.
Someone in the chat found the best line for the previous turn. It was Elsa frees both things. Elsa haste attacks the Mad Hatter. And then we go Ursula deals 2 to the Cusco, not killing it. And then Maleficent finishes off the Cusco. I think that was the money play.
Oh, interesting.
All right, here's Aladdin, though. That, with the Pocket Watch, is going to chew up this Hatter and gain some lore and steal some lore. A really big shift for Matthew Campo.
Yep. Swapping life totals here, super big. Obviously, giving Joel a card, not anything you kind of want to do. But this Aladdin now in play 2 threatens so much. So. And Matthew looking to maybe wants to ink the Maleficent instead of the Gaston. Wants to hold the Gaston for later.
All right. Well, we're going to go back Drago's way in just a moment. We'll see what he's got. Cards off to the side. Hand is decently large, but how useful is it? All right. Rafiki going to trade with the Aladdin. I like that start. Now it looks like we're probably going to go for a Hans.
Your Rafiki was great here. This allows Matthew to not be so far ahead, and Joel can start to catch up because the lore difference is so big here. Now, Ursula will lore a lot and take a little away, but Joel is in kind of a position to maybe actually race if we can keep drawing 3 lures off the top. That Dragonfire we had from forever is still just in our hand too, so that might be a clean answer to something like the Tinkerbell now.
All right, back Campo's way. We got Hans, we got Tinkerbell. Here is Elsa. That's going to lock him down. This big finisher from Amethyst is so hard to beat when we're in a racing scenario. Elsa does get rush from that Y Rabbit's Pocket Watch, so it will kill the Hans, and then we're going to quest for 1. If you're Drago here, I think this is actually a decent spot to use Tinkerbell defensively and eat the Maleficent. You're in a racing scenario, but you're in one that I think that you're losing. And because of that, I think just taking 1 lore off your opponent's side of the table is pretty good. Oh, no, but it's frozen. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Let it go. Let it go. That's the most I can do without getting DMCA'd.
Sure, yeah. I thought you were just playing the music personally. I didn't realize you were singing it.
I love you. You're great. I'm going to have you on more often.
Hell yeah. As we do see double big creatures coming down. That's a ton of lore. And this is what we talked about. Joel can't play around, be prepared, has to initiate the race, is gonna, be in an awkward spot for it. But that's what my deck does. I gotta race.
All right. Well, here we're gonna go exerting some ink. We're gonna see if we can get some defenses going. And here we have Dragonfire targeting the Tinkerbell. According to you, this should have happened long ago, yeah?
Yeah, the Tinkerbells have done a lot of loring. That's all I'm saying, Um,
And another Ursula! My man Campo loves Ursula.
yeah. I think Ursula might be Matthew Campo's favorite card, as we are going to see probably here a quest for 4, yeah, going up to 17. And now, how is Joel supposed to answer, this Elsa and this Ursula? And, the Maleficent doesn't need to be answered right away, but is representing, like you mentioned, a little bit of chip damage, and that could be the difference.
Yeah, with Campo at 17, having to get rid of the Elsa and the Cruella is just too much. Even if you can stop it for a turn, you're not going to stop the torrent, right? It's going to happen every single turn. Your interaction is bounce based. It's going to come down, draw a card, steal lore from you. It's going to make it effectively impossible for you to win via bounce effects. Only 2 cards in Drago's hand. You're not threatening lethal by any means with your questing. It looks like Megara and well, okay, maybe that's something. We can go Megara pumping Jasper and then bounce Ursula, and then we can trade Jasper for Elsa and then bounce the Maleficent, and then maybe even use Cusco to eat the Maleficent, but I think questing's probably more valuable.
Yeah, I think what you actually have to maybe do is you actually quest with that guy that we just pumped up and make it so Elsa can't quest by questing, and then you bounce the Ursula and you just initiate a race and you force Matthew to answer your board even more so, because killing it there basically means we can never really win the race, because Ursula is just going to drain the lore back again down to 12, and even an unanswered board, we're not going to be able to do it over 2 turns. And the Ursula
All
was
right.
like, yeah, boom, boom, boom. So I think Joel's going to need some way, maybe like a French on the other side, if they're going to get out of this. But Matthew Campo just needs to keep turning cards sideways and present bodies that can lore.
All right. Campo. Gonna be prepared.
Yeah,
Following that up with a queen.
I like this. Just whatever. Cusco's like the one way. If my opponent just draws a bunch of French on the other sides in a row, Cusco they need to have in play. So this forces them to have the French on the other side and more. And congratulations, Matthew Campo, top 8ing our event here.
Yeah, that's going to put him at 2-1-1, which should give him a record that is good enough for making our top 8. And if he's able to take down that top 8, he'll win $500 and an invite to our Invitational in October. This is the first Invitational qualifier we are playing here to qualify for that Invitational on October 20th weekend. We have another one of these events that's going to be happening on October the 14th. We're going to be streaming that very similarly to how we're streaming it today. And then for the big main event on October 20th, myself and some of the Lost Boys are going to come up to Caldwell, Ohio, and we're going to put on one heck of a show. But we have a backup feature match for you. Let's go ahead and head on over there as we can see if we can find us another one of our top 8 competitors. And then okay.
Oopsies.
That's a oopser poopser. Is that what you say?
Yeah, oopsie poopsie.
All right. Well, the game's been going on for a while. Players are playing fast, low on resources, tons of ink. We draw 2 with friends on the other side. That finds develop your brain. Top 2. Anything good? Not threatening lethal with the Rapunzel just yet. Looks like a couple of grandmas only.
And this is sometimes the thing that happens when you try to have a deck that maximize inking a bunch early, is in the mid game, if you draw those cards, you're in big trouble. And that's why Develop Your Brain is such a good card in these decks, because in theory, helps solve this problem a little bit. Something like Hades here, Let It Go, or kind of what you need off the top. And yeah, Mike just drew a couple of those in a row. And with great power comes great responsibility with these fast ink decks.
All right, John Mann is going to win and likely be in our top 8 as well. Pointing at the Rapunzel saying, this card's $50. This card's $50. He's right. It is $50.
Funny enough, Mike Wilson lost all of his matches on camera today to Rapunzel. It was just Rapunzel killing him.
Weird.
Yeah,
Maybe Rapunzel is good. Who would have thought? It's $50.
yeah. Which you can get at Apex Gaming. So there you go.
Yeah, you can also get it at one of our sponsors. You can check out tcgplayer.com. If you need singles for Lorcana or anything else, make sure to check out tcgplayer.com. All right, that's going to do it for round number 5. When we come back, we're going to have a full list of our top 8 competitors. We're going to talk about some of the decks they're going to be watching on camera. We're going to have a short intermission between the last round of Swiss and the top 8 as we get some of our media stuff set up. But we're going to take a short break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the top 8 of the TCG Player Invitational Qualifier here at Apex Gaming, Caldwell, Ohio. I'm Tanny. That's Mason. That's Mason. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the Apex Gaming's Invitational Qualifier, sponsored by TCGplayer.com. I'm Tandy, joined by Mason Clark. Say hi, Mason.
Hi, Mason.
We have 8 players left in the event. I'm going to go down the line to let you know who is still alive, and then I'll tell you what match we're going to be watching first. So, the main story of the event that I want to say, no one likes this, but 5 copies of Ruby Amethyst in the top 8. Gotta let the cat out of the bag. Gotta just say what it is. What do you think about that?
Just it in my mind is pretty clearly the best deck. I think there are other good decks and there are other things you can do to beat it. But as a baseline, it's really strong and it's really punishing to players. Cards like Be Prepared, if you're not used to playing against that, where you don't play against it well, it's incredibly backbreaking. We've seen how between that and Ursula and Aladdin, turn 7 can be incredibly hard to navigate. That puts the players in a position where the stronger player can typically win those spots.
All right, so our top 8 players, I'll just go 1 to 8. We have in first place Randall Webbing. Second, Devin Harrison. Third is Franklin Fulks. And these are all players that we know from the Apex series and Magic. That's 1, 2, 3, baby. We also have Nicholas Roush at 4, Levi Love at 5, Matthew Campo at 6, John Mann at 7, and Zarek Wiley in seed number 8. On the outside looking in, it was a clean cut. It was 3-1-1 or better. But on the outside looking in are Charles Davis and Bradley Marsh. We watched Bradley Marsh play in the first round. So the match we are going to be watching to start off, we're going to be watching John Mann versus Devin Harrison. That's the 2-7 matchup. Devin Harrison is going to be on the play, playing Emerald Amethyst, and he's going to be against John Mann's Amber Steel deck. These players are just about ready to start. So let's go and head on down to the feature match area as they finish their mulligans, and we'll talk about the matchup and what we think it's going to be like. All right, so Devin's Emerald Amethyst on your right will be on the play. John Mann on the left with Amber Steel. We'll get the graphics reset for you for lore totals and stuff in just a moment as these players are finishing up their shuffling.
Yeah,
We've had... Good.
As I say, as these players are shuffling up, I think to kind of expect is both decks can kind of take a more aggressive role between Emerald and Amber being in each color, but the Steel is going to lend John to a much more interactive game and the ability to sort of maybe stop Devin and get around things like Cheshire Cat, which maybe normally have to be answered in other ways. And so the Amethyst here from Devin, is going to be the way to outdo the Steel. So it's going to be a very tight and close game, and the battlefield's going to matter a bunch.
All right, well, these players are just about ready. They have the green light to start whenever they are good to go, and we'll make sure that they are aware of that. These players have played 5 rounds of Swiss to get here. Devin Harrison was your 2 seed at 4-1. Didn't get any draws throughout the event, either in playing or in the last couple of rounds to draw in. John Mann, however, with 3-1-1, did pick up a draw somewhere. Unsure if it was intentional or not. There were quite a few unintentional draws in this event. I know last round we watched a player who was 2-0-2 win their round and make it into the top 8, but it's been a grindy day so far.
Yep. And these players are good to start, so we should let them know we got a whole days of top 8 to play out. So there they go.
All right, and these are going to be these should be untimed rounds, Taryn. Just FYI, we're not going to do sudden death or whatever, so we can turn the clock off or leave it on. It's up to you. But this is untimed. We're going to start with Olaf from Devin Harrison on Emerald Amethyst. This is a relatively aggressive character because it has 3 willpower, so it dodges a lot of those goons, but it looks quite bad in the face of Hook Forceful Duelist. So
yeah, Hook Forceful Duelist is one of the things that draws people towards Steel. Still
yes.
having things like Big Tank is like what everyone talks about, but Forceful Duelist is actually a secretly like, oh, this trades with everything really well in the early turns, and has a fairly strong shift card too that's often a 1-up. So let's see how players want to play this out here. Looks like Devin's just down to get the 1 lore and call it a day on the Olaf.
All right, well, we're just gonna let it trade and be happy with it because Flynn Rider can eat it as well. So I like it. You're kind of trading tit for tat. You're getting a lore in there as well.
Yeah, it seems like Devin doesn't have anything that can answer Hook, and so instead of falling behind in a matchup where that matters, just gonna get my 1 and done and call it a day. Get your 2 with Flynn, make him lose a card. 1 2-for-1 is not the end of the world. Players are so afraid of getting 2-for-1, but it is not like something that is unbeatable.
Yeah, oftentimes those 2-for-1s, if you sequence them correctly, end up being 3-for-2s or even 4-for-3s because of a cascading chain of effects. So I think that's a fine quest there. Like it looks bad face up, but we're gonna go Flynn Rider to eat it, and then if Hook trades with my Flynn Rider, you have to discard a card. So it's very close to even Stevens, you know.
Yeah, I think we meant to put that dice as a 1, but we dexterity error to 3 and no one's noticed.
That's fine.
There we go.
All right, here's Cheshire Cat from Devin Harrison. If that one is challenged and banished in combat, it will banish the character that challenges it. John Mann, gonna see if he can deploy something here to contain these threats. They're very punishing to attack, each of them having some sort of effect that forces you down a rabbit hole if you do it or if you attack in certain ways.
Yep. Ariel coming down, and we found a Be Our Guest.
All right, Beer, I guess hitting anything off of the aerial is good. Most of the time, you want to use it for the Singer 5 purposes to cast Grab Your Sword. And you want to play things like Be Your Guest, Grab Your Sword, maybe even a whole new world. So you actually have things to sing with it as well as hit in your deck.
Mm-hmm. Interesting here. John could hook down the Flame, but also can just quest himself and then take down the Cheshire Cat. And if Devin wants to give up the lore to attack down the Hook and make the trade, then gives him that option. So I like this quest here.
Yeah, me too. Cheshire Cat's kind of a weird one too. It has no strength, and so if you gang attack it with 2 characters, it's only the second one that challenges and kills it's the one that's going to trade. That's not really that big of a deal for this Hook, but next turn John could attack the Cheshire Cat for 2, leave it with just 1 willpower, and then later on could use Big Tinkerbell or Grab Your Sword or something similar to finish it off.
Yep.
All right, we have our archetype list up in the chat. So if you're curious about what the players are playing, I'll read them off real quick. Randy Webbing, our first seeds on Emerald Amethyst. Devin Harrison, Emerald Amethyst. Franklin Folks, Ruby Amethyst. Nicholas Rausch, Amber Steel. Levi Love, Ruby Amethyst. Matthew Campo, Ruby Amethyst. John Mann, Amber Steel. And Zarek Wiley, Ruby Amethyst. So Amethyst, very clearly the front runner, best color, thanks mostly in part to Fred's on the other side and Maleficent drawing a card. Be my guess.
Yeah, those cards are pretty big outliers, for sure.
All right, we have small Tinkerbell comes down. That's going to threaten big Tinkerbell in the next turn. So Devin needs to be careful how he quests and sequences over the next few turns. This could be backbreaking, but going to go ahead and say, you know what? I don't think you have it. I'm going to quest. We're going to gain 3 lore. And do you play anything else? Probably, but we're going to use the ability on the Jasper first and make sure that Tinkerbell can't quest.
Yeah, Devin's hands all on Inkables, and they're all 5 or 6.
That's a tilt.
Yeah. You really wanted that turn to play Cusco or something, because you're in such a commanding position with the lore, you can just run downhill. But we'll have to see how John's going to take the opportunity to do this here. And big Tinkerbell comes down.
Yeah, and that's going to eat. It's going to deal 1 to the Flynn Rider from the come into play effect, and then we're going to attack. We're going to chew up the Jasper. It's going to leave 1 willpower left. Or sorry, excuse me, 3 willpower left. That's the 2/4, not the 4/3. I always confuse them because they're both just like Cruella DeVille's big dum-dums.
Yeah, they're very confusing. They're also just like not huge characters, so they don't like stick out in your mind. You know, they literally look like background characters.
Yeah. You know, in the live action version, one of the players or one of the people who plays the goons is Hugh Laurie, who played Dr. House on House. And then also the other one is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I forgot his name. He was also in Fargo season 1, the main character.
I thought he was the main character. Rapunzel here, drawing 2 cards and resetting the Tinkerbell.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get some questing in too. No reason not to. Martin Freeman, that's the one. He's also in Black Panther. He's an FBI agent.
Oh yeah. Here comes Genie.
Genie on the job. Send him back. We're gonna quest for 3. All right. Well, John Mann is not at 20 lore. That did get bonked slightly. I'm not sure exactly what the lore totals are, but once we figure it out, we will get that updated for you. Our spotter's on the job. Our spotter's on the job. I'll figure it out.
They're gonna take care of it. This is interesting because Big Tink can come down, deal some damage, then we can attack in and, we could get Cusco low, but we're not really doing much, but you are setting up for grab your swords, and we have grab your swords. Okay, that's going to change a lot of the math here as Devin's board's going to get hit up, and we have a second grab your swords that could be huge. Build your own, be prepared.
All right, so unfortunately, I think we're having a slight more technical difficulties with the iPad that we're using to track the lore totals. I know that we actually had this problem the last time I was there at Apex, where the program would kind of freeze up slightly and it would keep resetting back to 20 no matter how many times you try to change the life total. It's actually super bad when it's lore because that's how much you need to win the game. But I believe John Mann is somewhere around
sixth lore now.
Sixth lore now, I believe. Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
All right, looks like it's moving slightly, so hopefully we'll be able to change it. But the big thing is Smash knocking off Genie on the job.
And then another aerial, see if we can find another song.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Looks like we found Hakuna Matata. Means
John
no
has been
worries.
hitting with these aerials today.
Oh yeah, it happens when you play 16 songs in your deck. I only ever play 12. I miss a lot.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like we got the lore. It's 6-11. Devin Harrison's Cusco is churning it up.
And this is big for Devin because Devin's going to go to 14 this turn and be in a pretty good spot and has drawn another Genie, which is actually pretty great.
All right, well, we got I guess we can bounce an aerial, but that just seems bad. Maybe you bounce your Cusco to reset it. That actually sounds awesome. Because then next turn you can play it and threaten lethal if the Genie sticks around.
Yeah, I think Genie is one of the ones that can bounce anything. Yeah, you may return chosen character to the player's hand.
Decided not to bounce anything, choosing not to bounce an opposing character because they each have interplay abilities, and then not bouncing his own because puts him in a big tempo downshift. But I actually quite like bouncing my own Cusco there personally.
Yeah, I think that was 100% the play. It just puts us in such a position and allows these aerials to actually convert for cards when they're not worth anything right now. So a little bit of a misstep there from Devin. We're going to have to see if we can draw more cards that can make it worth it.
All right. See what you got, John.
Got a big grip of cards, thanks to the aerials have sort of hit every single time and gotten us a lot of free ink. So we got a lot of cards in hand still in the mid game, and Rapunzel redrew us here. We know there's 2 Tinkerbells in hand, so that could be something John's thinking about too, of just getting big tinks down.
All right, John, what you got? A lot of options, grip full. Devin Harrison doesn't have that. Just one card left in hand, and it's Pascal. I'm going to quest for a little bit, going 3 up to 9. Now, Genie, 3 willpower left, can die to Smash. Pascal in hand for Devin.
Yeah, Devin, dangerously close to presenting, lethal almost every turn.
That's a John Smith, I think. Or what's his name?
Yeah, that's John Smith, yeah. A card we don't always see players turn to. So many different interesting Emerald builds today. That is definitely the takeaway that I saw.
All right, let's get John Smith on the screen. So this 6 drop, this is Inkable 6. I believe it's a 5/5 quest for 2. And it says, pick your fights. When you play this character and whenever he quests, chosen opposing character gains Reckless during their turn. And Reckless means they can't quest and must challenge if able. Here's a smash on the Genie to finish it off. This Tinkerbell cannot quest, and there's nothing to challenge. So it's going to be sitting at the ready for a full turn cycle. We'll see if John wants to go ahead and quest with the Rapunzel and the Ariel, or if he has other plans.
Yeah, we're kind of in a spot where we need to be putting pressure on Devin to win the game and not let him have any free turns. So I kind of like the idea of just questing a lot and then developing the board and just being like, listen, you can attack this down if you want, but I'm going to be presenting my own lethal soon. So we'll have to see how John wants to play it, though. Just because you quested with the first two doesn't mean you can't go back and quest with Tinkerbell.
All right. John really thinking through the turns. We are in untimed rounds. It's important to make sure you don't misstep in these late game sequencings.
Yep. I do think John's maybe leveling himself a little bit by not just trying to win the game. Winning the game is very powerful. That is my high level insight.
You think winning the game's good?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because then you win the game.
Oh, I see.
Ross Merriam
Okay.
could never tell you that.
You know, I read a lot of Ross Merriam articles. He never once said, if you win the game, you win the game. So
Yeah.
I think that's a Mason Clark first.
Get it on a black and white picture of me.
All right, so we're going to quest with John Smith again, and that's going to make the Tinkerbell not able to attack. Or sorry, it's not able to quest, but it is able to attack.
Pascal. But
all right. John needs some way to sweep him up here.
We have Big Tinkerbell.
Can only kill one.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's a cascade. That's a waterfall. Okay, well, the Big Tinkerbell clears it all up no matter what. Everything's down. John Smith should kill that Tinkerbell. Yes, it's gone. All right, and then we're going to quest for 3. And John Mann is now threatening lethal on the swing back. Does Devin Harrison have anything? Oh, another Rapunzel, too. Just so much lore next turn.
Yeah, I don't think Devin has any draw because, yeah, even a bounce spell here like Mother Knows Best, there's just so much lore in play. We have it covered.
Yeah, and packs it in. Game number 1 of the quarterfinals goes to John Mann's Amber Steel.
Yeah, Big Tinkerbell showing off why early on into Lorcana, a lot of people thought that was going to be the best card. It's just such a powerful effect. And against little creatures or cleaning up creatures, she is completely backbreaking.
All right, as these players are shoveling up here for game number 2, just want to give a shout out to our sponsors and tell you all a little bit about some events we have upcoming. So this is a TCG Player Invitational Qualifier. The TCG Player Invitational is a $5,000 invite-only event at Apex Gaming on October 20th weekend. We're having this event, which is a $2,000 invitational qualifier, and then we're also doing the exact same thing on October 14th weekend. That's 2 weeks from today. And the winner of each of those events will qualify for the Lorcana Invitational, sponsored by TCG Player and hosted by Apex Games at their home store in Caldwell, Ohio. On October 20th weekend at the same store in the same city, we're going to be doing the Invitational itself, where we'll have on Friday 2 last chance qualifiers so you can try to get into the event yourself. We're going to be doing those as shorter 5-round events, 32-person cap, and the winner of each event qualifies. So make sure to head on to Apex Gaming on October 20th and try to win your slot into the Invitational. We're going to be having former world champion of Magic the Gathering, Nathan Stoyer, as our headliner for the event. But we're also going to feature such cool folks like Mason Clark, who's in the booth with me now, as well as great personalities. We have Magic Hall of Famer Frank Carson coming all the way from Europe to play in the event. Happy to have him on board. We also are bringing on Don Delosier, as well as Rebel Sun, 2 awesome players from the Magic the Gathering space. And we're going to have them compete against some of the best in the world. It's going to be fun to watch. All right, players are shuffling up here for game number 2, mulliganing, getting their hands set. Devin Harrison's going to be on the play with Emerald Amethyst, lost game number 1.
Yep, and you do want to be on the play with this Emerald Amethyst deck. Unfortunately, you don't want to be on the play in game 2, because it means game 3, if you get there, you will be on the draw. But, you know, we're happy to have it still.
All right, let's see what the starter is for Devin. Tinkerbell is ink. Any 1-drops? Here's Olaf. It's funny. It's not funny. It's interesting that Devin is choosing Olaf over any of the goons. This Olaf has looked quite weak in the face of Captain Hook. forceful duelist, whereas all the goons would be questing and trading for the hook instead of kind of being, I don't know, embarrassed by it. I don't want to say that. That seems too harsh, but it does make it look quite bad.
Yeah, it really matters on what you're expecting, right? It seems like Devin, and this is literally how game one started.
Exactly
Devin,
the same.
yeah, it seems like teched out for for Amethyst Ruby, where there are a lot of goons in that deck, and the Olaf is nice because it will live. There's just not a lot of, like steel. Like steel is popular, but it's not like insanely popular like Ruby Amethyst is, right? So I think Devin really metagamed for that deck and has locked up the top eight, but this happens a lot in card games. Sometimes, you set yourself up for a top eight, but not for a win.
All right. Also, could have just chose not to quest again, but just literally doing the exact same thing as last game, where you trade essentially a quest or a lore off the Olaf and wood power off of the Flynn Rider for the hook.
Yeah, and I still don't know how I feel about it. I really wonder if you're supposed to have, like, I guess now it's different with the other one in play, the Eric, but you might just have to attack down the Captain Hook, where last game was different, but I don't love Devin's position in these early turns, and these are the turns that matter so much. But this is part of why Steel's so good.
We're inking a 3-cost Maleficent. We better be playing a 3-cost Maleficent also. Looks like that's not the case, though. Looks like we're going to be playing a Mother Knows Best. It's going to bounce the Prince Eric. Going to allow the Flynn Rider to quest again next turn and maybe throw John Mann off curve slightly.
Yeah, kind of a high risk play, but Devin really trying to stick to the board, take over there. That card's also, one that John can ink, so it's not even the end of the world. As yeah, here comes Tinkerbell.
All right, that Tinkerbell does threaten a big shift. Tinkerbell Giant Fairy next turn, which will kill the Flynn Rider without any punishment because you're not challenging it. We're going to draw 2 with friends on the other side as Devin Harrison, and that's going to allow him to maybe hit his ink drops for the next few turns.
Yeah, and that is important. As we've seen a lot today with Emerald, there's a lot of strong cards in the early game when it comes to being annoying, getting lore, and then your 5 drops are where you start to really get strength again. So you really want to hit your 5 on 5.
All right, and we finish it up with an Olaf. So now we're going to go back John Mann's way. We can use Tinkerbell to kill Flynn, and then we have to discard a card. But if we just go Shift Big Tink, that's not the case. Oh, we actually inked a... oh, man, the 4-drop discard 2.
Oh, you've forgotten me.
You have forgotten me. I've forgotten me. Oh, I did. I'm so sorry. That was not a bit. But it ended up feeling like a bit.
It's a bit of one.
All right, so Tinkerbell's going to go Luton. Going to tap, draw, discard. We're going to go back Devin Harrison's way. Now, Hans is looking pretty juicy. Going to quest next turn and deal 1 to the Flynn Rider, more than likely.
Yeah, and I think Flint has been banished and by being challenged, right? So we won't get the discard.
That is my understanding. All right, Cheshire Cat in hand. I see probably going to get inked for 5 drops starting now. This is where Emerald starts to get really scary with those Cuscos and Mad Hatters. What you got, Devin? Got that Clutch Gaming shirt on. Here's Hans, 13th in line. He was a villain from Frozen, but he wasn't a villain throughout the whole. He's literally villain on the card, man. What do you want me to say?
Maybe it was a plot twist.
It was a plot twist.
Not
10 years ago. You know that movie's over 10 years. Yeah, it was 10 years ago now. Over 10 years ago.
That's rough.
Yeah. They made a second one. How long ago do you think the second one came out?
It was 4 years ago.
I'll trust you on that one. All right. Devin, gonna play one of the 3 5-drops. They're all 2/4s. The quest for 3. They have different abilities, obviously. All right, there we go. We're gonna go Mad Hatter. Are we gonna quest? We're gonna quest with at least Flynn because that thing is getting chewed up.
Yeah, Flynn Rider is not long for this world.
think you want to do Olaf, even though it does open up a Shift Tinkerbell line. Maybe the Shift Tinkerbell line is just too punishing. That's totally reasonable.
All right, let's see if we got it. All right, quest, shoot for 1. We're gonna go up to 2 lore. See if Tinkerbell wants to loot here, digging for more good stuff, or maybe quest for 1. It's funny, we're looking at the camera on the left, John Mann's camera right now.
Mhm.
Where you see those microphones in the background is usually where I sit and do commentary. And I can always see myself in the camera. And now I feel like I'm a ghost.
Yeah.
All right, here's a 5-drop beast. This one normally destroys items, but there are no items to destroy. So this is just going to be a 4/4, the quest for 2.
Yeah.
It's great against the other Amethyst decks that go long, right? Beast hard-headed, kills the Magic Mirror, kills Rabbit's Pocket Watch.
It's nice here too because it eats up both a Mad Hatter and a Cusco by just being a 4/4.
All right, we're going to gain 4 lore. It's going to put Devin Harrison up to 9, but that leaves him vulnerable. And if Man has 6-drop Tinkerbell to shift in and do some attacking, this could be devastating for Devin Harrison's board position. Cusco looks nice, though. It's going to essentially guarantee 3 lore, but everything else should be getting benched this turn by attacks at the very least.
Yeah, between attacks and Hans's ability to ping, do 1 damage to something, there's a lot going on here. You have forgotten me.
I didn't forget you this time. You have forgotten me, Simba.
That is pretty good here because now Devin is out of cards and you can start cleaning up.
Yeah. All right, so now the question is, do you just ignore Mad Hatter? I don't think you can.
Yeah, it's just too much lore with the Cusco. If the Cusco was a 1 lore thing, I think it's fine, but it was correct to make your opponent discard 2 cards, then let them draw a card. That way they don't get to choose. You've done everything right, John. Just kill the Mad Hatter, save yourself some lore, do your whole thing and start questing a little bit.
All right, so we're gonna quest and deal 1 to the Olaf, and then Tinkerbell's gonna eat it, and then Beast is gonna eat Mad Hatter, and then Devin's gonna draw a card. That should be how this turn plays out, but instead, John Mann has different opinions on that. Maybe has something like grab your sword, which he can sing with Beasts.
Yeah, this does look like we're trying to sing a grab your sword, and we're gonna have Tinkerbell attack in. Or maybe we're setting up for a big Tinkerbell next turn and just valuing like, hey, Devin's going to be down a card but up 3 lore. I think we're in a situation where that's too much lore for our opponent, but John has plans and has worked his way into the top 8. So,
yeah, it's hard to navigate some of these gummy boards. So it'll just be interesting to see what the big payoff is. It's clear he's trying to set up like a 1-2 punch to clear off both of these characters, and it likely has to do with either grab your sword or
big Tink.
Yeah. All right, here we go. What you got?
I'll say this: if we didn't have one of those in hand, I would have really liked to see Tinkerbell do her draw discard ability. But we're gonna use grab your sword here off a song from Beast.
You know what? This is actually super smart for John. I'm going to explain exactly why I did this. So, the extra card from Devin Harrison could have been really bad, and this essentially just strips him of all resources while cleaning up and allowing your grab your sword to do the most damage. And it did cost you 3 lore, but I think that is a fine price to pay considering now what board position he's in. Because we're going to quest, we're going to deal 1 damage to the Jasper. We're going to quest for 4 more up to 14 and play out some more stuff. And the Smash is going to take out the Jasper. And I don't think Devin Harrison's deck has a way out at this point.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the play was still wrong, but it is working out really well here.
Well, it looks right because he sequenced it to be Devin's empty-handed, and he has exactly 20 lore on this turn. That seemed like a great sequence.
No, because you give your opponent a draw step either way, and a 3 ink lore. But it doesn't matter. John is into our semifinals there. Congratulations to him. Devin put up a hard-fought battle. We saw him win some earlier rounds today, but still a good finish, and making some moolah back for his time.
Oh yeah. So we actually had oh man, I lost it. I have to get out my phone real quick. One moment. This is
Moments.
very
I'm buying. I'm
all right.
vamping. I
So
got time.
here, here is the payout for today's event. This is a $2,000 open. 9th through 16th place each received $65. 5th through 8th are walking home with $100, and this is in store credit. But for the cash, we're giving away $150 each to 3rd and 4th place. We're giving $300 to 2nd place and $500 to 1st place, as well as an invitation to our Invitational. I keep saying that. An invitation to our invitational. It feels counterintuitive. I don't know.
An invite to the invitational.
Yeah. Anyway, we do have a backup matchup that we're gonna zoom on down to. Looks like we got a little bit of Steel versus Ruby Amethyst action. We'll see how the game looks when we zoom in down there once we get our graphics and stuff set up. But these players are hitting it hot and heavy. We got Dragonfires, we got Maui's. Boards are being cleared, and Ruby Amethyst is doing Ruby Amethyst things. On your left, Mike. On your left, Mike Wilson playing that Ruby Amethyst deck. On your right, John Mann playing Amber Steel. We saw John Mann earlier in the day. Looks like we've already cast at least one whole new world. So both players kind of starting again from scratch, and we'll see if either player is able to take it down from the spot.
Yeah, it looks like we're in game number 2 or 3 here. We'll figure that out in a second, though, just with the amount of lore players have and the amount of time that's gone by. But Levi loves someone we saw play the Ruby Amethyst control deck in the Swiss rounds to get here. Has a couple cards that, like LeFou, that really changed the dynamic, and something Nicholas is going to have to adapt to in these later games if you didn't know it already from Levi.
All right, going to tap 2. Going to play Be Our Guest. Looking at the top 4. Going to choose a character and put it in our hand. That's an Aerial Singer. Could be nice. Also a Stitch Rockstar hanging out over there.
Wow, you can get Ariel to get another Be Our Guest to get another Ariel? Holy.
Yep. That's called value. All right, Ariel is the grab off the Be Our Guest, and we're going to go ahead and play it. We're going to look at the top 4 again. Going to go spinning. We find a song, and we at least get Grab Your Sword, and that can be played with the Sing ability Singer 5 on the Ariel Spectacular Singer. She's all about singing songs, and if you've watched Little Mermaid before, then you get it.
Agreed.
I actually really like, thematically, there's a 4-cost Ariel, voiceless. And it's after she's got legs and has no voice. I always thought that one was cool.
That is a masterpiece card. Just not being able to sing is such a huge flavor win, and such a great card. It's so sick.
All right, Levi Love on Ruby Amethyst on your left. Nicholas Rausch on your right with Amber Steel. I know I said different names before. We're going to ignore that and move on. Your 5 seed is the Ruby Amethyst on your left, so that means Nicholas Rausch was on the play for game 1. Looks like he won game number 1, and we're in game 2, and Levi Love was on the play this game. We'll see if Levi is able to win here. 10 lore already for Nicholas Rausch. Very scary. Down to 9.
Yeah, Nicholas is rushing to the finish line here.
Nice. Yeah. I think Ross would have liked that one.
Nice.
All right. We're going to draw a card off to Ursula. We have a couple of middling cards in hand that we can use as ink. See which one he picks. It's going to be a LeFou. LeFou. Not to be confused with LeFou.
Yeah, or Luffy.
Or Luffy. Flying Wanks has asked, is there a timer on matches? Normally during the Swiss, yes, but we're doing untimed top 8 because we do not want to do sudden death. I think sudden death is goofy.
Yep.
All right, grab your sword. This takes out the Maui.
And Nicholas has a really nice hand here. Can do something like develop Simba, which will protect his creatures, get a little bit more lore going, dump to the board, and then if Ursula, attacks into Simba, we can Rapunzel, heal the Simba, draw 2 cards, and put ourselves in a great spot. We do want to be a little bit worried about Be Prepared, but, your cards like your Hook are not getting a lot of value right now, so getting this a little bit of pressure on board can be really nice. It looks like actually Nicholas is going to shove. It's possible Levi already used a Be Prepared earlier in the game. We obviously jumped in mid-game, so it's a little hard to know.
Yeah, I believe there's been one Be Prepared played already. We'll see if Levi can find a second one. He's going to need it for a full board clear. This is a little too much on the table for him to deal with right now. Has looks like a Be Prepared in hand that he can sing off Ursula and then maybe replace her. This is a very common play we've seen over the last few rounds, right? Just the Ursula singing and then usually deploying a second Ursula after.
Yeah. Yeah, Ursula saying Ursula is just a very strong line. Ursula having 3 lore just does a lot. Looks like we're actually going to hard cast the Be Prepared. Maybe no strong
Nope.
follow-up.
Nope. We are trading Lefa for 3 lore is what we're doing.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, untapping and then singing. That's a strong line there.
Well, I think that's what we're doing. Oh, we don't even have to LeFou. We can use the shield. So basically makes the Be Prepared cost 3, so we gain 3 lore for 3 ink. I think that's a reasonable trade. Then we're going to follow that up with Maleficent to draw a card. Anything else? LeFou for defense, maybe? Nope. Ink.
Into just a little pocket watch.
Secretly very scary as pocket watch.
Yeah, Pocket Watch plus the shield too is very good with Aladdin if a lot of little things come down. So keep an eye out for that too as the game progresses.
All right, Nicholas Rouse going to go ahead and play out a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy and deal 1 to the Maleficent. Can use that to sing Whole New World next turn. I'm curious if that's the plan. We're down on resources. We are ahead on lore, but not by very much. We'll see if Levi does anything scary this turn. If all he does is play a bunch of things that draw cards, maybe a couple of small characters, Nicholas Roush has a heavy incentive to play that big draw 7 next turn. While both players do get the draw, if he's empty-handed when he plays it, that's essentially a +7, whereas Levi's is probably only going to be like a +3 or 4.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we did find an Elsa this turn, which you can rush in as well.
Yeah, but it only has 4 strength, so can't quite challenge the Tink down. Can just freeze it, and then we can maybe blow it up next turn.
Yeah. You can also attack it in, and if you're willing to like risk getting a grab your sword happen and have your Maleficent finish it off, or some other card that you hate rush from hand like LeFou. But looks like we're right now just gonna play it and be fine with having Big Tink just sit around and play for a little bit.
All right, gonna go ahead and play 3-drop Elsa as ink. Are we gonna LeFou? No? Yes?
Sake Blue LeFou.
Okay. I don't need the French Foreign Legion coming after me,
Sure. I took French in high school. It's okay.
Okay, that's fair. All right, a second Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. That's going to knock off the Maleficent for free. Put a damage on the Elsa. We're going to go back Levi Love's way. Let's see if he can cobble together something to clear out these big tanks. Shouldn't be too hard with the pocket watch. Also has a Be Prepared at his disposal. We'll see how he wants to sequence.
Yeah, a lot of options here. And like you mentioned, there's also some, normally maybe you just want a magic mirror, right? But if you're worried about a whole new world coming down and just letting Nicholas refuel and sort of invalidate you, it might change the way that you normally want to play this. Looks like Levi's maybe doing something like Quest, untap with the shield, sing, Be Prepared, and then play like a Maleficent. Yup. And that's what we're seeing here.
Okay. Here we go. Gonna refresh. Ooh, we found the queen as well. We can go ahead and deploy that. That's nice.
It looks like we're gonna magic mirror and just draw a card.
That's fair too.
I kind of like inking this French on the other side with the magic mirror, just always going, and playing around a whole new world from your opponent. One thing to keep in mind too, if you're a Ruby Amethyst fan here, is that you can beat getting decked here by a whole new world with your brooms. You just got to make sure to keep brooming back a broom.
Does that work if your opponent stops questing, so you can't actually get your brooms into the discard pile?
Yes, but they eventually do have to have a way to do something. So it does have like a half-life to it for sure.
I know if they keep questing and you just keep churning them into each other, that sounds reasonable, but Anyway, back to the game at hand. We have a Lilo 1-drop and a no heals on the Rapunzel. And now we're gonna go back Levi Love's way. Let's see if he can check either of these characters with some spot removal, or if he wants to just deploy some stuff from hand, some threats. We know Nicholas Roush's last card is a whole new world, so you can refresh 7, trying to empty his hand so he can do just that.
Yeah. And Lilo here is a card that's a little interesting in these Amber Steel decks. It really is playing towards that versatile game plan that this deck offers of being able to play two different things, because it's not a card you're really excited about if you're playing a grindy game, but sometimes you just need to be putting pressure on your opponent in certain matchups.
All right, well, Levi has the perfect foil. That's Elsa 8-drop going to be coming down and freezing both characters, and then Rafiki going to chew up one of them. Here is a Grab Your Sword. That's going to deal 2 to the Elsa and clean up the Maleficent and the Rafiki, as well as a Stitch New Dog. We're going to go back Levi Love's way. Only 4 damage able to be dealt to the Rapunzel, so if he doesn't have a way to clean it up, Nicholas Roush could sing a whole new world next turn and get right back into this game. Wants to sing it instead of play it, so he's first to market, playing all of those cards from hand, so that Levi Love doesn't get to deploy things first.
Yeah, Levi's actually got some pretty sick plays available, including Elsaing both creatures again, and then you can like quest with your Elsa and then untap with the shield and attack, or you can you can challenge, then use shield, then challenge again to finish off the Rapunzel. So a lot of plays here open to Levi. And we also drew the Mickey, the Musketeer, so got a lot of different options going on.
Okie doke. What we got? Brave Little Tailor. We got the Queen becoming ink.
Yeah, I feel like that's her job. She's just ink like 95% of the time.
Freeze, punk, you're coming with me.
Yeah.
All right. We got Pocket Watch being activated, perhaps. Could it double send into the Rapunzel? I kind of like eating Stitch New Dog to protect from Stitch Rockstar, and then just ignoring the Rapunzel for a turn.
Or you just do both, right? You would use
Or you
the
just do
pocket watch,
everything.
use the shield. Yeah, I mean we have Rafiki too, which plays around Whole New World, but definitely could have also just used the shield to take everything down. And I think here I really like, at least hitting the Rapunzel for 4. That way you can clear.
Oh, that way they can draw another Rapunzel and draw 3 cards.
Yeah, I think it's fine still.
I think you just eat it. If you're gonna do it, just eat it. Either quest and don't hit it all, or just eat it. And we're gonna eat it.
It's just not going to happen. Like if the Whole New World's the card you're afraid of, they just won't have the mana for it because you can't sing with Rapunzel. But Nicholas is going to pack it up. Now you're going to cast a Whole New World. Too much board presence there for Levi.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of the thing, right? Like if you squeeze, right? If you just continually press your opponent's resources down so that they're always playing from behind, they need not just one draw, but like a string of draws. And knocking off that Rapunzel there might not have seemed very important. And all things considered, it likely wasn't, because it was frozen for another turn. So it couldn't sing, couldn't do much. But if you want to use Pocket Watch and attack it, I think it's smart to clean it off the battlefield completely so that a future Rapunzel can't heal it for 3 and draw 3 cards, and perhaps find a way to steal things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think the context of that, I think you are generally correct in the context of that one just makes it a weird outlier situation, if that makes sense. But yeah, definitely a weird place to be. I wish Rapunzel could actually sing more songs in that deck, like some of your high impact ones. Obviously, she's already so good that I'm asking a lot, but the fact that she only does things like Be Our Guest, etc., is kind of weird. But whatever. That card is so powerful. Also, in our middle seat, we have Ruby Amethyst Mirror going on, so we might have time for even a third match of our top 8.
We definitely will. On the right-hand side of that screen, I see roughly 40 ink.
Yeah, it does look like both players are almost out of cards in deck. Like, I think they're counting their decks right now.
Yeah, I think they're in game number 1, probably.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out.
Untimed rounds, Ruby Amethyst Mirror. Welcome to the... Yeah, okay. We're going to have to do something about this. I don't know yet. We got to figure it out, man. It's tough.
It also might not be an issue. They could be done by the time we get there,
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, I have another weird question for you, okay?
Hit me.
Hear me out on this. So do you think that not having a maximum hand size is a problem.
I have thought about that a lot. It is very overwhelming, I feel like, at times. You just have so many options, and your hand already presents so many options with inkable cards. And like when do you want to ink and when you're thinking about. I feel like I am fine with there being no hand size because it's kind of cool in some ways. And for in the future that could unlock some really cool cards. But it is definitely something that's a little weird, but I'm generally for the no hand size. What about you?
So I watched a 45-minute game one in a Ruby Amethyst mirror where neither player played a spell for 5 turns and just used Magic Mirror to draw cards.
Mhm.
So I think not having a maximum hand size mechanism allows for games like that to happen. And
Yep.
while they are technically like perversions of the engine or whatever, I think that in general you should have rules in place to keep the game going. And I think a maximum hand size absolutely does that. And not having a maximum hand size makes the Ruby Amethyst mirror potentially like a broken game that doesn't work because neither player wants to get 2-for-1 from the opponent's cards. And so if your opponent doesn't play anything, you have very little incentive to play anything yourself.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The hand does force action. And really, I guess it's a question of do you think Magic Mirror will stay a playable card long term, right? And are you willing to kind of, grit your teeth for potentially cooler cards down the road for maybe a bad 6 months at the beginning? I don't know the answer to that question, nor have I thought about it much, but definitely an interesting thing to think about.
All right, as these players are finishing their mulligans, Nicholas Roush is going to be on the play. This is game number 3. We'll see if he opens up with any cheap characters. I see Simba Bodyguard being played as Ink. That's going to start off with a Stitch New Dog, the best goon. He's a good boy.
Yeah, Stitch is great.
I think he used to be a Rottweiler or something.
Oh, like in the lore?
No, it's the flavor text on the card. Something like that.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to throw you off there.
No, you're good. You're good. I don't have much reference for the Disney product, so I was like, oh, I thought Stitch was an alien.
He is an alien. They just think
Oh,
he's a dog at first. All right. Here's
obviously.
a very powerful start. 1-drop into Simba Bodyguard to protect from the goon on the other side. Archimedes looking quite weak in the face of that Simba. This is the dance. This is level 1, level 2 going on right now. Ursula's Cauldron. My vote for least favorite card in the whole color of Amethyst. People absolutely adore this card, and I despise it.
I'm pretty sure it's unplayable and it slows the game down, which I know you hate. So,
Look, look, that's a perfect double whammy for a banning, right?
Mhm.
Everyone hates it. It's bad and also slows the game down.
Well,
No,
I kind of
yeah.
like it being legal because it gives me an advantage in the mirrors, which is nice.
All right.
I'm
Here
up
we
for card.
got Ariel Singer does miss putting a Stitch Rockstar on the bottom. That smash is an ink, and now we're choosing to not quest. This is to play around Rafiki, I suppose, but
Mhm.
I'm not the hugest fan of no quest. I feel like even Rafiki trade is not so bad, but Nicholas Roush likely has more experience in this matchup than I do, and
Mhm.
maybe wants to allow Levi to extend onto the board with those defensive characters, and then kind of squish them down with Grab Your Sword.
Mhm. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I definitely agree. Nicholas probably is way more versed. You don't make it to the top 8 of one of these events without battling at least through some Ruby Amethyst players on the way, let alone in practicing and preparing for this event, which is a big deal. A lot of people want to win one of these things and get into the Invitational.
Yo, my boy Ryan McKinney's in chat saying, Tandy speaking the truth. You know it. That's all I spit. All right, just another item for Levi Love. We'll see if Nicholas Roush wants to try to punish. We have a grip full of stuff, including a whole new world. We can blasting cannons and just start questing. But we're going to go ahead and spin the wheel. Whole new world, discarding another whole new world. I'm going to draw 7, says Nicholas Roush. Levi Love going to discard and draw 7 as well. His hand didn't look great, but maybe he was just pushing towards that 3, 4, 5 slot. And now Nicholas Roush has a handful again.
Yeah, this is interesting. Nicholas, one of the big parts of a whole new world is you want to be the first person to sort of get to use the cards. So
Right.
getting to draw the cards here and deploy to the board is nice, even though, Love is actually probably pretty happy with that spell resolving with the context of his current hand being a little lackluster.
Yeah, but look, he's only got what 3 ink. He's facing down 5 characters with nothing on the table. And so if you're Nicholas Roush, you are in one heck of a good position. You're not afraid of be prepared for quite some time. The only way that you could really get hosed here is Baby Aladdin into Big Aladdin Sing the be prepared. So if you're Nicholas Roush, that's literally the only thing that I'm really scared of.
Yeah, I think it looks like we do have little Aladdin. Even just trading in might be kind of good, but it's definitely worse than normal. This little Aladdin gaining the lore no matter, oh, sorry, subtracting a lore no matter what, though, it's actually worth a ton here since Be Prepared is the card that's going to make or break this game.
All right, here's Aladdin. Now, I can't see the outlaw in hand. I can't see if there's be prepared in hand, but I do believe that that is the way out for Levi. We'll see if Nicholas Roush wants to deploy anything else to this board. Finds Stitch Rockstar, can play that on top of the Stitch New Dog in play and follow that up with a cheap 1-drop or something to draw a card. But that leans heavily into Heroic Outlaw into Be Prepared.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how Nicholas wants to play around this because we do have a lot of good resources and we have, a lot of lore in play. We can just quest for 7. Now we can quest for 9, which is, maybe just the play is just quest a ton here.
I think it's quest a ton. We're going to draw a card off of the Lilo as well. So while we're overextending, we are doing a bit of replacement. We're going to quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way up to 11 is Nicholas Roush. Threatening lethal next turn. Levi Love needs some help. Can he find it? Will the top of the deck be kind to him? He's been picking it apart with the Ursula's Cauldron. Let's see if he set it up. Is that Heroic Outlaw?
I don't know. But this Cauldron maybe is going to, actually do something this game. Smoothing the draw has been nice. Oh, it looks like we drew Mickey for turn. That's our top card.
What's your opinion of Brave Little Taylor?
I think it's a fine thing you can have in a tech slot in your deck, but
Don't do that. Tell me the real thing you like about it.
I just don't play it. I would play Tigger before I played Brave Little Taylor. I'm pretty sure. But I haven't tested a ton with Taylor, and I think it's a way to get an edge in some of the go longer games. But I don't really care about those because my deck's pretty good at winning those sort of games. So I sort of just have Ursula's dragons, Aladdin's, and then an Elsa, and then a bunch of cards to survive the early game.
The only saving grace for me is that it's inkable.
It wasn't inkable wholly.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we did find to be prepared, but it might be a little too late. We still currently only have 4 ink. We haven't played an ink for turn, so that'd be 5. So our best case scenario is to find Heroic Outlaw into the Be Prepared. We can also maybe stall a little bit. If we find Maui here to all, we can smush into the Simba. Maybe eat a Lilo. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Nicholas Roush, if that's the sequence, Nicholas Roush only goes up to 19 lore next turn, so not quite lethal.
Yeah, and Levi here, this feels like a writing on the wall situation. Just is having to plan the next turn perfectly because everything needs to go perfectly for the rest of the game. And
I think what's actually happening is there's no way out, and the game is over, and Levi Love is staring at his hand to see and the top of the deck to see if he can figure out a way out. But it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think just because our opponent's going to 19 lore, there's just no real way to get out of it. And he's trying to prepare for okay, I can maybe survive this turn, like you mentioned with the Maui line. And how will I win from there? And that is the bigger problem, right? Less maybe that we're going to die on next turn and more that we are just inevitably dead.
All right, well, what you got, Levi? We can draw 2 cards with the Aladdin with singing, but even if we find Shift Aladdin, it will shift in exerted and not ready. So,
and this is part of why some people like the steel decks a lot, Todd, is because Grab Your Swords here is actually a card that would actually answer the board, right? And sort of answers these flood the board decks in a real way that sometimes Ruby Amethyst just has issues doing.
Yep. All
Yep.
right, Levi Love going to pack it in, and Nicholas Roush advances to the semifinals. That Amber Steel Stitch Blitz deck coming in clutch. Ariel Singer finding whole new world and playing it with an empty hand allowed him to put enough pressure onto the table to just run right over Rumi Amethyst, and that's what happens when I play the deck. That's why I like it.
Yeah, and speaking of like it, Todd, I think you're gonna like this. We're at least in game 2 here because there's no way these players only have 9 lore.
I'm gonna
in the
go
mirror.
take a nap. Gonna get
Yeah.
out of here.
Well, Magic Mirror is getting activated, and I think we're at least in game 2 here, which is good. And one of the players has a little bit of a board presence lead, so we're going to have to see exactly everything, and we'll get caught up with our spotter. But it is time for the Ruby Amethyst Mirror. This matchup can get pretty interesting and do a lot of like nuancy stuff in order to figure out who's going to win. But we'll figure it out exactly here in just a second.
Dread it. Run from it. The Ruby Amethyst Mirror comes all the same.
People, when they talk about old Magic, this is what I think they meant when they're like, "Oh, I miss Alpha, Beta, or whatever."
Look, Wall of Wood is a heck of a blocker.
True. Why were walls so strong early on? What were they doing?
I mean, they can't attack, so they might as well have a lot of defense, right?
True. Write that down. Write that down. There are walls too.
Oh yeah, I forgot you work for WotC. I get a consulting fee.
No.
All right. Well, the start of every turn when you play Ruby Amethyst Mirror is draw a card of Magic Mirror. And now Dragonfire are going to kill Ursula. We can ignore that Maui for quite some time, especially thanks to the Shield of Virtue on either side. So it's going to be unlikely any player is going to allow their characters to be vulnerable to the Maui from now on.
Yeah, we don't know lore yet. We'll find out in a second. Unless Matthew has a ton of lore, I really like Franklin's position because Franklin has the magic mirror going, and that's just over the course of the game going to lead to more advantages and forces Matthew to play into cards like Be Prepared, which are often just 1-for-1s in the matchup.
All right, when our spotter does confirm the lore totals and game count, we will get that for you.
All right, so it looks to be 5-3. So
Yep.
pretty bad place for Matthew fans.
I mean, look, his hand is stacked. He has 9 cards in hand or something. So, like, he's not doing that bad.
That's true. And it looks like Franklin's going to start with a dragon, Maleficent on Maleficent action.
All right, but we're going to go back immediately to Campo's turn. And look, we got a bunch of resources also. We're going to play the Queen, and we're going to play a Monstrous Dragon of our own and blow up yours. And Quest for 1. So, a little tit for tat. Going to go back Franklin Folks' way.
Yep. And notable, Franklin didn't ink last turn, so we can't go ink, activate mirror, be prepared this turn. So if we want to get any mirror value and not be preparing, then we're going to be giving our opponent some amount of lore, which is relevant in the matchup. There are ways to heal with Aladdin and Ursula, but not a ton.
All right, good call on that. So here's a be prepared. These characters are going to go to the discard pile, and then we're going to follow it up with a Maleficent Sorceress. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, these players, how do either of them actually win the game? Both of their decks are playing sweepers and drawing a bunch of cards, and it's like turn 20, and both players have 14 ink and grips full of 7s. And the answer is they don't usually finish. They draw a lot unintentionally in tournaments, which is one reason why I'm a big advocate for best of one. And I don't want to like keep bringing it up because I know Mason's not a best of one advocate, but this is the reason why for me.
Sure.
All right, here is a brave little Taylor. Let's see if Folks has the answer. We're going to start by singing Friends on the Other Side, draw 2. We do have another Be Prepared, but it seems loose to play that on a 1-for-1 trade basis, and you would even lose your Maleficent in the exchange as well.
Looks like Franklin's taking this time to stock up with some friends on the other side.
All right, finds another Be Prepared, and he's going to go ahead and play it. Doesn't like the 4 lore from that brave little Taylor. It looks pretty scary. And then we're going to ink Gaston.
Well, I think we double ink this turn Because we
no, because
only had.
last turn we had 10 because we couldn't draw a card and play Be Prepared, and now we have 11.
Oh, I miscounted the pile. Excuse me. I thought we had 12.
Fine, it's easy to miscount in the stage. So much going on. We're gonna play Maleficent Sorceress from Campo. Draw a card. Gonna play a Magic Mirror of our own. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Gonna draw another card. Any inks? Don't want to ink a broom. Don't want to ink anything except Gastons and Maui's, really.
Yeah, and this is a spot where, before I really liked Franklin's position because we had the mirror going. Now Matthew's up on lore, I believe tied on ink, and now has the magic mirror going. So Franklin needs to do something to sort of start taking over this game because the initiative to win is now more on him than Matthew.
All right, well, we're gonna go back Franklin Folk's way. What you got?
I was gonna say we could see a broom here to put back Ursula. Once again, Ursula draws a card, threatens a lot of lore, and steals lore from the opponent. So an early broom on that is a pretty reasonable place to be.
Yeah, I do think Ursula is one of the stronger cards in the mirror. Replaces itself, which is great, and just has 8 willpower. That just means Maui doesn't target it, or doesn't knock it down, and it just has to be Dragon's Fire or Sweeper effects or tag teams that kill it.
Yeah, interesting choice from Franklin. Franklin put back Be Prepared. I would think that if you wanted to removal spell the Maleficent Dragon in your graveyard, is mostly going to do the same thing. But maybe Franklin knows something about Matthew's deck that we don't. These players are in game number 2, and I bet you Franklin saw a lot of Matthew's deck in game number 1.
Well, there's some interesting tech cards from Campo. There's a chance that he doesn't have brooms. If he doesn't have Mickey Broom package, Folks could be playing for a Deku game. Oh, there's a broom. I lied. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say that's one reason you might want to, but never mind.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think it makes a ton of sense if they don't have brooms to just be like, oh, okay, like let's deck. You're gonna have to commit to the board in a way you normally don't.
Yep. Ursula is in the graveyard ×3, but we're gonna go back and get Mickey Brave Little Tailor and shuffle that in. And very few cards left in either player's deck. So we're going to be getting down to the nitty gritty here. Brooms, bringing back brooms. If you are a fan of Magic the Gathering, this is a blue-white control versus blue-white control matchup. Just 2 decks that can play forever, stall you out forever, and just deck themselves sometimes on accident.
Yep. Franklin needs to start questing. We need to start actually impacting. I love this friend from the other side for ink because we need that one lore to start going.
All right. Draw a card with Mirror. It's funny. It's like early in the game, Mirror is great. Helps you hit all your ink, keep you high on resources, makes trades easy. Later in the game, you only got 10 cards left. Maybe you don't Magic Mirror anymore,
Yeah, it definitely can get awkward with the brooms, especially when you're the person who's behind on lore and not threatening to win. You can trade brooms into stuff, and you can kill a broom to put a broom back and buy a turn, but you need to be working towards winning. And if you're not doing that, then you're in a really awkward position.
Well, both players have access to Shield of Virtue, so they can keep going quest for 1 shield if they want, if they have nothing else to do. I think that's a great way to push towards your victory condition without exposing any of your big payoffs. And I think that that's exactly what both players are trying to do. They're trying to just find little spots to gain micro advantages. But when there's so many big bursts of resource advantages, it's very difficult to do that.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I really wish Franklin, instead of drawing a card last turn, had quested once with, either of the cards. And just, gotta win the game here. Winning is important even in these control mirrors.
Well, I was going to say, I think if both players held their stuff ready for a while, I think that would be better than either player questing, because one Mickey Mouse sorceress allows you to essentially get 1 extra broom activation, which I think is ridiculous. And if both players have broom out, it's only a matter of time before Mickey comes down and allows those brooms to do some serious damage, especially with White Rabbit's Pocket Watch allowing for them to have rush.
Yeah, that's why I liked your line of the shield that I was mentioning.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If I ever contradict you or say the same thing as you, just know I got 4 things going on otherwise that
no,
I might
you're
be
good. I was just like, I like the line you presented, and then you're like, you idiot, my line was bad.
My line was so bad.
I was like, what's going on? But we do see, Franklin here starting to take into account some Lauren.
This is also why I brought up maximum hand size earlier. I think both players right now have roughly 9 or so cards in hand. And you're going to get to a point where it's just advantageous to draw a card and not play anything instead of playing a 9-drop or an 8-drop or whatever. But that's just always the case when you get to the late game because all of these cards come down and blow something up. And so you just never want to be the first person that exposes your side of the battlefield to an opposing blow stuff up.
Yep, agreed.
But if you have to discard down to 7, that changes things quite a bit. But it's basically just a mechanism to force action. And without it, you just don't have to. And that's just somewhat problematic in these exact scenarios. But every single Ruby Amethyst mirror comes down to almost this exact same type of game.
Yeah, Matthew, speaking of that, coming down to it, I think just needs to be doing what we did last turn of just get the broom, untap the broom, get your 1. You're like pretty far ahead and you should keep that momentum going.
All right, brooming it up, getting the Aladdin down. Yo, Playmat Showdown, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. All right, Mason, take over for a second.
All right, I'm taking over.
Brain's melting.
All right, nice. Well, if you're a Franklin Folks fan here, you want to see Ursula come down immediately so that we can start applying pressure in a serious way. Looks like Franklin's maybe just queening, trying to find an Ursula, and did pick up an Elsa here, which is a way to actually tap down these 2 creatures and then attack them once they are exerted. So that's going to be a pretty tempting play here. I don't think Pocket Watch is off camera, so there's going to be none of that action happening. And I don't know how many Magic Mickeys they are playing here, but we'll have to see exactly how Franklin wants to approach playing this. The other player also having no Pocket Watch means we can use the Quest with the Broom pretty safely and use our mana on other things like Magic Mirror, etc. And Rafiki coming down. So that's going to let us clean up those 2 things very nicely.
All right, bang the drum, get them out. But now this is the powder keg, right? So Franklin Folks is first to bite. Campo was just like, here's an Aladdin, here's a broom. I'm gonna quest a little bit. We're up to 10, and now Franklin Folks is behind by 7 lore and has to pull the trigger. And what's gonna end up happening is that it's gonna be a cascade of turns for the next 3 or 4 turns where both players just continually clear their opponent's board, and it's gonna be just hard to stomach. It's just a lot.
Yep.
All right, draw for turn. Matthew Campo, what you got? Archimedes is ink. And clear would be prepared, maybe.
Yeah, I was say I kind of like this be prepared here and just like play some little friend, to just like keep the little questing, even maybe just draw a card or whatever. But yeah, I like this Rafiki, just whatever, play it.
Get him in there.
Yeah, you're 10 turns away from winning right now with the shield, so might as well just keep the pressure on Franklin and keep making him commit stuff like you were mentioning.
All right, folks, tab in 3. Drawn with Maleficent. Gonna ink Gaston. That one's for the aggro matchups. That one's not for here.
Yeah.
Here it's ink. What
That
does
one's
my
for the Magic
purpose? All right, draws looks like be prepared. Gonna activate both mirrors. Gonna get pretty far ahead on overall resources, but still very behind on lore.
Yeah, and it makes me think about, we just drew that be prepared. What if that had been Ursula, when we broomed a little bit ago? And now we were actually, threatening to actually get a lot of lore going.
All right, Aladdin's going to keep the lore down, though. Back down to 9 is Matthew Campo. Here's Archimedes getting lower to the ground. Normally you save those in the late game to be ink, but here recognizing that he's behind on lore needs to apply a little bit of pressure with these weaklings so that Matthew Campo is forced to start running out those big bads. Once you start running out the big bads, my big bad answers your big bad, and so whoever plays the second big bad wins.
I wonder if maybe an Elsa's going to get played here and just tap down like Aladdin Maleficent, and then, Rafiki just eats Aladdin or whatever, and you call it a day, and, Franklin plays Dragon or whatever, then you Dragon back, and then you're in a pretty good spot.
All right, Rafiki going to go questing. Looks like Campo has very little interest in doing that, but maybe wants to quest first. Maybe just going to play Maleficent, draw a card. Maybe plays Dragonfire, but doubtful. Basically just trying really hard is Campo to not expose any of his characters to being challenged.
Yep.
I think it's very smart.
Yeah, eventually Franklin can set up something like Elsa plus Aladdin, but that's 13 ink at the soonest, and that is a ton to commit. So, it's also possible, Matthew knows a lot of, in theory, the cards that Franklin has in the lore. And this is a sign of weakness here. Just dragon firing down the Rafiki. Franklin knows that he can't keep the game going at its current trend or he's gonna lose.
To me, that signifies that Franklin did not have Elsa. I think Elsa would have been a much stronger play there to just, freeze both of them, do some eating or trading or whatever, and then move on with your life. And instead, though, gonna go ahead and quest for 3. Gonna get a little aggressive, maybe just trying to change the tempo a bit. Make Campo be the first one to bite. But as you can see, though, it's like pretty common. Neither player wants to leave too much exposed, and they definitely just they have 8, 9 drops in hand, and they're just not playing them, and that's why. Wild to me.
Yeah, Matthew here, kind of an interesting position where you can do something like Elsa in here. Yeah, like you can Rafiki Elsa, and then the board's pretty even, so the Be Prepared is down a card for Franklin and sets up your big bads and just threatens the most lore. Because if you stick an Elsa or you stick an Ursula, you will lore for so much.
All right. Gonna go ahead and draw a card. Found an Aladdin. Can go ahead and play that to drain 1. Keep Franklin Folks on the back foot. Gonna play a baby Elsa as ink, and here's Aladdin. -1. I gotta say, I appreciate everyone in chat being here. This is not, in my opinion, indicative of the traditional Lorcana experience. This Ruby Amethyst deck is extremely good at just not dying.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I think Franklin is like 4 turns away from basically losing at the current rate.
Seems reasonable. I mean, the problem is he's just doing the small ball thing, but he's so far ahead on the small ball thing that it's just going to force Franklin Folks' hand. Maui here is a card that Franklin Folks can play and just chew up the Maleficent, but then you don't get to untap and do anything. But here, this is a big swing turn. This is Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. So exposing your Maleficent, that quest for 1 last turn, perhaps a huge misstep for Campo.
Yeah, and you see Franklin even starts to tap a little bit quicker and doing stuff here. It's like, okay, yeah, let's hide my Aladdin, force you to play your dragon and let's get the ball going. And I think that is probably what's going to happen here. We're probably going to see Matthew do something like quest, draw, dragon down your Aladdin, go, and force Franklin to either have his own Maleficent or be prepared.
Now Franklin's doing the exact same thing that Matthew Campo did last turn, which was exposing exactly 1 creature to an Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. So these players both kind of stepping into here, or at least are under some sense of urgency to try to come back or claw back into the game. When I honestly don't think either player is that close to physically winning. And I think if either player just doesn't quest with their 2/2 on their own turn, this game just looks a lot different.
Yeah, I think I agree. Like, if Matthew had just left the Maleficent up and waited a turn, still would have been in a great position. And it feels almost like there's some amount of fatigue going on, right? These players have been playing these decision-heavy decks all day, and now they've been playing decision-heavy mirror match here for probably about an hour since our top 8 started. And so we have that sort of going for them. And I think it's just like Matthew here is even just missing, like, oh, I could have shifted on the Aladdin, ate your Archimedes, and then untapped with the shield, and then be basically back to where I was and undo the sort of great play that Franklin set up. But we're back here to just sitting around and waiting and missing opportunity to strike. And when those moments come, you have to get them in these tournaments. That's how you win big events like the Apex series.
Now, I will say this. someone in chat, DT Mana, brings up the fact that a lot of the Ruby Amethyst players have been moving towards more evasive characters in the mid game, from 5-drop Goofy, Pongo, even 6-drop Tigger that you talked about earlier in the day. And all these look nice for doing exactly that. Here is a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon going to come down and swallow up baby Aladdin. Put him in your mouth. Nom 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 nom.
Nom. I'm gonna nom once we're done with this top 8.
Oh, I'm so hungry. You have no idea. Did you even eat lunch?
No, I didn't eat lunch.
Oh my god, you must be ruined right now.
I'm running. I got a little extra energy in me, you know. My body can convert some stuff.
That's fair. Are you a breakfast guy? Did you eat breakfast before we started?
So I did eat breakfast, yeah.
I'm not a breakfast guy.
Yeah. I just moved into this apartment yesterday, and so I don't have any like groceries yet, which is on the agenda for tonight. So I just like ran out the old McDonald's and got an iced coffee and you know, a chicken biscuit. Called it a day.
I tried to get breakfast this morning. I was gonna go get a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit from Hardee's, but
Oof.
the one the one next to my house. No offense to people who work there, or whatever. It's maybe the worst run fast food restaurant in the whole world.
Congratulations on having the worst one. That's impressive.
Look, when you pull up to the drive-through, here's the situation. You pull up to the drive-through, even if it's empty. Let's say it's empty. You order whatever you want, and then when you get up to the window, you pay, and then by default, this is not like a weird thing, but by default, this is what they do. They make you pull up 10 feet in front of the window so that they can bring you your food to the curb by default.
Huh.
That's how slow they are. That's how horribly run it is.
That is rough.
Snorlax says, I was on the fence before watching this, but this game needs a maximum hand size. Yes! We have a convert!
Yeah, so what happened there? The shield.
He got a little ahead of himself. Sorry.
Yeah.
Good.
No, you're good. I was about to explain the exact same thing there. Just got a little ahead of ourselves with the shield play, and so I think note, and it really is like, you know, a sign of fatigue, right? Like these players know what their decks do. They got here. Franklin went undefeated. Matthew only got a draw. Imagine to another Ruby Amethyst player. You know, maybe not. Who knows? But regardless, these players know their cards. It's just when you make a million decisions, you're going to get fatigued. And if you make a million decisions 4 times, you know, or 4 rounds in a row, you're going to be very out of it. And Matthew's finally going to use one of these be prepareds after forever.
Yeah, but this is the spot where he's been jockeying for the whole game, right? He's nickel and diamond, playing these 2/2s, chipping in some damage, forcing Franklin Folks to eventually overextend, and one be prepared cleared a Monstrous Dragon as well as an Elsa.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back Franklin Folks' way.
Yeah, and this is I really don't want to harp on it, but like I do think these games are often won or lost by micro decisions. When we broomed the Be Prepared, when we had one in hand instead of the Ursula, now we just don't have any pressure, right? Like this brooming a broom stuff will work in theory, but will not, you know, solve all our problems. We're gonna broom Elsa and try and win. We maybe have one more broom left in our deck, and so no reason to broom a broom until you're kind of down to your last one.
That's fair. And I saw at least one more broom in Franklin Folks' hand, but you're going to see maybe Magic Mirror kind of slow down a little bit here. Magic Mirror has been this card that both players basically just start their turn, spin 4 and draw a card. But once you get down to about 5-ish cards left in deck, you know, you need to start setting up so that you can play broom on broom. You need to make sure that you're getting full value out of Mickey Sorcerers. It's honestly just really, really Snorlax. All right, here is Maleficent Dragon. Get that broom. And another Magic Mirror, just what the doctor ordered. More card draw. Franklin Folks, only about 6 cards left in deck. Draws. Looks like Elsa 8.
I wonder if we have the ink to go Elsa, Aladdin, Pocket Watch, Kill Your Dragon. I go to 11, you go to 9. Or you go to 8, sorry.
All right, I have a proposition for you. Do you want to take a fiver and I'll do commentary, and then you come back and I'll take a fiver?
No, I'm pot committed. I'm pot committed. Hit me up in the
Oh my
final.
god. Okay, we came into this game when they already had like 7 or 8 ink.
Mhm.
And this is the same game, and I think we've been in this game for at least 20 minutes.
About right. Todd, are you
Yeah.
excited for when Franklin wins this game and we get to watch game number 3?
I might not. You
Okay.
know? I might not watch it.
I'm gonna watch it. I can't get enough Lorcana.
I'm gonna make them flip a coin. Look, no rules, just right. I back Steakhouse.
Yum.
I bet they would flip a coin, right? They don't want to do this.
I know. I kind of like playing the mirrors.
Just so you know, this is a joke. Don't flip coins to see who wins games. Yada yada yada. Just joking.
Oh, all right. Big play here. So we got the Mickey of Wisdom, and we have a broom with the pocket wash, so we can attack in. So we're gonna be able to get another card back into our deck. Which one of these is gonna need to be on broom, but now we can get another one that can be on something like Ursula and maybe actually take the lead. Now we know from Matthew's perspective that we have 1,000,000,001 answers, but this is the kind of stuff that you need if you're Franklin in order to actually win the game.
Yeah, and you also need to just time your Mickey Mouses so that you always gain. Like, I'm sure Franklin had that Mickey Mouse and broom in hand for a while and was literally just waiting on White Rabbit's pocket watch so he could give it rush. So he could do exactly this because he knows that the broom comes back to hand thanks to that, and that gives him another broom cast, which lets him shuffle something else back into his deck, like you said. So, very smart play from Franklin Folks. Very well sequenced. These games are insanely long. There's a lot of nuance. Honestly, it's a little annoying.
Franklin shuffling his graveyard because it's so big he thought it was his deck. Little tired.
Just Ruby Amethyst things. All right, we got to come out with a better name than Ruby Amethyst Control. I need look, this game's going to go for a while. I'm just going to let them play cards, whatever. Hit me. Give me one suggested name for Ruby Amethyst Control. That's not the color names or whatever.
Ambien, because it puts people to sleep, and if you combined Amethyst and Ruby, sorry, misspoke. What do you think about it, Ambien?
Well, I think you were thinking of Amethyst and Amber together for Ambien, but maybe not.
Well, Ruby, I'm stretching it. I'm stretching it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's
Pass.
like a
Yeah. Okay. No doubt.
No doubt.
no.
What if we
Mickey? We played a card. We played a card. We got a
Okay.
card.
All right,
We drew a
here's
card.
Brave Little Taylor.
Heaven forbid we ever draw a card before we play a card.
My
Anyways.
brother. Would you rather them take another second and think about it, or just play actions at random?
Yes. If I'm gonna be here forever, I might as well be happy when it happens. Oh my goodness, Dragon the Mickey. I heard Mickey likes dragons.
All right, nom. This is why I don't like Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor, specifically because of how poorly it matches up in the mirror matches to Maleficent Monstrous Dragon and such.
Mm-hmm. It is a nice way to have a way to actually win, but that's coward talk. Just have more things and more brooms and go forever. I'd rather have a Mickey. I play like 4 of the Magic Mickey, and just that's the game plan.
All right, we got broom on broom.
Yep, this is gonna happen a lot.
Great, love this. Said no one ever.
Matthew needs to keep dragoning down the dragons and make it so that he can catch a broom with like Elsa's or whatever, or once we're out of brooms. But for now, you just don't want to let the brooms get brooming. Oh my
McKinney, I don't like the ink pile stuff either. It's very difficult to track how much ink someone has. Not to say anything bad about Lorcana specifically or whatever. I actually just really like how Pixelborn implements ink, where it has like a little ink jar, and you just put your card into the ink jar, and then it just counts forever. It's great.
Yeah. White rabbiting.
Right. Elsa, pocket watch, smash your broom. Yay, we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Build it up. We only have 14 more. We only have 14 total resources or whatever. So 5 cards left in deck. It's about time to start brooming my own brooms.
All right, director, let me in on a secret. How many of the Ruby Amethyst control players made it? And because I know there were 5, and we know
No,
one
there's only
lost.
4. There's only 4.
Okay. Okay, so there's 4. 1 lost. There's 2 here. So are we going to hit the 50-50 where the Ruby Amethyst players have to play the mirror again, or the opposite sides of the bracket? Let me know.
This would be a fun best of 1 game. I'll tell you that much. As a match, this is not fun. Because that just means that if Franklin Folks is able to take this down, this might take like another hour, you know? This might take another hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to sort of
See what happens if Franklin Folks wins. I might legit order Domino's. You know what I mean? Like I might be like,
we might be gaming here. What do you think was worse? Green White Manifest or this?
Manifest.
Yeah, I think so too. If you had said this was worse, I wasn't going to believe you, but
Manifest is physically unable to finish mirror match games. This one, I think, can physically finish. It's just very difficult.
Yeah. I wonder how much this came up in like future testing when they made chapter 1 of like, oh, the Ruby Amethyst mirrors, you know?
Yeah, I don't know how much the I mean you have more of an insight than I do on that type of thing, so I'll just default to you on that. But like if you found like a cool deck like this Ruby Amethyst, big, slow, clunky, mid-rangey deck, and you found like, it took us 1 day to find Broom or whatever, right? Like 1 day, and we're like, oh, Broom's really important for the mirror match. Like maybe they didn't see that, but like they made Broom and it's in the color, right? So maybe they did think of that. And if they did think of that, then why do we have best of 3 instead of best of 1?
My thought would be that one way that you could maybe miss it is a late edition that Broom can hit Broom. You know what I mean? Like there might have been Broom a non-Broom card for a while, and then someone said that's too many words, cut it, and then it got missed. You know, those sort of things happen all the time. But I'm just curious to know, because they might also think like there are counters in the metagame. And I do think there are decks you can play to beat this. And, you know, that might help with the natural churn. Uh-oh, Matthew found his Broom. He didn't get past it. That was our best chance of getting this game over. Well, I guess that's not true. I guess you want to cheer for Matthew. Oh, no, Todd. Matthew mirrored too much, I think. I think he is decking. I think Franklin is going to win.
Okay. All right. Let's see him. Let's see someone physically win the game before we call it over. Franklin Folks, grip full. Matthew Compo has not many cards left, but one of them is a Broom. And as long as those brooms are being able to be put into the graveyard, we'll be able to endlessly cycle them in. However, Folks just doesn't have to kill them. And if that's the case, you know, and if there's nothing on his side that's exerted, the Broom might physically not die except to be prepared. And then Matthew Compo can't Broom back a Broom and be prepared over time.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons I liked holding Elsa, because you can Elsa in order to make sure your Brooms like attack in with your Mickey, which we're seeing now.
The Legacy says, 1 bad hand and you can lose the round. Best of 1 lets luck play too much into winning. I say build your deck better. I say mulligan better. You know?
Nah, Okay, so these are the only Ruby Amethyst players left in the tournament breaking. No matter what happens, this is the last mirror we will see of this matchup. And all right, we don't have the ability to kill this Broom. I was gonna say maybe we can Dragonfire or something, and then get another card. But Franklin is up cards with nothing tapped. Matthew has, I believe, Broom and one other card left in the deck.
Well, let's see it. Franklin Folks might just Campo might be too focused on just having to Broom back Broom, and maybe Folks just wins the attrition war based on raw powerful cards left.
There's just with a turn. Okay, yeah. Maybe you can just do this. You can just go like Ursula, Ursula, go. And just be like, I'm threatening to win the game. All right. So the broom's going to go back to hand, and the broom can broom Mickey. Or does it not work that way because they all die at once?
I don't know, man.
Oh, no. Yeah, they would all die at once, and then Mickey's not in play to see the broom die, so you don't get it. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh, no. Ursula draws a card. I forgot about that.
All right, but we got the broom to get back broom. And then we can broom next turn to get back something. So, we're on life support here, but we're still in it.
Franklin, cut the deck.
Oh, it's broom. Let me read Mickey. Someone said broom has a die in a challenge, so maybe that's what's going on here.
Okay, that is definitely it.
All right, Mickey says whenever one of your broom characters is banished in a challenge, so in a challenge specifically. Cool.
All right, cool. I never had it come up before, so
we're getting delirious, chat. Don't blame us. Blame Ruby Amethyst.
One of my favorite cards here, Mickey, the Wayward Stork. Mickey actually just playing a lot of Diablo, just cosplaying up. Magic Mirroring. So there's some card Franklin needs. Because Franklin knows his whole deck.
Matthew knows his whole deck too.
Yeah. Don't be prepared, because then you could broom the broom if you be prepared. Oh yeah. No. All right, Aladdin, actually huge. All right, we're getting to the end game now, chat. Broom a broom. Then we can play the dragon or Aladdin, either. I kind of like playing Aladdin. I think Franklin has 17 ink.
That's all?
That's all.
What do you think about alternate win condition of hitting 20 ink?
That's cool. You have to rebalance all the Sapphire cards going forward.
I don't think you do. Sapphire needs some help, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's a short-term solution to a long-term problem, though.
Yeah, well, pretty big problem.
All right. What do we do now?
Broom my broom, my broom, my broom. Into broom my broom, and then we broom my broom.
I agree we're brooming. But I think you can Mickey first. You just need to have one broom in deck. And there's
all right, so you go. Do you have another Elsa in hand? If you, oh man, I don't know.
Hang on, we can math. Just play your cards, Franklin. You have 15 ink of cards in hand, and you have 17 ink. It's fine. We believe. All right. So we've killed the broom again. Now we're gonna get Mickey. We have another broom in hand. And the broom's gonna hit the broom. I actually don't like this because in theory, you could save the second broom and then just put Mickey back. If you draw Mickey, you can broom to Elsa, draw Elsa, play Elsa, haste the broom, play the broom. So you'd actually be up another card. So Franklin, a little bit of a misstep there. I don't know why he didn't think about those 40 moves ahead after playing all day with this heavy decision thing here. Clearly, no problems going on there.
All right, well, let's see who's able to take it down. Both players are in the broom soft lock. They're trying to figure out the best way to win while making sure they have brooms going back into the deck. It's relatively difficult because the brooms only get shuffled back to hand from Mickey if they die in a challenge. But them dying at all means... how did they both die?
Okay. Yeah, there's just confusion.
But them dying at all creates a chain of brooms. So it's just a very tense, weird game here at the end of it all. Yeah. And we'll see which person is able to navigate it best.
A little bit of a dance going on here as we did draw broom. So we have Wayward, Mickey, and I believe one of the big cards left in our deck is the last two. You should use your shield to untap the broom. Untap the broom.
Untap the broom. I wonder if he can hear us. Franklin!
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, that's 4 mana. No, don't draw a card. Franklin, no. Wrong one. Oh, no.
That's Mickey.
Oh, I thought we had
So if we have Ursula to tap Ursula and Broom, and then we go Mickey, Pocket Watch, give it Rush. Something like that.
Okay. Wait, that's not the last broom, is it? Oh, wait, does he have the mana? Or the ink? Oh my gosh, we didn't pre-plan all this. Are we short? Oh no. Oh no. We've dropped the bag. We didn't plan through our whole turn.
Well, fatigue will do that to you. Okay.
It will. And I think Franklin was in a favored position. Yeah, he's putting back the dragon. I think you gotta put back Elsa in theory, but maybe not.
Well, I mostly just hope Franklin shot himself in the foot so that Matthew Campo steals this game.
I want to see tight Lorcana play no matter what. That's my stance on things. I signed up knowing this could happen, and honestly, we got lucky only having it happen once so far, is my opinion. So,
well, Mason, we're not on the Lorcana Pro Tour, sir. This is a local event.
Indeed.
I'm just trolling. All right. You're right, of course, Mason. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I just like playing around. I just like playing around.
Yeah, you're good.
But also, I think Matthew doesn't play any Wayward Mickeys. I haven't seen them in any of the rounds we watched of him.
Maybe he had to ink them really early.
Yeah, maybe.
Every match.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad for playing like 3 of the Mickey. I just think Mickey's stat line's good.
All right, Broom of Broom. I think he still has 1 broom left in hand as well, but not 100%. I see Ursula, which can get rid of the Mickey. Dragonfire. Okay.
All right, Dragonfire kills the Mickey. All right, and then you kill the broom because there's no more brooms left. We're pretty sure, unless there's a broom in hand that was just hiding. I'm pretty sure all the brooms are. Because it feels like Franklin had to broom a broom early, or sorry, ink a broom early.
All right, Mickey gets blasted. No more broom tricks. We're out of brooms, probably. Here's an Aladdin. Gonna pocket watch it. Pop watch and lock it. Gonna squish that broom. We're gonna gain 2 lore. We can quest with the Elsa. We can quest with at least one of the brooms.
Can we untap the Aladdin? So I guess it doesn't actually matter. Yeah, you just want to quest. Yeah, that's right. Matthew might just win.
Might just win the game straight up. We'll see. Franklin Folks, be prepared? Do you have more brooms to save you?
All right, Matthew at 15.
We're down to 2 2s on 2 2s. That's what it's come down to. But Matthew Campo still has some juice in hand. Be prepared and a way to put a card back into your deck.
We shuffled Dragonfire, so it's Dragonfire and 2 unknown cards I can't see. Franklin. You have to have Broom. You could go Broom, Mickey, draw with the mirror, play the Mickey, attack the Broom in. It goes to hand, play the Broom, Broom the Broom, and then rush another Broom into Elsa. And then that will get you back in a pretty good position. Because Matthew not having Wayward Mickey means that you never get to double broom your brooms. Franklin's going to sweep them on up here. Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
I'm going to call Franklin the Swifter Duster Upper.
The question is, do you get it?
Oh, I get it.
Oh, Franklin sees it. So the last card in hand was the broom. I thought we only had 3 for some reason.
All right, gonna get back Mickey. Gonna play Mickey. And now we get brooms galore. We're going to shuffle a bunch of stuff back in the deck. This is why it's so dangerous to start questing in the mirror match because of this exact thing.
And as long as he doesn't attack an opposing broom. Okay, well, we attack the broom. Maybe that's fine. I actually don't know how many brooms are left in Matthew's deck. Is the last card a broom or was it a random card?
You're asking the wrong person. Because I definitely do not know.
All right. So we pocket watch, we played the broom. I think you want to hold the Dragonfire. Maybe I'm wrong.
What a sick sequence here. I mean, questing for 3 is a big deal. You're at 15.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that actually. Yeah, you're right.
It's not frozen. All right, we're going to broom back something. We're going to put some good cards back in now. There's a Mickey to make sure that the Mickey chain stays. Another broom. Going to put the broom back.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
And still has broom in hand. Perfect. Great sequencing from folks. Let's go.
Game three.
All right, draw for turn does Campo. We're going to start with broom. What are we getting back? Get back a broom.
And this is where the deck building decision to not have any Mickeys, or maybe earlier in the game to ink maybe the one of Mickey we have from Campo, is coming back to haunt him, where he doesn't get to do the things that Franklin's getting to do. Now, we do have all of this ability to play lore, and I think Campo can maybe just go something like play Elsa, play Mickey, quest to go to 18 and present lethal.
I like it.
But it is, definitely a problem. Oh, did he just pass?
Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, I feel like so the problem is no matter what he does, Franklin can go broom back, be prepared, and play be prepared. And so he's just trying to, I guess, play around that specifically, but
wait, doesn't Franklin has more cards in deck than Matthew does? So Matthew and Franklin has another broom in hand. They both have a broom. Okay, so there's a draw for some reason. This is also why I wanted Elsa. Elsa down the brooms, get the brooms, keep going forever. But I think Matthew maybe, if you just there's Elsie. And we still have a broom in hand. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what would happen if Matthew had just put a bunch of power in play or just like quest with the 2 brooms and then play 1 Aladdin, pass. Then Franklin can be prepared back, draw it, play it. And then, but you're still in the same place and you're up and your broom always gets to quest. And you have plenty of time because you're at 18. So I think Matthew had it going on here. Worth noting, these players are playing for a spot at the 16-person Invitational, playing against people like Nathan Story or myself, Frank Karsten. That's going to be pretty exciting. So even if players want to split prizes, they need to battle out for that invite. So there's a lot on the line here, as that is a $2,000 event. And these brooms, yeah, them getting tapped down here, we get to pick back up the broom. And Franklin gets to put back another Elsa.
All right, so it seems like both these players can kind of go ad nauseum here, thanks to Elsa exerting things and the brooms trading for brooms. Both players are forced to play brooms. Both players can put Elsa back on top of their deck with one of the multiple brooms. And so, I'm not really sure how either person really gets out of this. This is just a very weird game, but this is often the end game. And this is very similar to getting close to stalemate in chess. But there are like deterministic ways to win the game in chess based on what pieces you have left in play and where the pieces are at on the table. And it feels here like we're like very close to a deterministic finish, but I am not versed enough in this game to really tell you what that's going to be necessarily.
Yeah. So we exposed the Mickey to the Aladdin. We know Matthew has it. Matthew goes up to 18. What I talked about last turn, Matthew would have won the game if he had quested last turn, but now he's still threatening to win the game with the Elsa in hand, and Franklin's misstep might cost him here. I mean, we can broom the Mickey, but getting the drain on the 2 lore is the biggest thing.
All right, it's a very close game. Campo at 18 lore, so will win the game with 2 more lore found. Can quest once with broom here to go up to 19. That'll allow Franklin some tricks with broom, maybe not worth. We're going to play Dragonfire on the Elsa.
That broom is still drying off.
I see. It's wet.
Yep. It's wet.
It's a wet little guy. This is why you're supposed to tap your stuff to play your stuff, Matthew, instead of just saying, I have this many, I've used this much.
Yeah, I understood it when we had a million things and all we were doing was playing one card a turn, but come on. Come on. Broom to broom. This event brought to you by Swiffer Picker Upper. Make sure to get your brooms.
It is not. It is not brought to you by Swiffer.
It should be, though. I'm reaching out to the Swiffer people right now on Twitter. I'm going to add them. Let them know.
All right, Campo. 1 card left in hand. 2 brooms in the deck, I think. The last card in hand, though, is a nice one.
Todd, do you want me to tell you how long the quarterfinals has been going? Or do you want me to just not mention it?
What time is it? 6:08. It's been going for an hour and 8 minutes, I think.
Only an hour and 8, but it feels like an hour and 12 for sure.
Oh, is that close?
Yeah, I think it's actually an hour 40. I didn't want to break your heart too much.
Hour 4 or hour 8?
D.
Hour 40?
Yeah, I think
there's no way this is hour 40. I'm in. Oh no.
Oh no, we have that Mickey in hand. It never stops. We're gonna kill the Aladdin.
You got to kill the Aladdin. You got to kill everything. 18 lore for Campo. Questing with the brooms is scary.
Yeah, this is. Well, also, Franklin has to be really careful because, in theory, he knows Matthew's last card is Aladdin. So if he ever exposes anything, it's going to get pocket watched again. I can't help but think about that one turn where we sort of dropped the ball and we could have twisted twice as Matthew. Oh, interesting that we didn't just broom an extra time there. But
not that interesting.
Yeah, just feels like we're losing a little value.
That's true. That's true. All right. Well, we're gonna probably use broom number 3 of 4 to shuffle in something here, but no, Franklin Falk's gonna pass it back, gonna save the broom. We have Elsa and Mickey as 2 cards in the deck. They need to be shuffled technically, but it's possible that Falk's just gonna activate the mirror no matter what, so it doesn't really matter. Broom on broom.
Yeah, so I think what Franklin's basically saying is, hey, right now, next turn, no matter what you do, I'm going to draw the card. I have enough mana. I'm going to play Mickey, play Elsa, tap your broom that you're forced to play, and then attack in. So I think Matthew needed something like some way to get the broom off the board so that Franklin couldn't attack in a while ago, or just quested that one turn and we won. This be prepared. If we draw, or 50-50 to draw the be prepared off the top, but just actually no one shuffled. Yeah, there we go.
No, I won't cut. Well, it hasn't been randomized yet.
Yeah.
All right, gonna spin 4. We're gonna draw a card.
After the match is done, someone please tell Matthew that he has to untap his ink every turn.
Yeah, I don't have the heart to do it. You know?
I do. I do. It's for the new players. So if we be prepared here, there's still a broom in Franklin's hand.
May someone throw up.
Yeah. We can't quest chat because we just played this broom. All right. Matthew has 1 card in deck. Franklin has 2. So we haven't fully solved the problem yet, but we are close.
Both players are almost out of cards in hand, which has been, to me, like the defining... Like, you can tell there's progress. Like, it looks like it's going back and forth forever. But, like, Franklin Folks is almost out of all spells, and Matthew Campo doesn't have the ability to Mickey his brooms. And so I think that just doesn't have enough raw, strong cards left in the cycle to be able to do anything. The Mickey is really what breaks it with the brooms because you're able to put back a broom and one of your payoff cards, and that's just not the case in this scenario.
Yeah. All right, Franklin We need a card that removes a card in the graveyard from game.
Yeah, we need Rest in Peace. Rest in Peace would make this a lot easier.
All right.
All right, well, here's a broom.
Okay.
Get back a broom. I don't think Campo can win anymore. His last threat is this Elsa.
Yeah.
If actually, I take it back. There's a chance that Folks messes up horrifically and dies. And here's how: if any of his characters ever get exposed, Matthew can go broom back Aladdin 7, draw Aladdin 7 off of Magic Mirror, and then give it rush and attack, and that'll put him up to 20. That is basically the only way I can see him winning because his brooms are locked getting other brooms. His last card is currently an Elsa. Next turn he can maybe, I don't know if he has enough to go broom back Aladdin, draw it, Elsa, Aladdin, haste. I think that's too much.
Yeah, I think so too. And it also requires Franklin making a mistake. And this is why, earlier in the game, Matthew really dropped the ball. Now we're going to have the broom attack the broom, replay the broom.
Yeah, but if you ever quest with anything and leave it exerted, the chance of dying is just so high.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't exert until. So you're just gonna exert with Mickey, then untap. Although you should have probably done it with Elsa, unless Elsa was played this turn. I can't quite remember, but yeah. Now you set up Luki.
So Matthew can go. He has Elsa in hand. He could have played Elsa last turn to preemptively exert two things, and you can only shield a virtue one of them, and then on the following turn could go broom Aladdin, draw it, go for it.
Yeah, I like where your head's at. Also, because Franklin keeps playing the Elsas, if you don't kill them, Franklin will run out of Elsas, so he won't be able to tap you down. So you're actually Matthew might be able to do exactly what you're talking about and win this game because he needs 4, 5, 6, 12, 14 ink. I believe Matthew has 17 ink. So that is a legal play, but you need to maybe wait one more turn of the Elsa thing happening in order to do it. And Franklin is going to quest with Elsa, untap Elsa. So it'll be 11, 14. So yeah, there's enough time. If Franklin missteps and doesn't leave an Elsa in the deck, then that will be a losing line. All right. What do we want?
I think Matthew's going to win this game. I think his patience. I think Franklin's going to mess up.
Yeah. Can Franklin actually go tap your broom Aladdin? Nah, you can't. That doesn't actually work. You have to keep tapping because of the broom on broom action. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, what I said before was okay. We're doing it.
All right, here's Elsa. It's going to tap the broom. Broom can go out the broom, come back to hand, get replayed, put some stuff back. Franklin going to play a broom first. It's going to grab Aladdin. We can draw a card here with the magic mirror, and that'll put Campo down to 17, which means the Aladdin attacking from graveyard is not enough to win the game. And I think that Franklin Folks has found a way out. Now, Matthew Combo can also just get back a Be Prepared and do kind of the same thing. So, but then Franklin Folks just rebuilds with his brooms again. So it's just a very sticky board. And it's just so hard for either player to actually win. And there's so many spots where both players just lose on the spot if they make a micro mistake.
Agreed. Oh, and look at this. You can't quest this turn. You only have 2 ink left. So in some ways, Franklin having more material gives Franklin more chances to mess up.
Yeah, but now that Campo's at 17, it's not as big of a deal, right? Like you just quest and you don't really care if the Aladdin does anything again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Broom gonna get something. You can also quest with Elsa because Elsa doesn't get challenged by the Aladdin very well.
That's true. Do you think?
All right, we're getting a bunch of lore. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 15. Franklin gonna force Matthew Campo to bring back Be Prepared and cast it, but when he does that, he's gonna have to break his broom chain, and I think that's gonna be game over.
Oh, that's a Mickey, not another broom under the broom. I was going to say we're out of brooms. But we're not out of brooms, I don't think. That's a Mickey underneath the broom
And above the Elsa, right?
Because the last card index Aladdin. And if that is a Mickey, it's fine. Because then Franklin's last card is broom. But if not, Franklin might have lost the game, Dodd.
Well, this is going to leave Campo. If he gets back the Be Prepared and plays it, what ends up happening is he breaks his broom chain, right? He doesn't have the Mickey, so he's not able to get more than one card back at a time. And he's been in a holding pattern of broom, get back broom for a while, trying to find a spot where he can broom back Aladdin and then give it Pocket Watch and then attack and win. But now that Folks has put him down to 17 with the Aladdin, it's not enough. And so now I think the game just ends.
Yeah, it feels like Matthew at some point.
He should have Elsa'd way earlier to do like a 2-turn sequence with the Aladdin kill instead of giving his opponent an option.
Yeah, also should have quested with the 2 brooms so that they were all lethal from hand. A lot of small decision mistakes here.
Okay, well, is that it? Is that game? We went Aladdin, get it back, Pocket Watch, Shield of Virtue, make it attack twice, and Franklin Folks is defeated. He quested one time and died.
What is going? Oh my gosh, Franklin! Oh my goodness, that's so crazy, Todd. How that one is? That is one of those things where fatigue is going to happen. People make mistakes, but if you're going to keep playing Lorcana at the highest level right now in these Ruby Amethyst control mirrors, you cannot make this sort of misplays. And going back and studying that game is one that I suggest for everyone who is playing this deck to understand what the end game looks like. Both players had the game won at certain points and just dropped the ball. I'm going to be honest with you, Todd. Give me a cut to break so we can get set up for top 4 and have these players move over and tell the other guy he's got to tap his ink in the top 4 because, we're going to town.
All right, top 4 incoming. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with the top 4. We're looking for a champion to qualify for the Invitational in October. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the TCG Player Invitational Qualifier hosted by Apex Gaming. I'm Tandy, joined by Mason Clark. Say hi, Mason.
Hi, Mason.
Now, we just had a marathon in game 2 of a long Ruby Amethyst mirror, and now we'll never have to see that again, hopefully. But we do have a pretty sweet one to bring you this round. We're going to be watching two players that we have watched on camera before. That's Nicholas Roush against Randall Webbing. And it looks like they are already down in the feature match area and ready to go. So let's head on down there, and while they begin, we'll discuss the matchup, their decks, and etc. while they're doing their opening turns. On your left is Nicholas Roush playing Ruby Amethyst versus Randy Webbing playing Emerald Amethyst. And the players are finished. Oh, that's the Ruby Amethyst is wrong. I apologize for that. I believe that Nicholas Roush is on Amber Steel, but don't quote me on that. I got to check deck lists.
He is.
Okay.
We watched him a couple times today.
All right. We'll get that fixed in just a moment. While we get that set up, why don't you tell us a little bit about this matchup? Because Emerald Amethyst is a relatively new strategy. How do you think it fares against Amber Steel aggro?
Yeah, it's interesting. Both players have decks that are trying to be the beatdown in a lot of ways through various means, but Steel has more damage-based removal, while Amethyst has more card advantage. So I think it's really going to depend on early board control, because if you get on board early, it's going to be harder for the Emerald Amethyst player to draw cards, where if you fall behind, it is going to be very easy for them to sort of spend time drawing cards and to stay ahead of your removal. So I think that's going to be a big part of the dynamic in this matchup.
All right. Well, a fast start for both players. Randy Webbing goes Duke into Pascal. Nicholas Roush leads with Stitch New Dog into Prince Eric, and now has the ability to challenge. We'll see if he wants to quest with Lilo or with Stitch or trade.
Yeah, it is very interesting. We kept talking about this Nicholas Roush's deck, the Amber Steel one, and I understand that the idea behind Lilo of you want to be able to play the aggressor in the longer games, but or against the decks where that's like good, but I don't know. It still feels so weird for that to be in this sort of really mid-rangey deck, Like the harken to other games, would you put Lava Spike in your mid-range deck? I don't know.
Probably not. The characters themselves do a great job of being dual purpose. I think Lilo specifically plays really nicely against some decks when you're being hyper aggressive on the play. Like, obviously, the characters that challenge are a lot more defensive, but what they really are bodies. And those are bodies that have multiple uses. And so if you can just find a way for things like Stitch Rockstar to get online, I think anything is good. And against some matchups like Turtle and Lilo, even in a not very aggressive deck, is still going to be pretty solid.
No, that's a great point. The Stitch Rockstar does probably move the needle enough.
All right, here's Tinkerbell, baby Tinkerbell, the 3-drop from Steel. This one is going to allow for a potential shifted Tink Giant Fairy next turn, which threatens to chew up the Pascal quite nicely. We'll see if Randy has anything to protect here. All right.
Got a Cheshire as well.
Going to start with a song, Friends on the Other Side. Maleficent in this deck is so strong. It allows you to sing Friends on the Other Side and Mother Knows Best, two just excellent songs. And it just makes the body on Maleficent so much more valuable since it replaces itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Maleficent is a card that is very good. And part of the reason she is so good is because of the package, right, of Friends on the Other Side. But like you mentioned, Mother's Know Best really kind of doubles up your turn 4 plays to Maleficent, and really superchargers her in the deck.
All right, here's Cheshire Cats. And we're going to quest for 1. Okay. Do your worst, Nicholas Roush. That's what Randy says. Let's do some questing and some singing. Well, it's going to get pretty bad. I'll tell you that much. It's going to be a full board clear for very little effort. Here's Tinkerbell. It's going to deal 1 to everything. It's going to allow him to challenge the Maleficent, and then we're going to deal 2 extra damage to the Cheshire from the extra ability. And now we can even quest with Prince Eric if we want to. It does leave it exposed to a Rafiki, but the Tinkerbell is also exposed to Rafiki, and I think that that's a much bigger and a more important target.
Yep. Yeah, there's never going to Rafiki down your Prince Eric over the Tinkerbell, and you should give them the option to. If they want to, you want them to.
All right, Nicholas disagrees. We're going to go back Randy's way and see if he has that Rafiki to punish this Tinkerbell. It's a nice little trade, but Randy's going to basically be passing back with an empty battlefield after that.
Yeah, and we're seeing this as, Emerald turn 5 is the turn where things normally are really strong here. So Randy's going to need something like Cusco or Mad Hatter, something that has a bunch of lore and a decent sized body, but the Tinkerbell is going to check it very well.
All right, Randy trying to sequence this turn has the ability to just play a 5-drop, something that doesn't look that desirable when you can clear a Tinkerbell. The Tinkerbell is terrifying, and you can clean it up with, your Rafiki pretty easily here. But Randy's going to say, hey, this Cusco is more important. Let's go ahead and quest with it. And here's the punish. Rapunzel going to draw 2 cards and refresh that Tinkerbell, and the Rafiki no longer good enough. Does Nicholas Rouch start churning up the lore? Do you start questing with Prince Eric?
You gotta do something. That is all I know for sure.
Yep. Here's a Lilo. The pressure's on. All right. Gonna go back Randy's way. Nicholas getting aggressive here with the Prince Eric. Said, hey, you didn't have Rafiki last turn. What makes you think you got it this turn? Well, that's because Randy disguised it quite well.
Yep. Yeah, and sort of, not calling the bluff last turn on the turn where the opponent's color has their strongest card. Kind of a little bit of a small misstep there from Nicholas. Emerald wants the turn 5 to play something like Cusco, and making them use something like Rafiki really throws off their general vibe.
Now, this is a really bad spot for Randy, even if he's able to do some interaction here. Mother Knows Best, Rafiki. He's facing down like a Rapunzel replay if he wants to bounce that. He's facing down a big Tink replay if he wants to bounce that. I know that we definitely want to eat the Prince Eric. That's like pretty easy mode. And then everything else other than that is like, who knows?
Agreed.
All right, we're going to bounce a big Tink. We're going to send it back. And we're going to go questing. Okay, Randy's getting aggressive. He found the line. We'll see if this is a way for him to get back into the game. Back Nicholas's way.
Yeah, I guess you have like Rapunzel, hit Rafiki, big Tink, quest with Lilo, and then you're not that far behind, and then your Rapunzel set up for the next Rapunzel.
All right, here's Tink. Damage on your stuff. Then we can go Rapunzel eats the Rafiki. Maybe quest for 2 the Lilo, because if they challenge with Cusco, that's good news.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Looks like Nicholas agrees. And go back Randy's way. Let's see what he's got. Access to 6 ink. Couple cards in hand.
Yeah. Randy's done a good job every round we've watched so far, really planning out the turn and then executing, something I'm a big fan of. He is starting to fall a bit behind now. This Tinkerbell is causing a lot of problems, but something definitely Randy can maybe do to get out of this. Like, we could Cusco attack the Rapunzel, play around Rapunzel, sort of set up for a longer game. That Rapunzel being 2 lore is a lot, and if a Rapunzel's drawn off the top, that could be backbreaking.
Yeah, I agree. I think attacking with the Cusco here is pretty bad, though, because what it does, it means that you have something that's exerted for maybe for Tinkerbell to challenge, or at the very least, your Lilo can just go after it and trade, right? Oh, I guess not. Never mind. Pardon me.
You're good.
But now you can't really play another character, because if you do, there's just like a whole lot of. Whoa, what are you bouncing? Ooh, bouncing the Lilo. Interesting.
That is interesting. I wonder what the idea is.
You don't want Tink to chew you up again?
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the Tink has to trade with Cusco this way is the idea, and the Lilo. No, yeah, it makes sense.
All right, here's an arrow singer. We're gonna go find and grab your sword. That one's gonna make things even worse for Randy down the line. We can also deploy. Oh, yeah, just to go ahead and sing it to clear off that Cuzco. I like it. I like it. All right. And here's Tinkerbell. Baby Tinkerbell.
Yeah, and honestly, that Lilo might get discarded to the Tinkerbell and just keep trying to find answers because I think Nicholas has done a good job of navigating this game to a spot where Randy really needs cards like French on the other side, Magic Mirror, stuff like that, if he's going to keep up.
Yeah, you don't see Magic Mirror too much outside of the like really dedicated control decks like Ruby Amethyst. In these Emerald Amethyst decks, Friends on the Other Side is good, and the Maleficent 3-drop is good because they kind of are free or do something while drawing a card. Whereas Magic Mirror is just like a pure investment in card advantage, and that's just like not something Emerald decks are really about.
Mm. That's fair. I think I've often thought maybe having one mirror is fine, but it's a lot different than other games where the other games have mana, and that means you have dead draws. And in this game, your cards always do something. So
Right. That's one of the reasons why it's hard to get Beast Mirror online. It's a lot harder to get that card going than I thought it would be. Here's a smash on the Tinkerbell. All hopes being dashed here for Randy Webbing in game number 1 of our semifinals here. We're going to quest for 4. We still have access to 3 more ink to play more stuff. Here's a Lilo and an Aladdin. Both can quest for 2. A very aggressive deployment.
mm-hmm.
Randy packs it in. Game number 1 goes to Nicholas Roush. Writings on the wall. Comes down, if you ask me, to 2 things. The Tinkerbell turn where it swept him up, and the Rapunzel turn where it had the big draw punish after leaving the creature with damage on it.
I agree 100%. I think those were the pivotal turns. I wonder how old mirror match is going over there, or the matchup is going over there.
I don't know, but while we are between matches, I want to take this time to shout out some of our sponsors. Thank you so much to Wings Etc. Grill and Pub. Wings Etc. keeps us fed on these long tournament weekends. I always love visiting Caldwell, Ohio, because I know that I'm going to get a nice hot meal, a couple drinks, and have a good time with my fellows here at these long tournament days. Big shout out to our flagship sponsor of the Invitational that we're running. That's TCG Player. It's the TCG Player Invitational on October 20th weekend. We're going to be holding that in Caldwell, Ohio. We're going to be streaming it live as well as having large events during Saturday and Sunday as open events. For those of you who don't qualify for the Invitational, and on that Friday, we're going to be holding 2 last chance qualifiers where you can earn a ticket to the TCG Player Invitational. We have another tournament coming up on the weekend of October 14th. We're going to have another invitational qualifier here in Caldwell, Ohio. Make sure to come on out if you'd like to try to earn your ticket to our flagship event. Also, big shout out to Ultimate Guard. They have incredible TCG products. I love the katana sleeves more than any other sleeve I've ever used, and I've only ever used them twice. They're all like sold out most of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They are nice sleeves. That shuffle, ooh, ah.
Yeah. Well, we're entering game number 2. For those of you just joining us, I'm Tandy of the Lost Boys. Our podcast is all about Disney's Lorcana. You can check out at Lost Boys LOR on wherever you find your podcast. You can also find us on YouTube. I'm joined in the booth by Mason Esports Clark. Mason is usually a big Magic head, but he's been getting into Lorcana. Mason, what do you think about this game so far?
It's really fun. I'm really excited. I've liked base set Lorcana, just chapter 1. I'm really excited to see 2 years from now. Obviously, the Floodborn set's coming out, and that is cool, but I'm excited to see sort of what happens as time goes on with this game and sort of where it goes. I think the games are fun. I think they're really intricate, and I think the game is a lot harder than people think it is, if that makes sense. Like, I think a lot of people have thought the game is pretty simple outside of Ruby Amethyst Mirrors, and I think there's a lot of nuance that gets lost.
Absolutely.
From like talking to players and watching them play.
I mean, even just mulliganing is much more difficult than any of us realize yet. And I think most of us just kind of are winging it based on previous game knowledge, and things are fine or smooth or whatever. But we're going to get into metagames, and we're going to get into decks that we're building where mulliganings are going to be extremely important because we're balancing the gaps between having inkables and non-inkables. And we're just going to be playing really powerful uninkable cards and gambling on how we mulligan. But we just don't have that yet.
Agreed. I'm really interested to see what the number becomes. Like, is 16 the most you can play and reasonably, do stuff? Or like,
can you play like 20 if they're strong enough? Like
I
what
think it's
is
curve consideration, right? If you have enough one drops that are all crazy, I think that you can probably get away with like 20. And I think that there's already like an Amber Amethyst build that does something like that. And it plays, 8 of the one drops that quest for 2. It'll
Mhm.
just be interesting to see how those types of decks develop when they have access to more tools.
Agreed.
All right, we are well underway here. Randy Webbing on the play goes Pascal into Flynn Rider into Cheshire Cat, a nice curve. Nicholas Roush starts with Stitch New Dog into Prince Eric, so he can challenge back. We'll see if he has a big punish here or just some natural back and forth. Here's an Aerial Singer looking for grab your sword. Let's see if we can find it. 1, 2, 3. No, miss. Big miss. All right, put him on the bottom. Classic Augur of Bolus.
Yeah. Look at the bottom 4 cards of your deck.
Now, if he does draw a song, he can use it later on. Choosing not to challenge the Flynn Rider either doesn't want to discard a card or wants to do something really disgusting next turn.
Yeah, interesting. That really signals like Tinkerbell or grab your sword or something, but it's so far away because we're on the draw.
Well, grab your sword is potentially next turn thanks to Singer 5. Everything else, you're right.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we found the 6-drop Tinkerbell, but we don't have anything on it just yet. Nicholas Roush has Stitch Rockstar at the ready. Can play that on the Stitch New Dog if he likes, but it's not going to be enough right now to clear. And Randy Webbing already at 9 lore.
Yeah. I mean, these Emerald decks get a lot of lore really quickly if you do not respect cards like Flynn. So it's going to be interesting to see sort of what happens. All right.
All right, we are going to, we're going to put Rockstar in the Inkwell, and then we're going to go attacking. We're going to hit the Cheshire for 2, and then we're going to finish it off, and that's going to kill just the Stitch, and then no damage dealt to the Aerial. And then we're going to play, looks like Baby Tank, and now that we drew Big Tank, we're going to be looking to do that next turn. And then Flynn Rider going to go ahead and challenge get challenged by Prince Eric, and then we're going to discard a card. See what we discard. Ooh, Rapunzel. That's scary, right?
Yeah, if my opponent does that, I'm like, oh, your hand's like Big Tank and more Rapunzels, and that's it.
Well, guess what?
Whoa!
Oh, you must be pretty good, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right, here's Rafiki. Come chewing him up. 2 damage on it, though. That's not great. And 1 damage on this one. This is going to be another horrific turn for Randy Webbing, and you're going to see why Emerald Amethyst struggles so much with steel. And it's because of this big baddie Tink Giant Fairy coming down. 1 to everything. Guess what? You're dead.
Yeah, this is. I wish we had played Cusco last turn because Cusco would play pretty well into this and make the Tinkerbell pretty awkward. But we drew Rafiki, so that was good.
That was great. And I think without that Rafiki, I think the game would have been over thanks to specifically this Rapunzel. Now, if you're Nicholas Roush, you're in a spot where your opponent's at 10 lore. So casting something like Whole New World is just not in the cards. If you do, you're likely to get flooded and they're just going to quest before you can do much of anything to get back into it. So that's effectively a dead card in hand. We have a Rapunzel, which we're going to try to get some value out of, but it's going to be relatively difficult because Randy is not going to challenge. He's going to quest forever, and you're going to have to send your goons in and attacking, and he's going to say, okay, I'll draw a card. Thanks. Here's Cusco.
Yeah, it's funny. Stitch being able to shift to Stitch Rockstar, I think, makes it the right play. But if it was any other of the goons, I think you would actually have just played Rapunzel just so you can get your 2 lore going. Because, like you said, you're just not going to be doing anything else.
All right, Randy draws 2 cards from the double challenge, and then we're going to get 2 on the Simba, and we're going to heal that with Rapunzel and draw 2. And we're going to go back Randy Webbing's way.
And Randy in a really good position.
Yeah, I mean, Cusco about to ready up with 13 lore before you quest with it. It's got to be pretty scary stuff if you're Nicholas Roush. And you're seeing one of the reasons why Mad Hatter is seeing so much play in these Emerald decks, right? Like he was basically on no resources, but he's at a high lore total, and so Nicholas Roush just essentially forced to throw 2 characters into the Mad Hatter, which allows Randy to draw 2 cards.
Mm-hmm. Just a massive swing.
Yeah. It looks like Randy's probably going to take game number 2 here, so it looks like we're going to be going to game number 3 here shortly. But Nicholas Roush still has a turn or 2 to get back in it. Here are 2 copies of Flynn Rider. These things quest for 2. We are threatening lethal. You need to deal with 2 of these characters on this turn, Nicholas Roush, or you're dead.
Yeah, and I think back to the turn 2 where we didn't go for the Flynn Rider, really coming back to kind of haunt us here. Still wouldn't be in a good position, but this whole new world is a pretty easy discard to Flynn. So we got that going for us.
All right, let's see if Roush has a way out. He can wheel with Whole New World by singing it with Rapunzel. And I think that there are 0 outs otherwise, so I think I would maybe do that. But instead, he's going to go for Be Our Guest. We're going to look at the top 4. Maybe there's a character he knows that if he hits, he can have a shot. Finds Ariel. Ariel into Grab Your Sword. Not quite enough now because the Ariel can't sing. And I think that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, it seems that we are just done for.
All right, that's going to do it. Nicholas Roush packs it in. Game number 2 goes to Randy Webbing. And we're going to be moving on to a game number 3. Your other semifinals match. If we could get an update from our spotter on how that's going, I'm curious how that backup match is going. We know we watched a lot of the Ruby Amethyst Mirror last round, well navigated by the victor and him in the top 4. We could see Ruby Amethyst Control take down the whole dang thing.
Yeah, we might. And it looks like they are going at least to game 2 as I'm watching in our little camera here.
Oh,
they
thank
just
God.
tried each other's deck. Yeah. So we'll have to see exactly where they're at.
All right, Mason, it's about that time. It's top 4 time. It's coming to the end of the day time. Tell me what deck you're most excited to play right now. Maybe it won't be the same way in 20 days. But right now, what are you excited to play in the TCG Player Lorcana Invitational on October 20th weekend?
Ruby Amethyst Control. I'm going to play a bunch of Mickeys because Mickey's broken and people don't understand stat lines.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think a 4-mana 3/4 is pretty good. And I think it breaks the mirror and is good against like these Emerald decks. Like so much better than something like Mickey 8 that has evasive and lore 4. Like that card's just so bad in the mirror. It just
How many times in a row do I have to beat you on Pixelborn for you to play my deck instead?
I don't know, like 2 or 3 and have a convincing argument. I just don't think I would lose. I've watched the videos. I get you.
Look,
I clap.
deck's a lot different now.
All right.
It's getting spicy. That's all I'm saying.
All right. That's hype.
Look, whenever Chapter 2 comes out too, I really think we did a little testing with 0 to Hero. We talked about this earlier, and but for those of you who are just joining us or didn't hear it earlier, 0 to Hero, it kind of looks bad, but it kind of looks good on paper, right? It's 2 costs. I don't know if we can get it on screen. We might have passed the point where we can do that, but 0 to Hero, 2 cost song, uninkable for Amber. And it reduces the cost of the next character you play by 1 for every character you already have in play. So it works perfectly in my Stitch Blitz deck. I play so many characters, and I have a bunch of 2-drops that I would love to sing songs with. And 0 to Hero is a nice one because it allows you to play things like Hades for free, allows you to shift with Stitch Rockstar for extremely cheap, lets you even play a bunch of copies of Surfer Stitch in your deck that doesn't really want to play 7-drops.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Yeah, a very powerful effect whenever you can sort of turn your creatures into ink. That is a very strong thing historically in other games. And you can tell Ravensburg thinks it's strong because they didn't make it inkable. They don't want you splashing that one for free.
That's true. I do think the card in general is solid, but it has issues, right? You can't just put it in a normal Amber aggro deck. I think you need card draw engines, and the card draw engines that I'm already playing in Stitch Blitz are A Whole New World and Stitch Rockstar and even Hades. And so I think that in that you're just so flush with resources all the time that your bottleneck is often just access to ink. And something like Zero to Hero is just like the perfect fit for a deck like that. And it's also a song for Aerial Singer, and it lets me get grab your sword out of the deck because I'm not really trying to challenge my opponent's stuff in my build.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Once again, I think Ruby Amethyst really benefits from a small card pool currently. So like when we get more cards, I think that deck will probably not be as strong for a little while until it gets something really messed up. So I'm definitely interested to see sort of what the metagame looks like when Chapter 2 drops later this year. But we'll have to wait and see.
Zero to Hero is the next best just in time. I actually despise just in time. I tried it a decent amount, and it was good. I'm not gonna say it was bad. There were times where it was great, but it was often just a really bad draw later in the game. I'm gonna post a link to my Stitch Zero deck in chat if y'all want to take a look at it. I think the Zero to Hero is great. But we have a top 4 match. This is game 3 underway. Randy Webbing on Emerald Amethyst is on the draw. Nicholas Roush on the play with Amber Steel. We have Hook into Prince Eric, 2 defensive characters, but they can start questing here. I think that this is a pretty easy quest for one.
Yep. Get your points. Don't leave them on the table.
I mean, it's free, right? Like your opponent, like you can literally think, hey, are there any cards in the entire game that punish me for this? And there's only one, and it's Meg. And even Meg is still trading, and like, who cares, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and this is something that we've seen a lot today. Players still a little unfamiliar with the card pool and missing on luring in certain spots, or not fully thinking through like, oh, I don't want to get got by Rafiki or something, but not asking themselves the question of, is Rafiki even that bad if that's what their turn is, right? So definitely going to see here. Also, big whiff.
Yep, big old whiffers. Definitely want to hit something when you play aerial, especially in matchups where you don't want to sing a whole new world. Singing a whole new world against another aggro deck is only good if you have a super explosive draw that allows you to empty your hand first, and them having kind of a slower draw.
Agreed.
All right, if you're Nicholas Roush, are you double questing here, or are you and getting eaten by Rafiki, or what's going on?
I think that I would probably quest with one, but not the other. Yeah, because they could attack in with. Oh no, that's a yeah. Never mind. I would double quest. My bad. For some reason
I was
thought
thinking about double quest. It's tough because your Rafiki just straight up eats the Prince Eric, but like that's what Rafiki does. You just gotta get your points.
Yeah.
Make them have it too. Like some decks only play 2 Rafiki. Emerald already has like a pretty light amount of you'd only have a few spots really where you can play non-inkables, and Rafiki is low on my list in the Emerald decks.
Agreed. Also, I just don't want my opponent to go like Maleficent into Mother Knows Best or on the other side. So
All right, well, Randy got a tough turn 3. Considering what to ink, has Tinkerbell, a couple other things. Gonna ink Mother Gothel. Is that how you say it?
I
Gothel.
think so.
And we'll see what the 3-drop is.
Having a good time, and it's always fun to come out to these events. You know, people are nice, people want to win or whatever, but generally the vibe is very chill and good.
I mean, the vibes at Apex Gaming in Caldwell, Ohio are immaculate. I don't know how else to say it. Just fun folks to hang out with. The games are fun. The tournaments are good. The commentary could be better, but that's on me.
And it looks like Randy, maybe it's just gonna Mother's Knows Best one of these things. Oh no, okay. Has a friend from the other side. All right.
All right. We're going to draw 2. A lot of hullabaloo for just that. Doesn't want to quest with the Pascal. If you do, the Flynn Rider goes down, the Pascal goes down. So we're going to leave that unquested.
Does need to start questing soon. If a Tinkerbell hits the board, and we could shift into Bink Tink, which here it comes. So
Well,
wonder.
Nick Rouse actually has access to grab your sword right now, and I thought he might sing that with Ariel in Quest twice, but instead he's just going to challenge and discard. I think this is fine. Discards a Lilo.
Yeah, I think if Lilo was anything that could have been inked, I would have just sung grab your sword and been
Right.
okay with what happens. But since it's not the case, it's who we are.
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I see a grip full from Randy here.
Yeah, Randy's got a lot of options. We haven't played many cards, and we just spent last turn drawing more cards.
Well,
Nicholas
I don't know
is
if you
having-
know, the
Mhm.
3-drop slot for Emerald is quite bad.
Yeah, it's
It's
kind of
literally good.
no. I was just gonna say, yeah, it's kind of the nice part of the Amethyst pair, right? Is that you have the high roll of Malevolent, sorry, to actually like make your draw kind of good.
Right. I wish there was one more good 3-drop that you could play, because right now Maleficent's doing a ton of heavy lifting in this Emerald Amethyst deck.
Really is.
All right, here's a Hans. This can quest for 3, but Nicholas Roush is not under a ton of pressure. We have a Tinkerbell in play. We have a big Tink in hand. I don't know if we have a non-inkable. I think we drew Blasting Cannons. This is actually like not the best in the world for Nicholas Roush, but we can loot with Tinkerbell that's in play first if we want.
Yeah, I kind of like draw a discard card. This Blasting Cannons is like not going to be super great. It could line up well against a Mad Hatter with your grab your sword, but I kind of like just taking a look at some ink. I don't love grabbing your sword here. If you do, I kind of want to blast some cannons and then start questing aggressively.
Well, it looks like we're going to do both, right? So grab your sword kills that, and then blasting cannon or fire the cannons kills the Hans, and now we get the quest for 3 uncontested, and we have 4 characters versus nil, and so we're up on. Well, we're only up on lore and characters, but we're down on ink and down on cards in hand. Just one left for Nicholas Roush.
Yeah, and this is the big turn for Randy. Now, things like Cusco are gonna lose the race currently, but if you go like Cusco into Cusco or Mad Hatter into Cusco, we could stabilize things really quickly here. As Rafiki is coming down and is gonna eat the Ariel.
Ariel's so good.
Yum yum. Ice cream, ice cream.
All right. Tinkerbell gets played as a resource. We're going to play a Duke. All right. Well, 2 damage on the Rafiki. We can trade with Prince Eric, but I like a loot. Looking for an inkable for Big Tink, and we find one. We're going to discard Whole New World. Here's New Dog, and here's Big Tink. We're going to chew up the Rapunzel, put a damage on that. I think a double quest is in order.
I'm with you.
Doesn't want to get rid of the Captain Hook just yet, valuing the ability to trade up for something with 3 willpower.
Yeah, interesting. It's close, right? Because you go to 7, and then the Duke is gonna eat the captain, but the captain might have to eat the Duke if things go kind of awkwardly. So
What is this, the Donner Party?
yeah, but
All right, well, what is this, Yellow Jackets?
hey, that one I know.
That show's awesome.
It's a great show. I gotta finish season 2.
Not for the faint of heart, but it's good. All right, here's a play from Randy. We're going to lead off here with Mad Hatter.
Yeah,
5 cost 2/4.
I like developing the Mad Hatter here over something like a Cusco because it's gonna have to probably get attacked in. Nicholas is on low resources, and this is gonna allow you to start winning the lore race, right? Nicholas, yeah, has to lore here, gets 4 up to I believe like 10. And Simba's
All right.
next.
Nice. Big pickup, Simba Bodyguard here. And now we're going to go back Randy Webbing's way, and we'll see if he has some way to challenge. His deck is pretty weak at actually challenging opposing characters in general. And I think here, even with Mother's Knows Best, it's going to be kind of tough. It might just be ignore opponent for a turn. But no, we're going to go bounce in the Big Tink. It's going to put Little Tink and Big Tink back in hand. Do we have a 2-drop to follow up? No. We're going to quest for 3 up to 7. And with Duke up to 8.
Okay. So opening up Duke to get eaten by Simba. but
Yeah,
friends from the other side.
happens. Yeah, we're gonna draw two with friends back Nicholas's way. We got a couple big tinks chilling, as well as a baby tink. I wonder if we go ink a little tink or ink a big tink, play little tink.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because you want to be making more ink drops for some of your other mid game cards, and getting the tink is, I think, pretty good. Because you just kind of want to erase your lore here.
Yeah. Also, if I'm Nicholas, I don't really want to challenge the Duke because the Tinkerbell does threaten to deal one more damage to the Duke. But it
Mhm.
looks like we're gonna just go ahead and go at him.
Yeah, I think it was fine to give up one to basically trade lore.
Yeah, I mean so if I quest with Captain Hook and Randy challenges it with the Mad Hatter, I count that as an absolute win because you're +1 lore and they're -3.
Yeah.
Also, they have to deal with the Simba bodyguard. So now the question is, do I attack twice into Mad Hatter and give Randy 2 more cards? And I think the answer is unfathomably no. But it looks like we're going to do it to try to stem the bleeding and going to go back Randy Webbing's way. I feel like Nicholas Roush changed direction in what he was trying to do. And ultimately, I think it's going to come back and bite him. He's not going to win a longer game. He needs to play for a short game.
Yeah. Nicholas's deck is definitely not, it normally is not pigeonholed into such things, and I think that's what's catching him here. Normally he can do stuff like this, but look at how many cards Randy has. And Nicholas doesn't draw something like a whole new world to sort of reduce the card this quality. It's just, I don't know, it's getting out of control really bad.
All right, 6. Genie on the job. Gonna bounce that tink, slow you down. And now you wish you had played an ink last turn, even if it was the big tink or one of the 2 big tinks. John Smith goes to the inkwell.
Yeah, actually, the way we played the turn, I kind of wish we had just inked the little tink, and just been like big tink into big tink. But yeah, like I just don't actually want to play this little tink. I just want to hold it and then ink it next turn, and then that way you just go slam Tinkerbell, slam Tinkerbell.
All right, we're gonna do some questing. We'll see if Genie on the job wants to get interactive. You are losing the lore race, so I think it's important to use Genie here defensively by challenging.
Yeah, Genie's how big again? A 3/4?
Yeah, Genie on the job is a 6 cost, non-inkable, 3/4 with evasive, and it quests for 2. And when it enters play, it bounces an opposing character, or sorry, bounces any character back to their owner's hand. So you can bounce your opponent's stuff or your own.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of this hitting a Simba and then, sort of working from there, because it will still live through the first big Tinkerbell's ability on entering. So that'll let you still evasive it for another lore or attack in again. Because Randy doesn't know that it's double Tinkerbell in hand.
No, but one Tinkerbell with a shift can be bad. I know he has Rafiki in hand. He can use that to try to clear up the 2 things that have been questing, the Simba and the Prince Eric. But if he does that, his whole board gets eaten by big Tinkerbell, so it's like pretty tough. You just shift onto the little Tinkerbell. I guess you actually can't eat the Genie because you can't
Yeah.
challenge because it'll die. Maybe you put 1 damage on the Rafiki by sending it at Prince Eric, 2 damage on the Genie. No, that opens you up too.
Yeah. I think you just have to Genie the Simba down, because then you're going to live through it all, right? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know either. It's a tough turn.
It is, and he's trying to figure it out. We got Hans at the ready. We got Rafiki as well. We also don't have to challenge. We can just quest for 2 with Genie, play 2 things, and say go, and wait for the Tinkerbell turn to happen. And then, if once Nicholas has quested, he has an extra turn to maybe draw Mother Knows Best or something similar to kind of reset again, right? Just keep putting the opponent on the back foot.
Yeah. And with how much lore our cards make, right? It's actually pretty reasonable. Like, this Rafiki can do that. It also could just not attack. It's probably best for 2 attack, I guess, and just stop the opponent from getting a bunch of lore. But
All right, we got
Now-
Rafiki kills Simba, and then Genie, instead of going after the prince, just decides not to. And here we have a big turn for Nicholas Roush. You can hard cast the Tinkerbell. If you do, you get the same effect as if you shift it because there's no legal attack after you shift. That 1 damage will finish off Rafiki, and Genie does have evasive. So if he sees that line, he'll likely just ink this Aladdin he drew, play a big Tinkerbell, and then kill the Rafiki, and then go questing.
Mm.
Maybe he doesn't quest with Prince Eric. Maybe he wants to try to use it to challenge that Hans, but getting dangerously low on time. Not literal time, just time in game.
Yep. The metaphorical time.
We got 150 viewers right now watching us play Disney's Lorcana. We don't even have a channel. Oh no.
Well,
See ya.
Yeah, we want to have a channel, and that's pretty exciting. So make sure that you follow Apex Gaming right now. That way you don't miss any of the action happening here. As
Why are you
we do
talking?
see-
I'm pretty sure stream's dead.
No,
though.
it's still going. I'm watching it right now on Twitch.
Oh no. Well,
Uh,
good thing I didn't say anything shifty.
yeah, and Randy here is thinking about his turn. I don't know if production's actually here. They might have gone up for a second. Nope, they're talking in chat, which means they can hear us, which means we still can't see it on Discord.
All right, give me 1 moment. Apologies for that. Game's still happening though, so y'all see what's going on.
Yep,
More
as
than we
do
do.
see the Maleficent get played.
Cool. I'm really glad I didn't say anything. I thought we were dead on air. Okay, here we go. Question for 5, up to 15. This looks pretty bad for Nicholas Roush. Let's see if this big Tinkerbell can save him.
Yeah, it's the hidden Tinkerbell here that's going to be probably doing it. So Nicholas has Quest with my 2 little friends available. The big Tink is going to clear up parts of the board. Then your big Tink that can attack Hans, and that will kill
Genie.
Gine, yeah, and the Maleficent. Which
Why
I
is
think
it
already
both?
did. Well, the doesn't.
So
Wait,
Tink
yeah.
does. So Tink when it attacks. Oh, there's 2 Tinks attacking if you shift. You want to shift.
Tink-
That's my bad. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking just hard cast, but yeah.
But you can't shift, right? Because Hans will die to the first one.
Right. So shifting again is not useful
Yeah,
unless you just want to play Be Our Guest.
But if you
or
want to play
Quest.
VR, I guess you should do it first. Yeah, I guess
Oh, we're-
questing for 1 more lore is actually.
I
Pretty
just saw
reasonable.
we're 1 short of questing for the win. That's sick. I thought we were maybe going to surprise kill. That would have been cool.
So
All right.
now we do this.
Yep. Han's going to squish, and Genie's going to squish. 3 damage on the big tank, and then we're going to quest for at least 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, I think we have to quest for 3.
I do too.
We just
And
gotta
now-
make it. Yeah, Randy with this Be Our Guest in hand probably should have cast it first.
You
but-
and your perfect information.
Yeah. Why would I make this when I could make choices with all the information?
Why would you make uninformed decisions when you can make informed decisions? That's what you're saying, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. That makes sense, actually, when you put it into terms. All right, Nicholas, are you going to cast this card? Be Our Guest. Look at the top 4. He's just considering whether or not he wants to quest with the Prince Eric. What's the difference between 1 and 2? I think it's pretty high. I think this Tinkerbell has to get challenged, which means that if you quest a 17, maybe the other one doesn't get challenged. So,
yeah.
Oh, we're singing. Okay, I actually like this a bit better.
Yeah, as long as you hit, it was good, and we did hit. We hit Lilo, which is pretty massive. Because now you have to answer 2 of the Tinkerbells or win the game, and Randy cannot win the game on his turn. So with that being the case, we're gonna need something like Genie in order to actually win this.
Yeah, Simba is a tough one because Simba gives you the ability to protect the 3 damaged Tinkerbell, but the Lilo adds another character that can quest for 2, and any 2 characters that quest for 2 is enough to get the job done. Here we're going to go with the Simba. This is the pivotal decision. Let's see if Randy has the out.
Yeah, this is so awkward because now Genie can go. Genie can bounce Simba. Maleficent attacks him to the damage tank. Then your Cusco puts yourself to 18. Your opponent can only get to 19, so they can't win. Where Lilo actually presents a winning thing some percentage of the time. But
Now,
we'll
earlier, Randy inked a John Smith, and John Smith is actually perfect in situations like this because it prevents your opponent from questing.
Yep, would have been massive. Also, Rafiki here. Pretty great card.
You need something that impacts the board immediately or else the game's over, and I don't think he's got it.
Yeah, I think he has Cusco green card in hand, which might be the mother from Mother's Knows Best, Mother Gothel, and that might be it.
Yeah, Randy thumbing through his hand, can only get up to 19 lore. It's so close, but so far away. And it looks like Nicholas Roush is going to be your first finals competitor. Unless Randy's got a rabbit he can pull out of his hat.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
I think it is over. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
all right. Randy packs it in. Nicholas Roush is your victor here in the semifinals. He's going to be your first person making it to the finals of our first TCG Player Invitational Qualifier. Well done, well done. All right, Mr. Director Man, do we have any backups, or is the backup finished as well?
Yeah, we'll find out in a second. They're taking care of it for us. Oh, they're finished.
Cool. All right, well, it seems like we're going to be getting ready for the finals here in just a minute. We're going to be watching. What was the other matchup? Or who won? What deck won? Okay,
Right, we're
cool.
not sure who won, so it's gonna be a surprise in just a second.
All right, well, we're going to take just a short break while we get the finals set up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more live coverage of the finals here at the TCG Player Invitational Qualifier at Apex Gaming, Caldwell, Ohio. I'm Tandy. That's Mason. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the first ever TCG Player Lorcana Invitational Qualifier. I'm Tandy, joined by Mason. Say hi, Mason.
Hi, Mason.
We've had a long day, 5 rounds of Swiss, and now the top 8 is coming to a close. We are in the finals. It's going to be a pretty hot one, and the players are about ready down in the feature match area. But Mason, so far, what's the deck that you've seen that you like the most outside of the classic Ruby Amethyst control deck that you're probably going to play at the Invitational yourself? What deck do you like?
The deck Nicholas is playing I like a good bit. The Amethyst Steel deck is pretty nice. I also like the Emerald Amethyst deck we just saw a second ago. I think that deck was kind of cool.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Emerald is one of the forgotten colors. Emerald and Sapphire feel like the most forgotten colors so far in Chapter 1 Constructed. Maybe that changes with the next set, if Chapter 2 comes out in like a month and a half. So it'll be exciting to see how that set actually shakes things up. For now, though, we have a lot of really sweet decks in this tournament, but Ruby Amethyst Control seems to be, at the end of the day, it's just probably the best deck, right?
Yeah, it's just the best deck.
Just the best deck. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we do have a Ruby Amethyst control deck in the finals here, and we're going to be pitting that up against the Amber Steel deck that we just watched from Nicholas Roush. We got Matthew Kemp on your right with Ruby Amethyst. We got Nicholas Roush on your left with Amber Steel. These players are ready to go. Nicholas Roush's Amber Steel deck is the aggressor here and will be on the play for game number 1 of the finals.
Big here. Winner is going to join us in the Invitational.
All right, turn 1, Lilo. This is a great start here for Nicholas Roush, and this is going to allow him to essentially quest for huge chunks early if Campo doesn't have a goon or something similar to challenge it early on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just ink on 1, so no goon. This is very, very scary.
Yeah, and this is why you see Ruby Amethyst players, and most people actually play those 1 ink 2/2/1s, the goons, as Todd calls them, because of things like these Lilo starts that can get out of hand.
All right, really great start here from Nicholas Roush. Going to go Lilo into Simba Bodyguard here on 2. That's going to protect from something like Rafiki down the line, and something like Gaston if that's the play for Matthew Campo on turn 2.
Yep.
All right, draws for turn, finds a Maleficent 3. I see some red cards peeking out there, one of which might be the 2-drop Gaston.
Yeah, there's definitely a Dragonfire, and I think that is Gaston behind Maleficent. We have a Pocket Watch too that looks like, while that does get really powerful in the late game, we sort of do just need to hit our ink drops. That is one of the things we've highlighted with the Ruby Amethyst deck is you really want to hit all of your ink and be developing. So,
All right, Pocket Watch is the play for Campo. This is going to lead to a Gaston on 2 and a passing of the turn back Nicholas Roush's way. If there's a Rafiki next turn, Rafiki plus Gaston is a great counter for this. But here's Ariel Singer. Let's see if we can find something to punish the Gaston, like grab your sword. But here's just a Be Our Guest, but a nice hit off of Ariel nonetheless.
yeah, Nicholas does have a grab your sword in hand. I wonder if you're supposed to maybe hold and just pass the turn.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, that's heads up play there. Sort of think about the Rafiki thing you just mentioned. And now next turn we can use Ariel to cast grab your swords and then question up for 5. Being a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, it also has Whole New World in hand, so this is a potentially explosive game for Nicholas Roush. The 1-2-3 curve with some really powerful songs to sing on the following. We'll see if Matthew Campo has a good play here on 3. If it's just something like Magic Mirror, he's going to be in some trouble. But if it's Rafiki, might have a shot. Here's Maleficent. That's going to walk right in to grab your sword.
Yeah, this is exactly what Nicholas wants.
Back Nicholas's way.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Nicholas aggressively ink here for a couple turns. Put this Be Our Guest there. Cast Grab Your Sword. Yeah, there it is as an ink. And then now we're going to clear the way, push damage. Next turn, smash, fire the cannon on whatever we play, sing a Whole New World, call it a day, and, basically maybe give Matthew a draw 1 and give yourself a draw 7.
Now it looks like Nicholas is looking to go smash plus fire the cannons, and that's going to allow him to then sing Whole New World. I don't love this. I like. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're going to go really aggressive here. We're going to just fire the cannons on Gaston, leaving just the Maleficent, and then we're going to each player draw 7. And Campo might not be able to come back from this if Nicholas Roush has a couple more characters to play on this turn.
Yeah. The nice part about this is you're really stepping it on making like the awkward turns for being Amethyst the most awkward, right? Like if we hit another Lilo here too, it basically would have been over. Matthew doesn't have many great plays next turn. Mickey Wayward Sorcerer is one of the few like 4-drops you can play that actually has a good body, and Rafiki would be fine, but the second Maleficent, the Maleficent isn't gonna impact in a huge way.
Yeah, I mean, and look, while each player got to draw 7, Matthew Campo was on the draw, and one of his plays was Maleficent to replace itself. So he essentially got to turn, 5 or 6 cards into 7, whereas Nicholas Roush only had 1 card left in hand when he cast his draw 7, so he got the gain of +6.
Mm-hmm.
Campo here, trying to figure it out, in a bad spot. Has Broom, looks like another Maleficent, another Pocket Watch. I don't say be prepared, but we're still pretty far away. Yeah, Ursula as well.
I think you probably have to do something like Maleficent this turn to try and find a Maui so that you can find Be Prepared on turn 7.
Now, what do you think about trying to empty your hand next turn if you're Nicholas Roush and then playing a Whole New World now that Campo still has 6 cards or 5 cards left in hand?
Oh, I mean, that's the dream, right? We just want to chain those off, keep playing all the cards, and put Matthew in this awkward position. Looks like
All right.
just playing to the board.
Yep, gonna get the Gaston down, gonna get this Broom down, looks like. Maybe put something back into the deck from the discard pile. But we're gonna start with Friends on the Other Side, draw 2.
There's a Be Prepared.
Okay, still quite a ways off of it. And we don't have Aladdin to do the cool Aladdin shift trick to play an early Be Prepared.
Here comes the Broom.
All right, sweep them up. We get something from the discard pile and shuffle it back into the deck. Is it going to be an Ursula? Is it going to be Dragonfire? Be Prepared? Something like that. Nicholas Roush still has a grip full thanks to that Whole New World last turn. He only had 1 follow-up character to play after it with that Simba.
I kind of liked Aladdin, as weird as it sounds, because it opens up shift plays and takes the lore from Nicholas. But maybe that's just crazy talk.
Well, instead of Gaston and Broom?
No, sorry, brooming back an Aladdin instead.
Excuse me, bring back Aladdin. I thought you meant as the play for turn. Excuse me.
No, sorry, that I was not very clear on that.
That's fine. Okay, so Nicholas Roush, gripful, can do a lot of stuff this turn. Can start with challenging Maleficent to put 2 damage on the Simba, and then can Rapunzel to draw 2 cards. Might want to just completely ignore all the things that are going on the other side, just questing like crazy. All right, draw 2. I thought I saw a grab your sword, and there was. Okay, so it was like a vanity play almost to go Simba attack for 2, right? Because we already had a clear with grab your sword. So really it was just let's farm a little bit with Rapunzel this turn. And now Matthew Campo only has 4 ink. Is still 3 turns away from playing that big sweeper effect, and Nicholas Roush is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you're gonna see Nicholas here probably develop this Stitch just to actually quest a bunch, because Maui's sort of the next problem. Actually, we're going to go with Captain Hook instead. But still, we're just going to try and quest before we can get to Be Prepared. And we're pretty far ahead, and we can only really answer one thing a turn from Matthew. So, the Maui comes down, but still, it's 2, 4, 6, 7 lore. That's a lot of lore.
Yeah, and we can even use Captain Hook to trade with Maui, which allows Simba to protect us still from another rush creature, but instead we're just going to smash it to clean it up so we can quest with everything. And we're threatening lethal over 2 turns, I believe. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 15. And without fear of a be prepared next turn, we can safely play another aerial, just bearing Matthew Campo in card advantage and board advantage. Misses on the search, but we still are going up to 15 lore.
Yeah, and you can tell from Nicholas, he's like, I've won. You need to go, Rafiki, and that's like your only shot. And if you had that, you probably would have done it a lot sooner in this game.
Yeah. All right. Paxton and Matthew Campo loses game number 1. Nicholas Roush up a game in the finals. The winner of this event will punch their ticket to the TCG Player Lorcana Invitational on the October 20th weekend at Apex Gaming, and Nicholas Roush is one step closer to making that dream a reality.
100%. And Nicholas has played really, really well this entire tournament, and has on multiple occasions shown a real understanding of not only the game, the opponent's decks, but the way your opponent wants to play. That game, I think, was actually won when we skipped playing into, let's quest and then maybe give them Rafiki, and we lost a chance, get 3 lore or whatever, but we opened up this whole new world, grab your swords, cannon turn. That was actually very strong. So Nicholas been very impressive today, and not surprising to see someone who is really in touch sort of what's going on get rewarded. Maybe someone who grinds a lot of Pixelborn.
All right, as these players are drawing opening hands for game number 2, we have Nicholas Roush on your left playing Amber Steel, up a game against Matthew Campo playing Ruby Amethyst on your right. I would say that these are likely the 2 best decks in Constructed Chapter 1. I know that my Stitch Blitz deck that I use with a lot of the same elements as Nicholas Roush is a ton of fun to play. A whole new world drawn 7 feels so good off of Aerial. Spectacular Singer when you're early and aggressive against these Ruby Amethyst decks. But those Ruby Amethyst decks kind of prey on all those other mid-range decks that normally beat up on Amber aggro. So it's a nice little cat and mouse game, but I love me some Draw 7s, and I love me some Stitch Rockstar.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Game on. Matthew Campo leads with a goon. That's Archimedes on 1. We got a Stitch, or Stitch on the follow-up. I don't know why I confuse them. Lilo is the little girl, Lilo girl, and Stitch is the new dog.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of questions in chat asking about where the deck list will be. We're going to lay them outside the Apex Gaming store, and we're going to let Google Maps take a picture of it. So that should be updated in 6 to 7 months if you want to check that out. But there might be some other places too.
Also, we're going to be just randomly hiding them around the Apex home store like Easter eggs. Mm-hmm. And if you find them, then, well, you found Nicholas Roche's winning deck or finals deck,
Yep. An interesting turn. Nicholas could, cannon down Archimedes and play a hook, or can just play this Steel Aladdin.
Steel Aladdin is pretty powerful because it quests for 2, but it doesn't rumble in combat very well. That's kind of the trade-off. You want to play it in things like, Stitch Rockstar, because it's just something that triggers Stitch and quests for 2. Similarly, you can play LeFou from Amber. It's a 1/2, rumbles even worse in combat than the Aladdin. I quite like the Aladdin personally.
Mm-hmm. Aladdin is, I think, a pretty strong card in this deck.
All right, back. So also no questing from Nicholas Roush and no trading. Probably has Stitch Rockstar that he wants to try to get down on 4. I like this. Yeah, it's a little conservative, but it makes sense.
All right, we're going to see French on the other side. Just as a draw 2 here from Matthew Campo. Just trying to make sure we hit all of our ink drops and we can cast Be Prepared on time. And I like this too. Sort of, my opponent isn't going to do anything. I'm just going to keep questing because I want this card to trade, and that's what it's doing already.
All right, we have ink number 3. Blasting Cannon's Archimedes. That's going to allow for some questing. Let's hope that there is no punish from Mr. Rafiki. Do we want to play another Aladdin? Yes, we do. All right. Get some beatdowns on. Do you want to quest with... I actually think questing with Stitch New Dog. So he's protecting it for his Stitch Rockstar. But Matthew Capo's in such bad shape at the moment that if he had Rafiki, I'm confident he'd be hitting the Aladdin over the Stitch dog anyway.
Yeah, this happens a lot where players it's good to play around cards, especially when you can afford to, but your opponent doesn't know it's coming, and the Aladdin is actually worth a lot of lore too. So they might just Rafiki the Aladdin in that world, right? Because they don't know that you have the Stitch.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you do it confidently and pre-plan your whole turn, they have no real hint.
Yep.
Where
All right.
now, if you tank, they're like, "Oh, why would you tank?" It's like, "Oh, you have Stitch Rockstar in hand."
Oh, you're so smart.
No.
All right. We're gonna spend 4. We're gonna play Stitch. We're gonna quest for 2. Now the question is, do we quest for 3? And instead, it's no, and it's going to leave it open to Dragonfire. I'm not sure that Matthew Campo has it, but that is the card that you're pretty scared of. But I think I'd be more scared of a 5-cost Maui, yeah?
Yeah, I agree. It's awkward where if you quest Maui and Dragonfire are punish, whereas in your low on cards, if you do this, only Dragonfire is a problem, and Dragonfire is just kind of gonna be a problem. So, and I'm sorry, Maui is just gonna be a problem. So kind of dodging it. So we see Rafiki attack into the Aladdin.
All right, but if the Stitch Rockstar gets untapped, Nicholas Roush is going to flood the board. We're still a turn or 2 away as Matthew Campo from playing the Be Prepared. So expect him to kind of lean into that. But Nicholas Roush is just going to refuel after playing a bunch of stuff over the next few turns. And the sweeper effect is going to not be as devastating. He's going to have a nice little follow up.
Yeah, and we just drew a Lilo for turn, which is just a 1 ink draw a new card here. Looks like we are gonna lead with Simba. Works so well with Stitch Rockstar.
Okay, we're going to play some stuff and draw some cards. Seems fine. Ooh, and we have a wheel 7 next turn that we can play if we expect there to be a sweeper. I don't know that it's the best play because Matthew has very few cards left in hand, but we'll see.
Yeah, I kind of like just questing with our Stitch here. Yeah, and oh no, we're actually gonna wheel.
We're just gonna wheel instead. That's so
That's-
sick. I like this. All right, we're gonna draw 7. And Matthew did discard a Be Prepared. We'll see if he can find another one. We still have 1 ink to play another character here, and here is the new dog. Stitch 1-drop. Matthew Campo, what you got? You're gonna need some help. Dragonfire.
Dragonfire is a great draw. You're gonna need the Be Prepared now because Nicholas is just gonna keep playing into the Be Prepared as long as Stitch Rockstar's around. So Dragonfire lets that card actually stabilize the game instead of just doing, the best to like mitigate a bad situation.
All right. What you got, Campo? Dragonfire, the Stitch Rockstar. That's gonna stem the bleeding a little bit. But next turn you're basically bottlenecked into casting that Be Prepared. I don't think Nicholas even has to add another character to the table.
Yeah, only if he wants to. Definitely doesn't have to.
All right, here comes questing for 2, 3, 4, 5. Seems so weird that Roush is only at 4 lore so far, but almost all these characters entered play last turn, and Nicholas Roush is -6 lore from once not questing and once from casting a whole new world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this be my guess here. Tough spot between Stitch, which could be huge for another Rockstar Stitch, or Ariel to maybe try and get more value. But I like taking this Stitch and sort of, working our way up towards another Rockstar.
All right, Nicholas Roush going to go ahead and do some questing here, and then likely going to play one of those utility spells as Ink. Not sure if he's going to play Tinkerbell as Ink, or if he's going to play maybe Smash as Ink.
Definitely a tough spot to be. I lean Smash a little personally just because bodies kind of matter here. Your opponent's about to, their best play is Be Prepared, so being prepared for it is kind of nice.
Yeah, I just want to keep all your threats so that once your opponent casts Be Prepared, you can be first one to market on the next turn by just playing out your hand.
Agreed.
Nicholas Roush knows that he's in the driver's seat, but he also knows Matthew Campo could have that big sweeper next turn, and he's really trying to figure out the best way to play this. I see 2 copies of Smash in hand. I'm an easy play Smash as a mana source, and I would not play another character. I think this is just throwing away 1 card. If your opponent doesn't play a sweeper, you're just like more than happy to just quest again and say go. Like you just force them to do it already.
Agreed. It is they cannot change, and this does not meaning. I mean, getting 1 more lore does matter, but like I don't think this is actually going to change it compared to just playing it next turn. So yeah, and chat's bringing up a great point. He doesn't have Be Prepared, and Nicholas doesn't know that. So it's one of those hard moments. We have to walk the line, you know? We know this. We have the vision of everything. Nicholas doesn't. Nicholas just did a draw 7 for Matthew. There was a 4 of in the deck, and the 1 card that can kind of actually get Matthew out of this spot.
Okay,
Looks
here's
like
a Rafiki. Yeah, this is going to come down and start chewing stuff up. Simba Bodyguard's first on the list. Do we have a backup Rafiki to go all in on it? I think we can play Pocket Watch and then an Ink, and the next one we can maybe go Aladdin plus Pocket Watch. But we're going to go for Maleficent instead to draw a card and provide us with another body.
Yeah,
Baby Aladdin would be nice.
Yeah, Baby Aladdin would be very nice. Getting the shift going. These magic mirrors are not really cards that are that good in this matchup until the super duper late game.
All right, Rafiki going to chew up Simba. And now we're going to go back Nicholas Roush's way. And he set this up perfectly with Big Tink because now we get to, it's just grab your sword to clear. And then we can quest without fear.
I agree. Yeah, and I really liked your line to Pocket Watch into Aladdin next turn. That would have actually been something that could swing this game, right? Nicholas would have gone down to 12 here, been in a terrible, like, not a terrible, but a much worse position. And, you know, would give us time.
Be prepared. Here comes the big sweeper off the top of the deck. Nicholas Roush smelled blood, and it was him who was sent to slaughter Matthew Campo back in this game. But he's going to be passing with an empty board. Does Nicholas Roush have the ability to cobble together 6 lore over the next few turns to try to close this thing out?
Yeah, and now Matthew's got to decide, do I want to ink one of these cards? Aladdin is one of the few cards, but has things like Elsa and the Maleficent Dragon that we need to be casting along with doing everything. So my book is I kind of like getting rid of one of the cards, probably Aladdin proper. The Pocket Watch, you know, there's only one of those. You have a bunch more Aladdins. Friends on the other side is actually a great ink here. Sort of a card you just don't really need. Your opponent has plenty of cards because of Stitch Rockstar.
All right. And say go. Back Nicholas Roush's way. We'll see what we can do. There's a Stitch Rockstar. We can just start with that. And then force Campo to have a straight up answer. If you don't, we get to flood the board again and go from there. I'm going to pass the turn back. Campo needs Dragonfire. Has Maui, not going to do it. Stitch Rockstar might go out of control next turn. We need to find a check. Campo in the tank, trying to come up with something to do. Oh, Elsa, it's going to keep it exerted, and it's going to be vulnerable next turn. Oh, here comes the chain.
Yeah, but Elsa, you know, it's better than nothing, but with Stitch Rockstar, it being exerted and not being able to get immediately punished is just not a place you want to be.
All right, Stitch Rockstar played 3 characters, drew 3 cards, played 4 characters, drew 4 cards, and now Matthew Campo is in some trouble. Another Be Prepared off the top. No, doesn't have it.
We can use the mirror into singing it with Elsa, so you have that going for you.
All right, looks like we have other plans. We're just going to go and attack. I know we have Maui. Maui can come down and smash the Stitch Rockstar. There's only 4 potential lore on the other side, up to 18, which means you're going to have your work cut out for you a bit over the next few turns. But Campo here can also play Rabbit's Pocket Watch, and if Roush leaves things vulnerable next turn, that Aladdin could maybe steal this game.
Yeah, Aladdin is probably the best out Matthew has, besides, of course, like being prepared. And you see Nicholas is moving with intent, and we've seen him do this every time he sort of feels in the driver's seat. And drawing another Stitch Rockstar definitely sort of puts you in that position. Grab your sword here. Kind of nice at clearing up the board. Getting the Maui. I guess the Elsa still lives. So, like, she gets one. Probably it's better to play more creatures, actually.
Yeah, we're going to ink a Stitch Rockstar and play 2 Rapunzels. We have to sweep right now. Be prepared. Has to come off the top of the deck. It's either the draw for turn, it's an Aladdin. We still have a draw from the Magic Mirror, and we can sing it with Elsa. We have to look for it. There are no other outs for Matthew Campo. Nicholas Roush smells victory on the edge of his nose. Can he find it? Can Matthew Campo find the third? Be prepared?
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking earlier between games 1 and 2 about Nicholas and his knowledge of the format, knowing what's going on, and having a great job of sort of walking the line a lot of times and knowing what to do. Basically said, I can't be prepared if it happens normally, so I'm going to not allow you to have Aladdin as an out. I'm just going to run these 2 Rapunzels out, no value. The value is winning the game. And
yeah, the value is questing for 2, sucker.
Yep. And this pocket, I mean, the Magic Mirror, if it hits the Be Prepared, Matthew's going to be in a great spot. But Nicholas, I think, is a heavy favorite here.
All right.
The adrenaline rush is real. Matthew, draw your last pathetic card.
He's looking at his hand to make sure there's nothing he can do before he draws a card. Once you draw a card, the things in your hand shrink. So is it Be Prepared? It's not. It's an amethyst card. Another Elsa. Nicholas Roush is going to be your champion here. Taking down the very first ever TCG Player Invitational Qualifier with Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. This deck looked phenomenal all day, and there it is. Matthew Campo extends the hand. Congratulations to Nicholas Roush, our 13th competitor so far in the Apex Gaming Invitational held at their home store on October 20th, sponsored by TCG Player.
Yeah, and I would say Nicholas is the player all day who, to me, once again, seemed to have a mastery of Lorcana, understood what was going on, what I need to play around, what I need to play into, all of these sort of things. When can I hold them? When can I fold them? It's a very deserving win, and I can't wait to battle against Nicholas here in just a couple weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So congratulations to him. Nick taking it down with some impressive play and a really awesome looking deck. I'll be sure to be testing his list out on Pixelborn at some point in the near future. And big congrats to him. I'll be looking forward to chatting with him and seeing him at the Invitational on October 20th weekend. We have another way for y'all to qualify, a couple more ways to qualify. And before we go, I want to tell y'all about them. So this weekend was our first invitational qualifier, but we're having another one at Apex Gaming on October the 14th. That's 2 weeks from today. You can show up, you can play, you can win your seat into the invitational, just like Nick just did. We also, on the 20th, that'll be a Friday, October 20th weekend, we're going to be running 2 last chance qualifiers to lock up the last couple of spots for the invitational itself. We have 12 invites and 4 seats were given away, and Nick just took down the first seat, but there's still 3 more left that you can win yourself. The invitational itself will start on October 21st. We're going to be broadcasting it to these channels. If you're watching this live, if you're watching this on YouTube, it'll be twitch.tv/Apex Gaming. And then we also have a YouTube channel for Apex Gaming Lorcana on YouTube, so make sure to check that out as well. Well, that was a fun day. That's all I got.
It was a big day. It was a big day. I'm happy that, I got to be here for it. It was great.
Yeah, it looks like we might be able to get Nick on camera for an interview. I don't know if we have camera, but we can do audio only, right? Oh, you have camera. Let's do it. Let's hit him. Let's make sure he can hear us too, yeah?
Oh, the big one.
They are setting it up real quick here. So they'll be there in just 1 second. But yeah, it was an impressive day, a lot of great play, and excited to go play some Pixelborn here later.
All right, Nicholas Roush. May I call you Nick?
Yeah, you can call me Nick. Yes.
Awesome. Congrats on that big victory, and congrats for qualifying for the TCG Player Invitational. How's it feel?
It feels great. That was the whole goal coming in. That was what I really wanted, was to qualify, to be able to get to play with so many like great Magic players and just like community members. And like the prize is nice, but like the qualification is the whole deal. And I'm so excited and super happy.
All right, I'm so happy for you. Now, tell us a little bit about your Steel Amber deck. I've been calling it Stitch Blitz, but I'm way more creature dense, and your deck goes a little bit bigger. What is your take on this archetype? Like, why are you playing this instead of the de facto best deck, Ruby Amethyst?
So there's essentially been in the metagame, there's been 2 Amber Steel decks, right? There's like the all-out Blitz one that plays like lanterns that kind of eschews Rapunzel and some of the top end stuff, and then you have the mid-range one that's playing like Hans, Surfer, Stitch, that's not doing the Rockstar thing. This deck is much more of a hybrid between the two, because both of those plans, those extreme 2 plans, are great in certain matchups, right? There are matchups like Ruby Amethyst where you want to be the aggro plan, but you can't do that super well if you're not on 12 1-drops, 12 2-drops with high lore, right?
Right.
But then there's matchups where you're against other steel decks or things like Amber Sapphire where you are not the beatdown, right? Where you want to be playing a grindy game, and that's where your cards like Rapunzels and Tinkerbells and Grab Their Swords come in. So the deck is very, very flexible, and the inking system, the inking resource system, allows you to do that, where you just figure out what cards are most important in all of your matchups, and you ink all the rest, and then only play the game plan that works against the deck that you're playing against.
Yeah, that's a great way to think about how the deck plays and how you approach some matchups. But I will say, one cost Lilo and the whole new world package, that's like very aggressive slanted, trying to beat up on Ruby Amethyst.
Correct.
And those cards are horrible and uninkable against the other aggro decks.
Yes, 100%. And which is why I'm only playing 3 copies of a whole new world, because there are a lot of matchups where it's really bad. Yes, your aerials are going to get a little bit worse because you're not playing as many songs that you can hit, but Lilo's still okay against other decks, just as something where once you have the board presence established, you can just like play multiple things in a turn and cross the finish line when you need to.
Yeah, Tinkerbell also looting and does some of that. And I have a question for you, Nicholas. How much like Pixelborn are you playing and grinding Lorcana? Are you doing a lot of in-store stuff? What is sort
only
of
in-store? No wonder he's so crispy.
Only in paper, correct. Yeah, I have not played on any Pixelborn. Now, I'm a member of I have a lot of teammates who do play on Pixelborn, and I'm very fortunate enough to test with some of the best people in the world. We're taught like people with world championships, Pro Tour top 8s, things like that across multiple games, and I'm very, very happy and able to test with those and bounce ideas off of them. And the local community and paper is also thriving, so I get to not only have this private group that I'm messing with, but I can also play in paper with the locals.
All right. Well, Nick, congratulations once again. Make sure to get your friends out for our invitational qualifier on October the 14th. And we'll see you on the October 20th weekend, since you earned your slot into the invitational. And your friends can play in the last chance qualifiers. We're running 2 of those on October 20th, that Friday. So we'll see you then.
Awesome. I'm coming for you, Mason.
I'm coming for you, Nick.
Thank you so much, Nick. Appreciate you. And congrats once again.
Thank you.
All right. Well, chat, that's going to do it for the broadcast today. Mason, it was a pleasure hanging out with you all day doing coverage, man. Thank you so much. Taryn, what's up, man? This is the first time you've been on camera all day. Taryn's actually playing in the Invitational as well. Taryn is a co-owner of Apex Gaming, and he is playing for charity. Big shout out to Taryn Huck.
Yeah, playing for the Trevor Project.
All right, what you got for me, Mason, before we go?
Well, I was going to say thank you so much for letting me be on the stream today. It was great to do everything. It was so exciting. I can't wait to see more of the action on the next qualifier, and then to see a bunch of you in person on October 20th for the last 2 LCQs and the Invitational proper. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah. All right. Well, check out the Lost Boys podcast. That's my podcast. Lost Boys LOR on Patreon, Twitter, YouTube. We're doing tons of content, not just the podcast. We're also doing gameplay content. Myself and Harlan Fear and a team of folks from Roanoke, Virginia are working hard to make some awesome content for you. Big shout out to TCG Player. Thank you so much for sponsoring our invitational. It's going to be a great time. Yeah, I think that's it, man.
Yeah, you
You
can
got-
find me on Twitter at Mason E. Clark if you want to see more action. So
Yeah, Mason also provides coaching for Magic the Gathering, and maybe he's going to start providing coaching for Lorcana as well. So keep an eye out for that. If you need some help, he'll be sure to help you out. Yeah.
there you go. I definitely will. Feel free to reach out.
Thank you so much for Apex Gaming for running this awesome event and making sure that everything ran smoothly. Thanks to the players for coming out. Thanks for the staff for making sure everything was clean and awesome. And thanks to the players who came to play as well as the viewers at home. I'm Tandy. That's Mason and Taryn. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. And we'll see you again to do this all again on October the 14th. See you later.